A lone figure walks up a long, stark staircase toward a monolithic structure that pierces the clouds. This is Crest. The structure looms, a massive, featureless monolith. A hexagonal emblem materializes before it, bearing a single, enigmatic word: Gacha. Meanwhile, in Rezaful, the royal capital of Rakand, a horse-drawn carriage clatters to a stop. A young woman, Ellis, gracefully descends, thanking her father and remarking on the amazing skills that were bestowed. The narrative focus returns to Crest Bahurst, the fifth son of a duke. In this country, an appraisal ritual is held when one reaches the age of 15, where God bestows a skill upon an individual. His father pats his head, uncharacteristically happy after Crest told the family about a future-seeing skill called God's Dream. As they approach the church for the ceremony, the duke points it out. Crest's thoughts drift to his painful past. His mother passed on after giving him life, and for this, he was hated by his family, branded a symbol of evil. He was seen as a natural sinner who could be isolated at any time. Though he managed to live comfortably despite it all, his somber reflection is abruptly broken by a voice calling his name. "Good morning, Crest." He turns, startled. The greeting came from Ellis, the daughter of Duke Rifled and his fiancée. She approaches, noting that it is a memorable day for him, and that she couldn't possibly be absent. She mentions hearing he wasn't feeling well, but Crest, flustered, quickly denies being a nuisance. She offers a gentle smile, but her internal thoughts reveal a grim reality. She believes she's only barely alive because she serves as a convenient political tool through her arranged marriage to Crest. He, in turn, knows the truth behind her beautiful facade. Ellis is a sadist who has terribly bullied him since childhood. He wonders if his gacha skill will reduce her reasons to torment him, but also fears that using it might escalate the bullying. Deciding he can't be scared forever, he faces her and expresses his hope to receive a skill that can be useful to her. To his surprise, a blush spreads across her face. She turns away, simply saying she will see him later before departing. He watches her go, finding it unusual that she didn't get angry. A flicker of hope ignites within him. Perhaps the days of oppression are finally over. Just then, his father's voice calls out, "Crest, it's about time." He steps forward, his resolve hardening. The official announcement for the Bahurst appraisal ceremony echoes in the hall, but in his mind, only one thought resonates. His new life begins now. With his new skill, Gacha, with his singular focus, he approaches the large, glowing stone monument at the center of the room. He raises a hand, preparing to touch the ancient surface that will determine his fate. His father's voice rings out, instructing him to place his hand on the monument. Crest affirms his readiness. From the crowd, Ellis watches with a dismissive click of her tongue as others murmur about the rumor that Gacha can acquire skills infinitely. The Duke then demands that Crest immediately display this power. With focused determination, Crest touches the stone, and the word Gacha blazes to life across its face. The moment his hand makes contact, a vibrant, complex screen of light materializes before him, an interface far more intricate than the simple word displayed on the stone. He glances toward the chattering crowd and quickly realizes this spectacular display is for his eyes only. He turns back to the interface, a whirlwind of questions forming in his mind. How could he possibly share this screen? And why is it so ostentatiously flashy? It presents him with bewildering options: appraisal, cultivation, even the path to becoming a doctor, hinting at a power far beyond anything he had imagined. Before a crowd of his peers, Crest Bahurst stands with arms outstretched, a hopeful smile on his face. He feels his new life is finally about to begin as a gacha screen materializes before him, ready for the pivotal role. With a soft beep, his finger moves to press the glowing button. He believes that all he needs to do is simply roll the gacha to secure his future. But nothing happens. Crest's eye widens in shock as the gacha fails to activate. A confused murmur ripples through the crowd, and an awkward silence descends upon the ceremony. His confusion turns to horror as a message appears on the screen: "You don't have enough points." It states that 500 are required, but his current total is 0. A choked "huh" escapes his lips. From the crowd of nobles, a blond young man steps forward with a sneer. He accuses Crest directly, asking if this is all some kind of scam. Crest can only stammer, addressing the man as his brother. His brother shouts his name, demanding that if he needs points, he should go gather them immediately. Crest trembles, realizing he has no points and no way to get them. He internally panics, recalling a divine dream that promised him this chance but gave no details. His brother presses him, demanding to know why he isn't rolling. He curses his misfortune, desperately questioning why the dream failed to mention the crucial detail about collecting points. The word point echoes in his mind as the reality of his failure sets in. The simmering tension erupts as Duke Bahurst's face twists in fury. He roars at Crest, accusing him of not being satisfied with killing his own mother and now bringing shame to the family name. Crest looks up at his father, tears welling in his eyes as the devastating words brand him a disgrace. Overwhelmed by grief and rage, Crest screams that he will never forgive his brother. Before he can say more, Ellis rushes to his side, covering his mouth and pleading for him to be quiet. She tries to defend him, but his brother coldly dismisses him as the shame of the Behearst family. Brought to his knees in the pouring rain of his family's scorn, Crest can only stare blankly ahead as the final judgment is delivered with thunderous finality. You are exiled? His journey into exile began with the harsh, rattling sound of a cart wheel turning on a desolate road. Elsewhere, a figure in a white hood lamented his choices, clutching a pair of daggers. She thought Crest was truly stupid for attempting such a transparent lie to outsmart his brothers. If only he had listened to her, she mused, he could have been living comfortably in a noble house somewhere. He, however, had reached his destination, a chamber marked with a large, glowing sigil. Two robed officials met him there, stating flatly that they were ordered to treat him as the sinner he was. Crest refused to go unarmed, pleading for a sword. He argued that without a weapon, he would be immediately killed by a monster. A noble with long, dark hair then explained the original purpose for sending sinners to the lower world, to subdue demons. Hearing this, Crest's resolve hardened. He declared his new purpose, to defeat as many monsters as possible to redeem himself and to make the upper world a safer place for everyone. He begged them to allow him this chance. His pleas seemed to reach the noble. Calling out to him, the man offered a sword. Crest accepted it with trembling hands and stammered his thanks as another guard looked on with a stony expression. With the transaction complete, the magical circle on the floor flared to life, engulfing Crest in a blinding pillar of light. As he vanished, one official asked if he was gone. The other confirmed it, stating they would never see his face again. The light deposited him in a dense, unfamiliar forest. He stood within the fading teleportation sigil, taking in the towering trees as a profound realization struck him. This was the lower world. As he stood at the edge of the woods, he was not alone. A tall, unknown figure watched him from distance. This was indeed the lower world, the realm where monsters reside. Perched high on a tree branch, the mysterious man continued his observation. The upper world, home to humans, is connected to this dangerous place by only a single, indestructible magic gate, an existence one of a kind in the world. Alone in a dense, unfamiliar forest, Crest contemplates his next move. He recalls the nature of his exile. Transport magic circles are used to send criminals to the lower world, to random locations from which return is impossible. His thoughts are cut short by a low growl as a massive, snarling beast, a wolf, emerges from the trees before him. He draws his sword, recognizing the creature. Wolves are known to be far more ferocious than common wolves, attacking even armed humans without hesitation. He steels himself, remembering his position at the top of his class in the Knighthood Academy and his previous experience fighting a monster. Still, a doubt lingers. He wonders if his swordsmanship will be enough against the stronger creatures of this world. The beast lunges with explosive speed. Crest dodges, just in time, the wolf's claws tearing through the spot where he just stood. Pivoting, he brings his blade down in a swift, powerful arc, striking the creature squarely on its head. To his shock, the monster barely flinches from the blow. He realizes that fighting here is a matter of pure, brutal instinct. Gritting his teeth, he swings again, this time slashing the wolf across its face. The beast finally recoils, letting out a sharp cry of pain. The second strike proves decisive, and the wolf collapses to the ground defeated. Crest stands over it, catching his breath. He notes that moving his body felt more strenuous than he expected, but the sword he'd awkwardly acquired has proven to be quite good. He gazes at the fallen monster's corpse. Recalling that he's heard monster meat is delicious, he decides he will drain its blood for now. But as he approaches, something strange occurs. This is not what happens when a monster is killed in the upper world. The wolf's body begins to glow, dissolving into particles of light. Crest stares, bewildered, wondering about the pea that seems to be forming. The light intensifies, and the creature's body vanishes completely, leaving only the glowing characters 100p hanging in the air. Before he can process this, a translucent screen materializes in front of him with a chime. "No way," he shouts in disbelief. The screen displays options for a gacha, a system of chance, showing his current points as 100. The realization dawns on him with the force of a physical blow. The points, it's the points. He finally understands. Points for his skill can be obtained by defeating monsters. The bitter irony crashes down on him. His failed skill, completely useless in the upper world where there are no monsters to fight, is actually functional here. He lets out a cry of pure frustration, exclaiming, "What the hell?" He lay on the ground, catching his breath and processing his situation. He lamented that if his skill had at least been considered difficult to use in the upper world, he might have received better initial equipment. With a sigh, he conceded that perhaps coming to the lower world was for the best. His thoughts drifted to the faces of those who exiled him. His father, his brother, and Ellis. He grimly concluded that it was too late now, and he refused to accept any charity from them. Pushing those memories aside, he began to walk. He reflected on the misery and humiliation he had endured, feeling that he would have been furious if he hadn't received any good skills after all that. Now, he resolved to find another monster and put his gacha skill to work. He examined an item obtained from his skill, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. After struggling to figure out how to survive, he finally felt a surge of hope. As the sun cast long rays over the horizon, his internal voice echoed with newfound resolve. He would not die. He would survive here in the lower world. Meanwhile, far away in the upper world, birds chirped outside a grand, ornate mansion. Within its walls, a lavishly decorated bedroom was filled with the faint sounds of someone stirring restlessly. There, Ellis lay in her bed, clutching a pillow bearing Crest's image. In her sleep or waking distress, she whispered his name. A sudden noise breaks the silence as Crest sits dejectedly on the floor of a sparse room. A long shadow falls over him, cast by a figure in the doorway, whose voice cuts through the air, calling him stupid. The speaker is Ellis. She looks down on him with a condescending smile, accusing him of foolishly trying to elevate his own position by faking a divine dream. Crest keeps his head bowed, his expression hidden. She leans closer, her smile widening as she taunts him, asking why he has nothing to say. In response, he finally lifts his head, his eyes burning with defiance. He snaps back with bitter sarcasm, questioning if this outcome is truly so great for her, now that she has to break her engagement to an idiot. A sharp click seems to punctuate his words. His retort seems to catch her off guard, but she quickly recovers. Ellis claims she is putting in the effort to save him. Confused, Crest asks what she means, but she dismisses his question, stating that she doesn't like his attitude and knows he meant exactly what he just said. Her expression then twists into one of cruel delight. She informs him that he cannot simply leave without her permission, declaring with relish that he is now her dog, her toy, and her slave. His defiance unwavering, Crest challenges her claim, asking how she could possibly help him. He then adds, before that, as a nearby chair is suddenly knocked over. In a swift, humiliating motion, Ellis presses her stockinged foot onto his shoulder, forcing him down onto the floor. With Crest pinned, Ellis dictates her terms. She will retract the engagement cancellation, and they will marry. She even promises to destroy the rifled family for him. From a distance, his brother realizes a ceremony will be held to witness this new pact. Ellis then issues a shocking command. He must lick her foot and swear his eternal loyalty. She pushes her foot closer to his face, demanding he show proof of his absolute obedience. Come on, Crest, she urges, her voice a mix of command and twisted encouragement. He reacts with sudden violence, shoving Ellis and her chair away. She tumbles backward onto the floor with a crash, her domineering posture shattered in an instant. Getting to his feet, he furiously rejects her proposition, shouting that he is not her dog, her toy, or her slave, and to hell with her demand for absolute obedience. He then coldly asks if she is done talking, so he can leave. Stunned, Ellis retorts from the floor, questioning his sanity and warning him that being sent to the lower world, as he is now, would mean certain death. She scrambles up, pointing an accusing finger and screaming that he will regret his decision. Unmoved, Crest declares that he has already resolved himself and won't care if she comes crying to him later. He turns and walks out, leaving her fuming. The door slams shut. Sometime later, back at her own residence, someone checks on Lady Ellis. She explains that after the confrontation, she fell ill and had to return home, but assures them she is almost completely healed. Her maid expresses hesitation, finding it hard to speak about Ellis's condition. Ignoring her concern, Ellis gives a firm command. Prepare her things, because she is going to see Crest again tomorrow. As they walk, the maid finally delivers the grave news. Crest had been banished to the lower world before dawn. Ellis freezes, her face a mask of pure shock. The words hang in the air as a desolate, snow-dusted forest, the lower world, is shown. Back at the mansion, a voice cries out in alarm, wondering what just happened. The cause of the disturbance is Crest. Far from dead, he is alive and alert in the hostile new environment, his gaze sharp and determined. He finds himself in a forest teeming with wolves. Having already made his second kill, he reflects on his unique ability. His skill, Gacha, is a super rare one that allows him to obtain an infinite number of skills, not just one. He feels the hunt is going smoothly. He quickly understands the mechanics of his power. To spin the Gacha, he must defeat monsters and collect points. Knowing that one wolf provides 100 points and each spin costs 500, he calculates that he must defeat at least 5 to proceed. He considered his strategy. While the wolves could be hunted without issue if he remained calm, that didn't guarantee a smooth collection of points. His initial thought was to use his Gacha skill as soon as he had enough for a single attempt. However, he reconsidered. His body already felt lighter, and he recalled hearing that acquiring skills would strengthen him physically. More importantly, he realized the mental fortitude gained from having clear hopes and goals was an even greater advantage. Fueled by this new resolve, he began his hunt. With the sun still high in the sky, he surveyed the results of his work, a mound of defeated creatures. 37 kills. At this pace, he calculated he would easily accumulate 5,000 points before dusk. A sudden thought gave him pause, and an expression of disbelief crossed his face. Deciding to verify, he pulled up his status interface to check his current point total, just in case. Crest stares in disbelief at a spectral display hovering before him. His current points are frozen at 2,500. A frantic thought races through his mind. Why isn't it increasing? He wonders if it's because there are no more points left to earn, his voice laced with panic as he questions the halt in his progress. He retreats into the woods, forcing himself to find composure. He leans against a tree, reasoning internally that he must calm down, that there is surely a reason for this. His mind races, searching for an explanation. Was his hunting method wrong? Or perhaps different creatures awarded different point values? The uncertainty lingers. He then recalls the last kill. That's right. It seems the interface simply stopped displaying after he slew the creature. The thought fills him with a sense of dread. Frustration boils within him. He curses himself, realizing he should have checked the points more diligently. He wonders aloud if he hunted too much of the same thing. As he grapples with this problem, the day wears on, the sun casting long shadows across the rugged mountain landscape. Despite the setback, Crest pushed onward. Now he pants heavily, leaning against the tree for support as he looks upon a massive, slain beast, its life ended by his blade. He looks utterly exhausted, sweat dripping from his face, but a wave of relief washes over him. He reflects that somehow, through sheer persistence, he managed to accumulate 5,000 points before the sunset. He recalls his change in tactics. After the incident with the interface, he changed his hunting ground entirely, shifting his focus to new prey, the Fong rabbit and goblins. The goblins, he remembers, were simple-minded creatures and easy to defeat. The Fong rabbit, on the other hand, with its vicious, sharp teeth, was another story. He reflects on his last battle. The creature, though possessing less attack power than a small wolf, was extremely agile, making it a difficult target for his sword. With his current points at 5,000, he looks back on his journey. He realizes that coming to this lower world and fighting monsters has taught him a valuable lesson. If he had relied on only a single skill, he would have been dead long ago. This realization brings his attention to the gacha system. He considers observing it again, but quickly chides himself, thinking that impatience is not a virtue. The system displays tantalizing options, super rare skills like healer, appraisal, and cultivation, all of which are noted to lead to high-level jobs. The temptation makes him sweat. He wrestles with the decision, wondering if he should use the 11 times gacha now or find a safe place first. He acknowledges the incredible opportunity before him. Normally, the appraisal ceremony grants only one skill, yet he has the chance to learn 3 powerful ones. The weight of the choice makes him flush. His internal debate is cut short by the sudden appearance of a treasure chest. Startled, he decides he cannot wait any longer and decisively clicks the button on his interface. His action summons the ornate chest into a clearing before him. A prompt glows above its lock. Touch. He recognizes it for what it is, a treasure chest. He reaches out and presses the indicated spot. The chest springs open, unleashing a brilliant column of light from which several glowing orbs ascend. From the blinding light, translucent spheres of varying luminosity float gently upwards. They come to a rest high among the trees, filling the clearing with their soft, ethereal glow. Crest stands below, gazing up at the sky now filled with these mysterious floating spheres. He begins to count them aloud, confirming there are 11 in total. He looks at the orbs, a question forming in his mind. Are all these skills? He stares in awe as one of the orbs glows brightly. He observes that there seem to be various types of balls, and notes that one in particular has a distinct copper tone. His suspicion is confirmed. These are indeed skills. The copper-toned orbs reveal their contents all at once, granting him Power Enhancement, Level 1, Agility Enhancement, Level 1, and Strength and Magic, Level 1. Realizing he won't be able to comprehend everything just by staring, he decides to continue his inspection. As a silver orb begins to pulse, he turns his attention to it, wondering if what he is experiencing is some form of ability alteration. The silver orbs then reveal their contents. Mining, Level 1, Swordsmanship, Level 1, and Dagger Skills, Level 1. He remarks that these feel more like proper skills. Given that he only has a sword on hand, he concludes it would be best to check the swordsmanship abilities first. His inspection continues, revealing 2 more powerful abilities, Earth Magic, Level 1, and Fire Magic, Level 1. He is overjoyed to discover they are magic skills, realizing that being able to use magic will make survival significantly easier. In the quiet of the forest, a shimmering, rainbow-colored ball of light hovers before Crest. He reaches a hesitant hand toward it, swallowing nervously. The thought that he still possesses no skills worth 3 points weighs heavily on his mind. The ball of light before him suddenly bursts with a soft pop, showering him in a cascade of luminous particles. In the wake of the light, a new symbol materializes in his vision, a magnifying glass over an eye. A notification confirms the acquisition of a new skill, Appraisal, Level 1. A surge of determination courses through him. Clenching his fists, he resolves to test this new ability immediately, refusing to be made a fool of again. He understands he just needs to think of the skill's name to activate it. As he activates Appraisal, his perception of the surrounding forest transforms. Data begins to update, and his eyes widen in shock as countless markers suddenly appear, pinpointing objects all around him. He gasps, wondering what they are. His gaze darts around, seeing the markers hovering over a small lizard on a tree, a nondescript rock, and a simple flower on the ground. Focusing his attention on a nearby peach fruit, a detailed data panel materializes. It displays the fruit's weight, water content, energy, and toxicity. He realizes with amazement that the skill can appraise all of this, though some information remains locked until higher levels. A notification indicates a connection to a database is in progress. He processes the information. He understands now that, as his appraisal skill levels up, the scope of what he can analyze will expand. For now, he is immensely grateful that even at level 1, he can determine if something is toxic. A new thought strikes him. He turns the appraisal skill upon himself, wondering about his own status. A comprehensive data window appears, displaying his full name, Crespa Hurst, and revealing that he possesses a total of 9 skills. He stares at the number, utterly stunned. The revelation that he has 9 skills, after believing he had none of value, is so overwhelming that tears begin to well in his eyes as his body trembles with shock. His stomach growled loudly in the quiet of the mountainous wilderness. He was too hungry. He wondered if his recent ordeal was making him tear up more easily. To address his hunger, he focused his energy, managing to produce a small flame, the best he could muster at level 1. With a crackle and snap, the kindling caught, and soon a proper fire was burning, roasting the meat he had skewered. He took a massive bite of the cooked meat, his cheeks puffed out and his eyes wide with satisfaction. The flavor was so overwhelming that his single thought echoed into the night sky. It was delicious. His meal finished, his attention returned to his crude shelter. It was little more than a hollowed log, but he figured it was good enough to keep the cold out for now. As he settled inside, his mind raced with plans. He wanted to make this base more comfortable and, if possible, acquire the healer skill as soon as he could. It seemed he would need to hunt different kinds of monsters for gacha points. A great deal of work lay ahead of him tomorrow. His thoughts drifted as sleep began to take him, but it brought no peace, only a painful memory. He saw Ellis, her words sharp and cruel. She called him a trash guy, claiming that if it wasn't for her, no one would ever accept him. Her voice echoed, repeating his name. The name Crest echoed relentlessly in his mind. In the dream, her face loomed over him, her eyes wide and demanding. She commanded him to obey her, to answer her if he understood. He jolted awake with a strangled cry, breathing heavily inside his log shelter. Dreams! He panted. Cursing the vision, he lamented that even after all this time in isolation, he did not want to see her in his dreams. He sighed, the memory still fresh. He recalled her in the uniform of the Noble Academy. It was from that time, he remembered, that Ellis's true nature was exposed. Ellis stands alone, reflecting on her public image. While some people call her beautiful, even the reincarnation of an angel, she inwardly scoffs at the title, finding it displeasing. She considers herself to have always been beautiful, asserting that she is more than a mere angel. This train of thought leads her to a specific memory, the day she first met Crest. The memory transports them back to their childhood. A young Crest, with a somber expression, introduces himself as a child of the devil, and warns a young Ellis that she should not associate with him. Unfazed by his warning, the young Ellis grins and boldly declares that she will make Crest interested in her. Her confident proclamation makes him shiver, and with a clenched fist, she accepts the challenge. True to her word, from the next day on, Ellis frequently sought out Crest. On one such occasion, she brandishes a riding crop and announces they will be practicing horseback riding, much to Crest's confusion as he points out the complete lack of a horse. With a devious smile, she orders him to get on all fours and neigh gallantly. The demand leaves Crest utterly mortified, forced to act as her personal steed. Returning to the present, Ellis reflects on that time. She admits that despite her bossy behavior, she quickly became very attracted to Crest. He was kind and accepted a side of her personality that she had never shown to anyone else. Her thoughts are interrupted by the chatter of nearby nobles. They comment on how merciful Lady Ellis is for associating with the incompetent fifth son, Crest. Hearing their condescending words, Ellis's hand clenches into a fist. She seethes with frustration. In her mind, these foolish people, likely Crest's own brothers, are the true definition of incompetence, completely unaware of his charm. She wonders if there is a better way to achieve victory over them. A plan forms. Ellis turns to her father and whispers to him, confirming that everyone is in the ballroom. She declares that she has something to say, and he seems to give his consent. She begins, her voice clear and resolute, introducing herself as Ellis Rifled. With all eyes upon her, she makes a stunning declaration. She will be engaged to Crespa Hertz. This announcement triggers a memory for Crest, taking him back to a short time after they had both enrolled in the Royal Academy of Nobility. He recalls how news of Ellis's skill with a sword reached him even in the Department of Nobility, and he was very proud of her. Due to their different departments, they rarely saw one another. He remembers the day the news of their engagement spread through the academy. Ellis, with a happy smile, confirmed to her friends that she and Crest were engaged. The girls gossiped excitedly. One noted that Lord Crest from the Department of Knighthood seemed nice, while another mentioned a rumor that he already had a lover. Their speculation was interrupted when one of them pointed out that Crest was waving directly at Ellis. Crest, holding a gift, is caught off guard by the attention from a group of fawning girls in a nearby window. Across the way, Ellis looks back, a flicker of irritation on her face as she internally questions her own recent words. She walks away with a huff as Crest's popularity among the first-year daughters explodes, with some calling him a gift. Onlookers remarked that his approachable manner, so unlike a typical duke's son, was unusual, musing that the unfolding love story was the best entertainment for the girls leading a dull dormitory life. This popularity leads to a direct confrontation. Ellis approaches Crest, pointedly asking if he has become quite the ladies' man. With a playful wink, she reminds him that she is his fiancée, before adding a cryptic warning not to misunderstand the situation. Her words shatter his thoughts. From that moment on, he realizes things began to change little by little. It all started, he now understands, with a small seed of jealousy from Ellis. This jealousy manifested in her actions towards others. She would confront other girls, declaring that she had taken the trouble to make Crest her fiancé and that he was forbidden from speaking to any other woman. Dripping with envy, she would belittle them, telling them they were nothing without her. The flames of her jealousy burned fiercely, cornering Crest. A bad reputation began to spread throughout the school, making him stand out for all the wrong reasons. Isolated and misunderstood, he lost his confidence and fell into a state of depression. However, this was precisely the outcome Ellis desired. Back in the girls' dormitory, she reveled in her success. Her goal was to keep him away from all other women, and she became obsessed with diminishing his value just to see the look of frustration on his face. Her recollection continued. She had been informed that Lord Crest was indeed the perfect fiancé for her, especially after it was revealed he had a divine dream and acquired a rare skill called Gacha. This news had secretly alarmed her. At that rate, she feared Crest would move away from her. That night, she decided to immediately send a congratulatory letter, a mask for her true feelings. She was, in fact, very upset by his success. Then came the day of the appraisal ceremony. As Crest was publicly and loudly banished, breaking down in tears, Ellis watched from the crowd. Internally, she was ecstatic, thinking it was the absolute best outcome. How dare he drive himself to ruin? It was perfect. As Crest reels from his misfortune, Ellis leans in close. She offers what she calls a word of salvation, noting that his catastrophic blunder will stain the Behearst family name for generations. With that, she states, their engagement will undoubtedly be broken off. Her expression shifts to one of dark satisfaction as she clutches a small, chained object. In her mind, she declares that now, Crest will be hers forever. However, sometime later, Ellis stands alone inside a grand room, looking out through glass-paned doors. A single thought escapes her lips. She was wrong. She turns away from the door, her composure finally breaking. She wonders if she could have been more honest, questioning her own actions as she collapses into tears, tormented by the thought that she may never see him again. Her solitary grief is interrupted by a sharp knock. A maid, startled, calls out to Lady Ellis, apologizing for disturbing her on her day off. Through the door, Ellis asks if the message is from her father. The maid clarifies that it is from the head of the family, with instructions to prepare for an audience with King Rakend as soon as possible. The maid then pleads with her not to open the door. Hearing the summons, Ellis is left speechless, her face flushing as the sound of rain seems to fill the silence. Meanwhile, far away in a sunlit forest, a voice exclaims in awe. The source of the wonder is a branch laden with impossibly large, perfect fruits. The voice belongs to Crest, who stands before a peach tree twice the usual size. It had grown into a young tree and borne fruit in only 5 days. He takes a large bite, and the dense sweetness and juicy sourness instantly erase all his fatigue. A surge of energy flows through him. He recalls that 5 days ago, he finished crafting 25 fish arrows. With that task complete and his energy restored, he declares that he can now get his second 11-round gacha. He examined the results of his efforts. Among the new abilities acquired were several silver and gold skills, but most notably 2 of the highest rarity, rainbow skills. One was a new level in appraisal, and the other a brand new skill called cultivation. He focused on the cultivation skill, learning that it not only improves the quality of crops, but also drastically reduces the time needed for them to grow. He was certain this was connected to the seeds from the peach he had eaten. While appraisal was a duplicate that would only raise his skill level, he noted the other new skills he had gained. A prompt then appeared before him, asking if he wished to plant the peach seeds, confirming they would be ready for harvest in a mere 5 days. The speed was astonishing. He realized this rainbow skill was an even more overwhelming power than he had first thought. He reflected on the past 5 days, which he had spent primarily on exploration and verifying his skills. Now, after a long wait, it was time to spin the gacha again. With a determined click, he initiated the pull, hoping for new and useful abilities. As the results appeared, he threw his fists in the air, shouting with joy. He had finally obtained the one skill he had always wanted, Healer. He immediately examined its properties. The rainbow skill Healer would allow him to refine potions from herbs and other materials. With this, he could create his own recovery potions. His excitement was tempered by a sudden thought. Although he had spent the last 5 days exploring the area, he hadn't come across many medicinal herbs. To make use of his new ability, he would need to find the right materials. Still, the new skill eased his anxieties about potential injury or illness. He decided on a course of action. At noon, he would begin searching for a suitable base, one with an abundance of medicinal herbs. His planning was cut short by the sudden appearance of a formidable beast. A large, bull-like creature with incredibly tough skin charged. He recalled striking it with his sword, only for the blade to shatter on impact. The weapon's durability had dropped to 0 instantly, a dangerously close call. He quickly assessed his options. His magic was not yet at a level where it could be used in a fight, and his other practical skills were useless. With his sword broken, he fell back on another ability. Adopting a firm stance, he prepared to unleash a powerful punch using his hand-to-hand fighting technique. Crest stands firm as the large, tusked beast he just fought dissolves into motes of light. He is surprised to see he earned 200 points from this single, powerful enemy, far more than he expected from the first area. The victory, however, came at a cost. He reflects that while his hand-to-hand fighting technique was incredibly powerful for a level 1 skill, his hand is still numb from the impact. He wonders if the number of points awarded is tied to the monster's strength. As he contemplates this, he looks down at his fist, which is dripping with blood. The full extent of the damage becomes horrifyingly clear. His hand is a mangled wreck of fractures, lacerations, and internal bleeding. The immense pain finally registers, and he lets out a desperate scream. As he screams, a dark, viscous substance splatters onto the ground. His healer skill has activated, but his relief turns to horror as he realizes it's not a simple healing spell. It looks grotesque, and it isn't fixing his broken bones. The situation is far worse than he imagined. Realizing his innate healing is insufficient, Crest clutches his ruined hand, bracing himself against the overwhelming pain. He decides to try another method. Recalling the process, he purifies magic water and combines it with choo-choo grass he had previously gathered. A shimmering, purified potion materializes before him, ready for use. With grim determination, he pours the newly created potion directly onto his mangled hand. The moment the liquid makes contact, an excruciating sensation erupts, and his scream of pure agony echoes through the forest. But as the searing pain subsides, he looks at his hand in amazement. The pain is almost completely gone. He concludes that while his rainbow skills are exceptional, his base stats for hand-to-hand fighting and durability are clearly lacking. With his hand healed, he acknowledges he still needs to take care of his broken sword. Turning his attention to his next task, he activates his smithing skill. A glowing grid appears before him as he prepares to place the hilt of his broken sword and the fangs of the Fong Cow onto the board, ready to forge something new. He examined his handiwork. This smithing skill, despite its silver rank, had completed the weapon in an instant, forging it to maximum durability. It was a very good skill to have. Despite the impressive power of his new Icon Fong sword, the previous fight served as a stark reminder. Weapons alone were not enough. His gaze fell upon the defeated monster, and a realization solidified. Being alone was far too risky. If such strong enemies continued to appear, he would need to keep fighting to use his Gacha ability, and for that, he needed to find friends. He considered the practical advantages of companionship, taking turns to stand watch, developing battle strategies together. His thoughts then turned to potential allies. Though he was driven from the upper world by humans, he wondered if any innocent subhumans might still survive in this land. With this new resolve, he decided on a course of action. From now on, he would carefully search for any traces of subhumans, and, if he found any, he would call out to them. But a moment later, doubt crept in. He found himself wondering how one makes friends with human sinners and wild beings. Perhaps, he mused, long-lived races or those with well-developed societies might be more approachable. The sheer social challenge overwhelmed him. He had never done anything like this, even back in the upper world. A wave of panic washed over him as he gripped his sword, wondering how in the world he was supposed to make friends. He felt utterly defeated by the prospect, believing he stood no chance at all. As expected, his mind could only conjure the image of a single person, a figure clad in a knight's armor. This person was his sparring partner from the Department of Knighthood. As she removed her helmet in his memory, he recalled their mock battles, thinking it was a close fight every time. But he immediately corrected himself. No, that wasn't true. The truth was, their training sessions, held in secret at Rezifal Castle without Ellis's knowledge, were lessons. He remembered that she had, in fact, taught him quite a few sword skills. Gazing out at the misty wilderness, he wondered how she was doing now. The memory shifts to the day of the appraisal ceremony. Inside the Grand Hall, Ellis Rifle's composure shatters. Her eyes widen in disbelief as she points an accusatory finger, her voice ringing out in shock. Why are you here? Her outburst is directed at a young woman with long, dark hair pulled back into a high ponytail. The woman, identified by Ellis's cry as Minu Mycelian, stands with a serene, almost impassive expression, her gaze steady despite the commotion. In a grand hall, two young women, Minu Mycelian and Ellis Rifled, stand facing each other in profile. Their expressions are somber and unreadable as they share a silent moment. A closer view highlights the contrast between the delicate fabric of Ellis's gown and the sharp, formal collar of Minu's attire. The scene pulls back, revealing them standing apart in the vast, empty hall. Ellis, a bead of sweat on her temple, asks Minu if she was also summoned. Minu confirms she was called by the king. It is noted that Minu is the illegitimate daughter of the Mycelian family, one of the kingdom's 3 great dukes, and that she received a very rare skill during her appraisal ceremony. Elsewhere, another young woman is the subject of intense animosity. An unseen person notes that this woman, who is in the same night department as Crest and is often seen with him at the academy, is the person they hate the most. Back in the hall, 2 men approach Ellis and Minu with mocking smiles. They are identified as the foolish brothers of the Bahurst family. One expresses surprise at Minu's presence, while the other greets the 2 ladies with condescension. Crest's brother steps forward, addressing Ellis directly. He brazenly asks her to take him as her fiancée now that the incompetent Crest is gone. He then turns to Minu, sarcastically praising her for killing a monster before questioning why she bothers protecting commoners. He suggests they all skip the boring audience with the king to go out and play. A sharp, clear voice cuts through the air, simply stating, "Excuse me." The voice belongs to Ellis. Her expression is a cold, unwavering smile as she tells the brother not to be ridiculous. She commands him to never again suggest he is better than Crest, declaring that someone like him could never hope to replace Crest. The brother is stunned into silence. Following Ellis's rebuke, Minu's gaze hardens. She declares that her power exists to protect all people, regardless of their status as commoner or noble. She issues a direct threat, warning the brothers that if they pose a danger to the public, she will not hesitate to dispose of them herself. Visibly intimidated by the unified front, the 2 Bahurst brothers offer hasty excuses and goodbyes. They turn and quickly walk away, their retreat marked by the sound of their footsteps echoing in the hall. In the grand throne room, a regal figure seated before the assembled court clears his throat, the sound echoing slightly in a vast chamber, demanding attention. From his high seat, King Rezifal VII of the Kingdom of Rakand formally addresses the lords of the 3 great duke houses, apologizing for summoning them on such short notice. As the king begins to explain that the meeting concerns the monsters that recently appeared, Duke Bahurst interrupts with effusive flattery, declaring that his house is always prepared to come for the king's sake. Another noble dismisses the duke's words. Minu's father then speaks, calmly stating that if the issue is the monster, the Mycelian family has already taken care of it, indicating a large, chained beast off to the side. He then asks if there is some other problem. The king clarifies that the full details are in a letter from the Pope. All eyes turn to the captain of the night, who stands ready with a scroll before the throne. She unfurls the scroll and makes a grand announcement. She has received a vision from God regarding the mysterious monsters threatening the castle, and she will now read it aloud. Her words send a wave of shock through the court. Duke Bahurst clutches his chest, realizing the gravity of the situation. The captain continues, revealing the prophecy that the day a great number of monsters will appear is not far off. Sensing the rising panic, she quickly reassures the assembly. God, she proclaims, has already provided a countermeasure. Special skills have been granted to 3 chosen people. The first name is announced. Ellis Rifled, holder of the skill Blessing of the Saint. Ellis looks up in shock as the crowd murmurs in awe, and her father offers his quiet congratulations. The knight captain celebrates internally, believing her heroic tale begins today, and prepares to name the second person. Ellis, however, contemplates her new power, a rare skill for fighting monsters that feels far too potent for a peaceful world. The knight captain continues her proclamation, revealing the second chosen individual. The holder is Minu Mycelian, who has been granted the skill Strike of the Hero. Minu stands with a placid expression, but her thoughts are calculating. She believes her support-type skills will surely increase her popularity with commoners and soldiers, and dismissively decides to leave the fighting against filthy monsters to that cowgirl. This announcement causes a stir among the nobles, with 2 young men insisting that they should be the final person chosen. The knight captain, meanwhile, grits her teeth in irritation at Minu, but her expression quickly shifts to a cruel sneer as she thinks about the third and final person, hoping they die miserably on the battlefield. A sharp utterance cuts through the murmurs of the court. The word Gacha. The sound causes a ripple of shock. Ellis and other nobles nearby turn with wide-eyed disbelief, while Minu Mycelian herself seems startled by her own outburst. While they reel from the outburst, Duke Bahurst breaks into a cold sweat as his son's name, Crest Bahurst, is formally announced. Other nobles discuss how the 3 new, highly touted anti-monster skills have all come from the Duke's family, recalling the Pope's prediction that more such individuals would appear. Minu listens to the nobles' chatter, her expression turning serious. She processes the implications. With these skills, their country is saved. They no longer have to live in fear of monster attacks. But while she sees salvation, Duke Bahurst sees only ruin, tormented by what his family has done. He realizes that, as things stand, only he and Minu are left to deal with the monsters. He notes with a flicker of relief that the king, smiling benignly, seems unaware of the situation with Crest. His silent panic is interrupted by the king's voice. From his throne, the monarch asks what has become of Crest, the 5th son of the Bahurst family. As Minu's father steps forward to address the king, Duke Bahurst quickly interjects, stammering that Crest is feeling a little unwell. His stammering only fuels the king's curiosity, who asks about the Gacha skill Crest possesses. The king suggests it would be wise to hear about it from the Duke himself. Before the sweating Duke can respond, the Duke of Rifled stands and declares that Crest Bahurst will never set foot in this place again. The Duke of Rifled's declaration stuns the king, who shouts in disbelief. Cornered, Duke Bahurst sweats profusely and confesses that he sent Crest to the lower world, claiming the boy committed a crime. His flustered explanation is cut short by the Duke of Rifled's furious retort. He demands to know what kind of sin could possibly justify banishing a 15-year-old to the lower world, arguing that Crest's ability should be seen as receiving God's favor. Duke Bahurst can only stammer that it was a serious sin. He stands frozen, his legs trembling on the court floor. The accusation hangs in the air. Crest committed no crime, yet he was sent to the lower world. The voice of Minu Mycelian cuts through the tension, reminding the court of the events at Crest's appraisal ceremony. She recounts how Lord Bahurst called his own son a liar on the spot, simply because he couldn't demonstrate his skills. Building on her testimony, the Duke of Rifled addresses the court, noting that almost everyone present was at the ceremony. He declares that the letter just read proves Crest's words were true. Duke Bahurst, sputtering with rage, calls Minu a foolish little girl for suddenly barging in with such nonsense. His outburst is met with a sharp question from the Duke of Rifled, who points out that this entire situation is a result of Bahurst's own failure to trust his son. As the weight of the accusation crushes him, Duke Bahurst lets out a strangled cry of denial. Nearby, Ellis Rifled watches his breakdown with a satisfied smirk, finding his distress quite pleasant. The king, however, sees a path forward. He expresses his gratitude to the Duke of Rifled, calling him reliable and stating that the Rifled family's search for Crest will soothe his heartache over the crisis. The Duke acknowledges the king's distress before the nation's crisis and asks for permission to consult with him on matter. The king grants it, telling him to speak his mind. He then makes a stunning proposal that when Crest is brought back, the king should appoint him as the new head of the Bahurst family. The suggestion sends a shockwave through Duke Bahurst, who can only stammer in disbelief. The Duke of Rifled calmly explains his reasoning to the king, stating that it will be difficult to bring Crest back otherwise. Duke Bahurst frantically objects, shouting that Crest, as the fifth son, has no right to the title. He dismisses the protest, elaborating that with the succession of the title, Crest's position will become superior, allowing him to punish the Bahurst family himself. The Duke warns that Crest was treated so badly, called a liar, branded a criminal, and exiled, that he might hold a grudge against the entire country. This move is necessary to manage that potential for vengeance. Duke Bahurst can only listen, his face a mask of dawning horror. The disgraced Duke Bahurst fell to his knees, pleading with the king not to enact such a drastic measure and begging for forgiveness. But King Rezaful VII looked on, his expression grim as he considered the proposal. The purpose of a duke, after all, was to protect the country. As the king deliberated, the Duke of Rifled stood frozen in anticipation. A sudden, sharp resolve then washed over him. He was absolutely determined to give the title to Crest. Observing from the side, Minu Mycelian understood the depth of the political maneuver. She realized the Duke of Rifled had used the relationship between Crest and Ellis to upset the balance of power between the two great houses. If his plan succeeded, Crest could become powerful enough to surpass the king, paving the way for the Rifled family to one day take the throne. Beside her, Ellis processed this revelation, understanding that this grand ambition hinged entirely on her maintaining a good relationship with Crest. Elsewhere, Ellis Rifled's expression hardens with resolve. She no longer cares about her father's plan. Her only thought is that she might now be able to see Crest again. She turns away from her stunned father, thinking of everything she has done and vowing to apologize to Crest the moment she sees him. Meanwhile, in a different space, a new power manifests. A gold skill, Bestow Magic, Level 1. A question forms in a user's mind. With this, can he add abilities to weapons and armor? The power belongs to Crest, who now stands in a forest, sword in hand. Having acquired Bestow Magic and a host of other new skills, he decides to give his newfound ability a try. He focuses on his weapon, the Cow Fong sword, examining its inherent abilities. Hidden strength of the Fong, a strength enhancement that consumes a Fong cow's magic stone, and slashing technique, which unleashes a slash by consuming magic power from a monster's magic stone. His sword seems to prompt him, asking if he wishes to bestow the slashing technique. As he considers it, a strange smell catches his attention. He realizes it must be the technique itself, and a grin spreads across his face at how cool it appears. The leaves of the dense forest rustle around him, breaking his concentration. He looks up, startled, a bead of sweat on his temple as a sudden realization dawns on him. The scene shifts entirely. Crest now stands on a grassy shore, gazing out at a vast, endless body of water. It's the sea. He stands before the misty expanse, recalling a common saying, the world is shrouded in mist, and that no one knows what lies beyond it. He concludes that this sea must be the furthest reachable distance in this world, just as it was in the upper world. He walked along the sandy shore, recalling the local lore about the misty sea. Several attempts had been made to investigate what lay beyond the fog, but every ship that sailed out failed to return. In time, people simply stopped trying to go there. His gaze then fell upon a structure extending from the beach out over the water. It was a pier. Approaching the wooden walkway, he noticed there was no boat tied to it. He mused that perhaps the person who used to fish here had moved on, or maybe they had met with some misfortune and couldn't get back. Whatever the reason, he decided it was time to try his own luck. He cast his line, activating a skill he possessed, fishing technique. The response was immediate. A massive splash erupted from the water's surface, startling him with its speed and size. He thought to himself that he was tired of eating only meat and fruit and was looking forward to some seafood. What emerged was no fish. A monstrous, bipedal, lizard-like creature, brandishing a spear, leaped from the depths, aiming directly for him. His expression twisted into one of pure shock as the beast lunged. He instantly recognized the creature as it bit down on his line. It was a Sawajin. The force of the attack sent him stumbling back. He realized he was trapped on the narrow pier, his escape route blocked. Seeing it as a perfect chance to experiment, he decided to use his bestow magic. Imbuing his sword with slashing technique, he unleashed a powerful strike. The blade cut cleanly through the Sawajin, splitting it in two. As the monster fell, he noted the 200 points he received and wondered if he could have finished it with a single blow had the skill been a higher level. He examined the defeated Sawajin, a system interface confirming its data. A wave of disappointment washed over him. He had been hoping to find some actual seafood. He mused that his fishing technique was only level 2, but still hoped to catch something decent. His thoughts were interrupted as he looked out at the water and realized it was teeming with more Sawajin. A system notification then appeared, informing him that the creatures were, in fact, edible if cooked thoroughly. Despite this, he continued fishing for a while longer, but couldn't catch any fish. Only more points accumulated as he was forced to dispatch the monsters. He looked out at the floating corpses with distaste, thinking that he wouldn't eat them even if they were edible. In the throne room, with a teddy bear serving as the official representative for the absent Bahurst family, King Rezifal VII addresses Duke Rifled. The king entrusts him with the search for Crest, a responsibility the Duke readily accepts. Before the matter is settled, the head of the Mycelian family, Minu's father, steps forward. He declares to the king that his family, too, wishes to assist in the search for Crest. He then presents his daughter with a flourish, proposing that the hero, Minu herself, should be the one to lead the search. The suggestion causes a stir among the assembled nobles. Duke Rifled immediately objects, voicing the court's concern. If the hero leaves, who will be left to protect the country? Minu's father counters that Crest's situation in the lower world is far more perilous than their own. He reminds them that Minu's skill, the strike of the hero, is a powerful weapon, implying its necessity for the mission, despite the risk of leaving the kingdom undefended from a large-scale monster attack. The king acknowledges the validity of his point. He turns his gaze to Minu, asking if she is truly prepared to undertake this task. With a bright, confident smile, she affirms her readiness. She assures the king that he can leave the entire matter to her. Satisfied with her resolve, the king agrees, placing his trust in Minu. He then formally dismisses the court. However, Ellis Rifled steps forward, declaring that it is not a good idea. She reveals that she, too, was given a skill that made her body powerful. Minu asserts that as Crest's fiancée, she is the best choice, but Ellis coldly corrects her, stating she is now merely a former fiancée. Ellis's sharp retort leaves Minu momentarily stunned. As Ellis stands her ground, Minu can only think of how Crest always used to talk to her, adding a new layer of personal rivalry to the official mission. She stands stunned by the confrontation, a single thought echoing in her mind. She is being mentally cornered by Ellis's violent behavior. Behind her, Ellis appears small and unassuming. Ellis's unassuming posture shatters in an instant. Her face contorts in pure, unadulterated shock as she lets out a piercing shriek of disbelief. The outburst makes Minu flinch, covering her mouth as she realizes her words went too far. She tries to explain her fears, suggesting that Crest would surely run away if he encountered Ellis now, and that in his despair, he might even take his own life, making his return impossible. Ellis, face flushed with anger, furiously tells her to shut up. As their argument draws attention, the king peeks out from behind a pillar, calling out to Ellis and asking if what Minu said is true. Ellis doesn't grace him with a response, simply turning and walking away. The king turns his focus to Minu, admitting that he might have been somewhat harsh with Crest. With her head bowed, Minu confesses that she lied about being consulted directly on the matter. She explains that even though she is Crest's fiancée, she saw Minu giving him what she interpreted as a lustful look. Ellis immediately refutes the accusation, insisting it's not true and that she was only treating him as a friend. The king looks on, taken aback by this sudden influx of personal drama. The two women lock eyes. Ellis states that she had warned Minu, but was ignored until Minu could talk to Crest herself. Minu glares, retorting that if that was the case, Ellis should have been direct with her, accusing her of taking her frustrations out on Crest instead. Overhearing the exchange, the king becomes utterly bewildered. He turns to the Duke of Rifled and Minu's father, complaining that he was never told any of this. Both fathers insist that they did tell him, but the king continues to deny it, creating a confusing loop of claims and denials. While the elders bicker, the tension between Minu and Ellis finally snaps. With a mutual cry of "that's enough," they lunge towards each other, a brilliant spark of energy crackling between their hands. The outburst finally breaks the king's patience. He erupts in fury, roaring that he doesn't care which one of them does it, but they're to bring Crest back immediately. In the aftermath of the king's decree, the tense rivalry between Ellis and Minu continues in a grand palace hallway. Ellis, internally noting Minu's persistence, directly challenges her, asking how she plans to bring Crest back. Minu states her intention is simply to convince him, but Ellis scoffs at the notion. She reveals that her father has also prepared the best souvenir for Crest. As Minu's expression darkens with frustration, Ellis breaks into a derisive laugh, clarifying her father's plan to bestow upon Crest the position of head of the family upon his return. The revelation confirms Minu's suspicions, and she silently acknowledges that she knew this would be their strategy. Inside the grand estate, Minu Mycelium confronts Ellis rifled directly. With a firm, unwavering gaze, she tells Ellis that she doesn't know anything about Crest. She scoffs at the idea that becoming a duke, with all the associated money and houses, would make Crest happy. Growing visibly annoyed, Minu decides it's useless to say more, but reveals one last thing. What Crest has always wanted is freedom. The word hangs in the air, leaving Ellis stunned and speechless. Seeing the conversation is over, Minu turns and walks away, bidding farewell to Miss Ellis. In a daze, Ellis calls out for her to wait, but she's gone. Alone under the light of the full moon, Ellis looks out over the castle grounds, the single word echoing in her mind, freedom. She is left to wonder what it truly means. Meanwhile, far from the capital in a region known as the Lower World, Crespa Hurst stares out at a vast mountain range. His expression, one of quiet determination. He considers his current predicament. Today is April 30th, the final day of a limited-time Gacha event. He knows that every 11 spins guarantees at least one rare rainbow tier skill, and he watches as the summoned orbs float before him. He reviews his skill list. His appraisal and doctor skills are already at the maximum level 3. However, cultivation is still at level 2. To max out a rainbow skill, a total of 4 copies are needed. 1 for level 1, another for level 2, and 2 more for level 3. Having come this far, he clenches his fist, resolute. He focuses his will and calls for the cultivation skill. In a flash of light, 2 brilliant rainbow orbs appear before him. Success! He throws his arms up in a triumphant roar, overjoyed. All of his rainbow skills are now at their maximum level. His victorious shouts of bonsai echo across the vast, silent forest. He stands at the entrance of the cave that has served as a shelter, ready to move on. With a determined look, he prepares to bid farewell to the temporary refuge, assuring himself that he is not lonely at all. The reason for this change is a new silver skill he acquired from the previous day's Gacha, an ability represented by the simple icon of a house. His face lights up with excitement as he clenches his fist. He realizes that with this new skill, named Carpenter, his long-awaited home can finally be built. His mind is already made up. He has already chosen the perfect location within the forest to build it. He stands in the chosen clearing, where a neat pile of earth and a stack of sturdy logs, the raw materials for construction, have already been gathered and await his command. The spot is ideal, selected for its strategic advantages. It sits on a slight rise for a better view. A nearby creek offers a source of fish, and it provides easy access to unexplored territories. With everything prepared, he activates his construction technique. A luminous interface materializes before him, displaying an array of architectural blueprints as he declares it is time to begin. He finds it enjoyable just to browse the floor plans, noting that his level 1 skill limits the available types and sizes. However, since he lives alone, this is not a concern. After a moment, he points to a specific design, making his final decision. In an instant, the chosen structure materializes in the clearing. A sturdy log cabin now stands complete before him, and he gazes up at his newly created home. He stares at the finished building, his expression one of utter disbelief. He stammers, shocked that there was no construction process at all. The house simply appeared, fully formed. He presses his hand against the newly formed log wall, testing its strength. He concludes that the walls are sturdy enough to protect him from most monster attacks. Satisfied with the exterior, he opens the front door with a click and steps inside, murmuring an apology as if entering a stranger's home. He looks around in awe, noting that the interior is just as solid as the outside. His eyes fall upon a brick kitchen, a feature he has always desired. A closer inspection reveals more incredible details. The window panes are made of glass derived from beach sand, and the curtains are fashioned from monster fur. He realizes that while he could use a skill like cooking technique to complete the kitchen instantly, it's this very lack of personal effort that often makes such creations feel inferior to something truly homemade. In his new solitary life, Crest finds an unexpected passion. Surrounded by lavishly prepared dishes, he reflects that with nothing else to do but explore and collect points, he has become addicted to cooking, a skill he never once practiced in the upper world. Later, he sinks into a bed made of fawn sheep wool, its softness far surpassing anything he knew at his parents' house. The sheer luxury of it leaves him momentarily stunned. His gaze drifts to a calendar hanging on the wall. The date is marked April 4th. As if prompted by the date, he sits up and reaches a hand toward a panel on the wall, which flickers to life at his touch. The screen displays a Gacha screen, a system for acquiring skills by chance. Crest recalls that this was the very beginning of his current path. He decides to check his status before the month changes. The display shows his current attributes and the 50,000 points he has collected so far. He reflects on his usage of the system, noting that he has already tried the Gacha 88 times, spending 40,000 points while keeping 10,000 in reserve. His thoughts turn to the irony of his situation. He was banished precisely for having this Gacha ability, which was deemed a missed skill, a failure. Despite its reputation, this failure has granted him a total of 30 distinct skills. A partial list scrolls by, showing abilities ranging from light magic to various crafting and combat techniques. The full list reveals the true extent of his power. He possesses 30 skills, including 3 max-level rainbow skills, appraisal, cultivation, and doctor, along with a host of gold, silver, and bronze-tier abilities covering magic, combat, and enhancements. He gazes upon the sturdy log cabin, a testament to his newfound abilities. The young man can no longer imagine a life without his skills, yet the solid reality of the home he built gives him an unrealistic, dreamlike feeling. As he lies down on a comfortable bed inside, the feeling persists. He muses that perhaps he needs to connect with another person for this new life to truly feel real. His thoughts drift to the Gacha system. A calendar shows the date is May 5th, meaning tomorrow brings a new month. He wonders if he might get a new selection of skills, suddenly recalling one that would allow him to befriend and raise monsters, a skill as rare as appraisal and doctor. He immediately tempers his excitement, realizing there's no guarantee he'll get another limited edition Gacha. It seems far too convenient. A more pressing concern surfaces. The worst that could happen is that his unused points might simply disappear. He quickly dismisses the thought, trying to relax. Sinking into the mattress, he notes how incredibly fluffy the bed is, so much so that it might spoil him. His mind wanders again, questioning if he should have used all his points or if some announcement will be made later in May. His thoughts then drift back to the events of the other day, the audience with the king and his own appraisal ceremony. The scene shifts to the grand, imposing exterior of the Duke of Bahur's house. Within the opulent mansion, Crest's older brother reclines, seething. He complains to his companion that Crest has humiliated their family twice. His companion, with a hint of sarcasm, asks if he should relay these words to Crest, the next head of the family. His brother erupts in fury, demanding to know what his companion meant. He defensively claims his companion was the one who bullied Crest the most, not him, and that he wasn't ordered to do anything. He insists he isn't scared of any potential reprisal, but his rage betrays him as he crushes a delicate hair accessory in his fist, roaring for his companion to shut up. The outburst leaves the two young men speechless. Their argument is cut short by a thunderous slam. Duke Bahurst, his face contorted with fury, declares that their first priority must be decided immediately. Who is going to search for Crest? The Duke's furious question hangs in the air, met with a surprising answer. He looks up, startled, as Minu Mycelian steps forward and calmly volunteers, "Father, I'll go." Back at the Bahurst estate, a new figure emerges in the family scheming. A young nobleman with long, dark hair and a sharp, cunning expression leans on a table, raising a hand to address Crest's brother, shouting his name, Albert. With a confident smirk, the nobleman declares that he has a secret plan. His private thoughts betray his resolve. He will definitely be the one to bring Crest back. The scene then cuts away, revealing Crest himself, sleeping peacefully and completely unaware of the plot, now aimed directly at him. A man with long, dark hair holds up a metallic collar, explaining to his light-haired companion that anyone wearing it is forced into absolute obedience. The companion acknowledges the statement. The light-haired man recognizes the device as a slave collar, a tool for criminals. He questions if he is being ordered around and warns his superior that there will be severe consequences if it becomes known that he used it on Master Crest. His subordinate's warning is met with pure rage. The long-haired man's face twists in fury as he shrieks, threatening to burn the man down for his insolence. The scene shifts to a massive, ornate gate. The light-haired man explains that this is the only way in, a gate connecting their world to the lower world. He cautions the long-haired man, whom he calls Master Albert, to be careful, as the lower world is dense with demonic elements that inhibit movement. He adds that he has brought 20 knights, though he seems to dismiss the potential threat as minor. Meanwhile, in another location, two other nobles conspire. They agree that the eldest son and younger brothers are all incompetent, noting that a significant opportunity lies before them, yet no one is seizing it. The focus returns to the long-haired Albert. He scoffs at the idea that finding Crest will be difficult, considering it almost too easy. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he reveals his true plan, to use the slave collar on Crest, turning him into a puppet to seize control of the entire Bahurst domain. His decision made, he turns and shouts to his unseen followers, commanding them that it is time to move out. Far from these dark plots, Crest Bahurst sleeps peacefully in a simple room. The sound of birds chirping drifts through an open window, heralding the start of a new day. He stirs and sits up, his gaze falling upon a calendar. His eyes widen as he sees the date. It is now May, and a sudden realization about the Gacha system strikes him. An interface materializes before him, announcing the start of the May celebration Summoner Gacha. The special event offers increased chances for monster training, summoner, and monster taming. With 10,000 points available, he can perform a large summon. His excitement is palpable as the anticipated event finally begins, heralded by a view of a rustic log cabin from within the game's world. He immediately moves to participate, his finger hovering over the button for an 11-round summon. With 10,000 points at his disposal, he decides to give it a try, knowing that an 11-round pull guarantees a rare rainbow reward. As he commits, the world around him seems to shift, transporting him to a clearing in a dense forest. His action triggers a brilliant display. Orbs of light burst forth, and a large, ornate chest materializes before him, erupting in a blinding flash. When the light subsides, he stands before a wall, his points spent, ready to examine the results of the summon. His gaze sweeps over the rewards, displayed as icons floating in ethereal bubbles. He is immediately struck by two particularly rare finds: a new silver tier skill, Monster Evolution Technique, and even more impressively, a rainbow tier skill, Summoner. He examines the new abilities more closely. This Summoner skill will allow him to call upon any monster he has befriended to his location, while the Monster Evolution Technique grants the power to evolve those monsters. A thought then gives him pause. He considers that both of these powerful skills are effectively useless without the foundational ability to befriend a monster in the first place. A system notification confirms his suspicion, stating that this Summoner skill cannot be used as he has no contracted monsters. He quickly dismisses his concern with a confident smile. He tells himself there is no need to panic. He simply needs to acquire the skill to make friends within his next 11 summons. The limited time May Gacha event is just beginning, after all. His confidence is immediately rewarded as he discovers another skill among his acquisitions: monster taming. This ability allows him to befriend monsters that he has defeated. A wave of elation washes over him as he realizes he has successfully obtained all the rare rainbow skills from the selection. He recalls lessons from the Noble Academy, remembering there was indeed a specific method for befriending monsters. The memory becomes clear. The way to make a monster a friend is to attack it repeatedly, with affection, but without delivering a killing blow. He grimaces, recognizing this as a form of gradual torment. As if on cue, a small, goblin-like creature appears before him, and with a determined look, Crest prepares to test this unusual method of making friends. With a sickening crack, Crest's fist connects with the goblin's face. His own expression immediately twists into one of pure horror as he realizes the force he used. He lets out a cry of denial, his eyes wide with shock. The blow sends the small creature flying backward through the air. Crest watches, aghast, a single thought racing through his mind. He might have killed it. It lands in a heap on the forest floor, seemingly lifeless. But then, a strange phenomenon occurs. 3 glowing, heart-shaped gems materialize in the air above the goblin's body. Crest stares, utterly bewildered, as a realization dawns on him. This must be his monster taming skill at work. Though he feels he must hurry onward. Before he can process it further, the goblin begins to stir, slowly pushing itself up from the ground. It sits up, looking more dazed than injured. Crest expresses his surprise, admitting he thought the creature was dead and questioning if it was female. As if in answer, a formal notice appears in his mind. A female goblin has joined his ranks. He has done it. He decides to formalize their new alliance. Setting aside the strangeness of the situation, he suggests they shake hands and extends his own toward the small creature. The young man crouches, suddenly feeling exhausted. He tries to explain the gesture, telling the goblin that when someone offers a hand, you are meant to shake it. The goblin, however, misunderstands completely and slaps his hand with surprising force. Crest yelps, shouting for it not to hit him. He sighs, exasperated, noting that he didn't expect making friends to be this hard. To better understand his new companion, he uses his appraisal skill. The result is shockingly simple: Intelligence 1. Crest realizes with weary certainty that she is, without a doubt, an idiot. The word incompetence triggers a dark memory. He recalls the sneering faces of his past tormentors, their voices echoing in his mind, telling him the world doesn't need incompetence and that he, too, is a deadly failure. He looks at the goblin and sees that same label applied to her. A shadow falls over his face as he stares down at the small creature. The word goblin now carries a heavier weight, tangled with his own history of being judged and dismissed. He pats the small goblin's head, deciding they will work on her memory one bit at a time. The creature, whom he calls Gobu, responds with cheerful laughter. Looking at her, he resolves to raise her into a full-fledged warrior, believing she is not incompetent, merely inexperienced. Deciding to test another skill, he encourages her to try using Summoner. As she stands in the clearing, a glowing magical circle materializes beneath her feet, causing her to cry out in surprise. The summoning is instantaneous, startling both of them. Crest laughs at her good reaction, noting to himself that such summoning speed could be quite useful for surprise attacks. He asks what she thinks of the new skill, but the flustered goblin can only stammer her own name in response. As she continues to babble, Crest dismisses it, thinking he must be hearing things. But then, another sound catches his attention. The scene shifts to a grim tableau elsewhere in the forest. A squad of knights lies wounded and defeated amidst the trees, a dead goblin at their feet. The captain of the night grits her teeth in fury, wondering why they are fighting goblins and on the verge of being completely annihilated. She turns her rage upon her detection team, grabbing one of her subordinates. The knight apologizes profusely, explaining that the dense magical element in the area made it difficult to detect not only Crest but also the monsters. Refusing to hear excuses, she strikes the man across the face, screaming that their incompetence is the reason for their current predicament. She internally seethes, frustrated that the demonic element is so troublesome and has reduced her knight's effectiveness to less than half their normal capabilities. The captain declares they will retreat, ordering her troops to abandon anyone who cannot move. When a knight protests, she furiously retorts that they were just defeated by goblins and cannot return empty-handed. Her true motive is laid bare. If she fails to bring Crest back, her own position will be in jeopardy. In the dim forest, the captain of the night drives a splintered piece of wood into an unseen target with brutal force. As she acts, a subordinate knight calls out to Albert, reporting the discovery of a human trace. Unfazed, the captain turns on another subordinate, grabbing him and demanding to know who is in charge, reminding him with a terrifying glare what happens to those who disobey. The man can only scream in terror. Her attention shifts to the discovery, a set of fresh footprints in the dirt. The subordinate who found them wonders aloud if they could belong to Crest. She examines the tracks more closely. While admitting she doesn't know the shape of Crest's soles, she observes that the size seems correct. With a firm decision, she orders her knights to follow the footprints. Meanwhile, far away from his pursuers, Crest is with the small goblin creature, who looks up at him and lets out a simple vocalization. His party has grown. A large white wolf now sits with them, having officially joined their ranks. Crest praises the wolf's high intelligence. The goblin, however, becomes agitated, trying to get his attention as he fawns over the new canine companion. The goblin urgently presents a system message that has appeared before it, a clear request for Crest to bestow a name upon it. He understands. Looking between the panting wolf and the expectant goblin, he acknowledges that it would be strange to keep calling his new companions by their species. He agrees to give them names. Using the system interface, he types out his choice. He then turns to the goblin and declares that from now on, her name is Goblia. The act of naming has an immediate and violent effect. Goblia is thrown backward, her body rigid as if struck by an invisible force, her expression one of pure shock. She floats in a daze through a white, ethereal space. The powerful surge of energy has subsided, leaving her feeling disoriented as her form settles. Landing back on the forest floor, she finds herself holding a status card. She wonders aloud if this is the influence of the monster evolution technique she received, as Crest confirms that her status has jumped up significantly. He looks at her evolved form, calling out her old nickname, Gobu. His attention then turns to the white wolf, who waits patiently. Realizing he must also give it a name, Crest hopes it won't result in another dramatic transformation. He makes his decision, declaring the name Rufna. A brilliant light immediately envelopes the wolf. The light intensifies as the wolf leaps powerfully into the air, its body arcing through the glow. It lands moments later, the naming process complete. Crest sighs in relief, remarking how cool the wolf is, and it responds with a happy bark. The newly named wolf, Rufna, now stands beside Goblia. The two companions share a moment of mutual acknowledgement. Seeing them together, Crest smiles warmly. He declares them his precious companions and announces that from this day forward, the three of them will live together in this lower world. Goblia, overjoyed by his declaration, notes that the sun is setting and they should head home. The three of them come together in a tight group hug, and Crest tells them that they will all work together from now on. But their peaceful moment is being observed. From the shadows of the forest, a single, sharp eye watches them with intense focus. The unseen presence makes itself known. A sudden noise startles the group, and Crest calls out in alarm. Goblia's eyes widen in shock and fear, sensing the imminent danger. She and the wolf, Rufna, suddenly become agitated. Rufna lets out a low growl, while Goblia bares her teeth and emits a guttural cry. Crest, startled by their abrupt hostility, looks between them and into the dark woods. He asks what's wrong, wondering if there's something out there. The reason for their alarm becomes clear as a faint human scream cuts through the silence. The sound hits Crest, and the understanding shatters his composure. His eyes widen in horror as he realizes that the scream is the cause of their distress. As he looks up, the source of the threat is revealed. His brother, Albert, stands before them, sword in hand, a cruel, triumphant grin spreading across his face. He addresses the second son by name, declaring that he has finally found him. In a painful memory, Crest lies face down and motionless on the grounds of the Bahurst estate, his wolf companion Rufna equally still beside him. An unseen voice remarks on the audacity of him having a pet before giving a cold order to dispose of the body later. The memory continues, revealing the speaker to be his brother, Albert, who stands over him flanked by 2 other young nobles. Albert sneers, telling Crest that he doesn't seem to know his place yet. As Albert's verbal assault continues, Crest's face is a mask of anguish, tears streaming down his cheeks. His brother cruelly labels him a parent killer, declaring there is nothing he can get for that. His sorrow instantly transforms into pure rage. Crest's eyes burn with hatred as he makes a furious vow, declaring that Albert is the one person he will never forgive and that he will be beaten for the rest of his life. The memory fades, shifting the scene to a forest path where Crest walks with the young, dagger-wielding woman. He suddenly grows tense, his body language betraying a deep sense of unease. His unease is justified as a figure appears before them. Crest's eyes widen in shock as he recognizes the man, Albert, the second son of the Bahurst family. He internally questions why his brother is here. Albert, seeing Crest, the girl, and Ruffna, breaks into a wide, cheerful grin. He exclaims that this must be his lucky day, as he had thought Crest was already dead. Waving casually, he greets his brother, announcing that he has been looking for him. His cheerful demeanor vanishes in an instant, replaced by a sharp, focused gaze. Crest, still reeling from the shock, demands to know why Albert is there. From a distance, Albert's voice echoes through the trees. He calls out to Crest, sarcastically asking if this isn't a touching reunion of brothers, and telling him he should be happier. Albert's smug expression returns. He offers a false apology for sending Crest away, dismissing it as a little joke. He then reveals his true purpose, stating with chilling intent that he has come all this way just to get him, leaving Crest stunned. He confronts his brother, shouting that Albert's joke almost led to his death. Albert, with a condescending smile, dismisses his anger, casually questioning why it matters since he's still alive. He then presses his advantage, claiming he can feel Crest's emotions, only to mockingly retract it as just a joke. The taunt strikes a nerve, causing Crest to tremble uncontrollably. Albert's voice clarifies the source of his brother's reaction. What he's feeling isn't anger, but pure fear. He reveals this has been a long-term strategy. He and their other brothers have systematically instilled fear and despair in Crest since birth, conditioning him to never be able to defy them. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, the captain of the night addresses her subordinates. She assures them that if they simply follow her lead, everything will be fine, dismissing any concerns about facing a super rare skill. Her tone hardens as she turns to her terrified subordinates, delivering a chilling threat. She will kill them all later if any of them show the slightest sign of fear in the face of the monster. Her gaze then falls upon Crest and his companions. She mockingly asks if he's keeping a pet again, prompting the white wolf to growl defensively. One of her subordinates, recognizing the pattern, begs her to stop, predicting she will just let the creature die again. The accusation triggers a painful memory for Crest, transporting him back to a time when Albert blamed him for the death of a pet dog, calling him weak and incompetent. Crest's younger self had insisted that Albert was the one who killed it. Snapping back to the present, Crest reacts to the captain's taunts about his incompetence and her order to return to the upper world. He defiantly roars that he is not going back. With his new companions by his side, he declares his decision to live in this world, yelling at the captain and her knights to just go home without him. The captain simply watches, her expression unreadable. The captain of the night regarded Crest's defiance with a dismissive humph. Crest, flanked by the terrified goblin, stood his ground, his expression hardening as he began to retort. No, I mean, her composure shattered in an instant. What tame language did you speak from a while ago? She roared, her face contorting with fury as her fangs seemed to elongate. Use honorifics, you idiot. The words struck him with the force of a physical blow, triggering a catastrophic break in his psyche. He collapsed to his knees, overwhelmed and stammering apologies as he clutched his head. The captain, however, was relentless. She demanded to know what the earlier commotion was and ordered the damn loud monster to be silenced, threatening to cut its throat just as she had before. From the side, a gleeful Albert watched the scene unfold, a sinister thought crossing his mind. The trauma switch had been flipped just as planned. A white wolf growls as a small goblin-like girl stumbles. Within Crest's mind, a storm of fear rages. Thoughts of being yelled at, beaten, and a desperate desire to win clash with apologies and pain. His brain is under so much stress that it can no longer make rational decisions. Seeing his catatonic state, the goblin girl screams for the torment to stop. Crest stands frozen between her and the wolf, his face a mask of shock. She then turns her plea directly to him, begging him not to go against his brother, terrified of what might happen if he does. The wolf watches with concern. The plea is met with the captain of the knight's maniacal laughter. She grabs Crest by his uniform, sneering that he should just shut up and listen. Crest's mind shatters, consumed by a single, paralyzing thought. His brother is going to hit him. The captain continues her verbal assault, warning him that any future disrespect will be met with another beating. Cowering, Crest can only stammer apologies, promising it won't happen again as she declares him an incompetent unworthy of life. Her gloating intensifies as she reveals a chilling truth. She never needed the slave collar she brought. She has had control over him from the very beginning. and now he is completely broken or closed. As the captain's shadow looms, the wolf and the goblin girl watch helplessly. The sharp clink of metal echoes as heavy shackles are fastened around Crest's wrists. He is led away, defeated. The goblin girl takes a hesitant step forward, her voice small as she calls out what she seems to know as his name, Gobu. Her advance is cut short by a knight subordinate, who shoves her back. "You filthy monster!" he yells, warning her not to come any closer. In a flash of defiance, she retaliates. A powerful kick connects squarely with the knight's jaw, sending him flying. The goblin girl herself looks down, stunned by her own sudden, violent action. As the goblin girl stands over the fallen knight, Crest is overwhelmed by a torrent of regret. Tears stream down his face as he apologizes for his failures. A memory surfaces of a long-haired noble who once called him a friend and believed he would become a great warrior, now looking down on him with disappointment. The chaotic scene snaps into focus as Gobu, the goblin girl, suddenly rushes towards him, calling his name repeatedly. Crest stares in stunned confusion, his face flushing as she closes the distance between them with frantic urgency. She dashes past the unconscious form of the knight she just dispatched, grabs Crest's hand, and begins to pull him away. Startled by the sudden turn of events, Crest can only cry out in disbelief at the extent of her devotion as he is dragged along. As he's pulled, his mind spirals into despair. A sharp tug on his collar from the long-haired noble grounds him in the grim reality. Crest resigns himself to his fate, believing this is the last time he will see his friends. He feels destined to lose everything, no matter what skills he might acquire. The pulling sensation intensifies as the white wolf, Rufna, grabs the back of Crest's cloak in its teeth, trying to pull him to safety. The long-haired noble warns Crest that such defiance will only earn him a beating as well. Crest desperately tells them to let him go, caught between his would-be rescuers and his tormentor. Enraged by the stalemate, the noble screams at Crest to go somewhere else, warning him of what his brother will do if he lingers. The threat hangs heavy in the air, causing Crest to cry out in a pained, agonized scream. He then issues a cruel command, ordering Crest to get rid of the dog. The noble presents a twisted test. If Crest kills the wolf, he will admit the boy is not incompetent. Crest is horrified, knowing he cannot kill his friend, but also knowing the punishment that awaits his perceived failure. The noble taunts him, threatening to kill the wolf himself, leaving Crest trapped in an impossible, soul-crushing dilemma. Albert, his face contorted with rage, recognizes the small creature on the ground. "Is it the goblin from earlier?" he sees, grabbing Crest. "What is this?" The goblin, Goblia, lies dazed from a blow. Albert furiously shakes Crest, berating him as a damn incompetent for sending her to call others instead of stopping her immediately. Despite the violent shaking, Crest's mind is strangely clear. He had known his brother would strike him, yet he feels an odd sense of refreshment washing over him. Albert, however, is suddenly bewildered. He realizes with a start that he can no longer hear his own brother's voice, even as he shouts at him. His senses shift. The world outside his own thoughts seems to fade, except for two distinct things. He can feel the warmth of Rufna, his wolf companion, as if she were right beside him, and the only sound he can clearly hear is the voice of the goblin, Goblia. As if summoned by his focus, Goblia stirs and speaks directly to him. She recalls that he was obsessed with something earlier and excitedly asks what he likes so much about that one. He can't help but smile at her good reaction. Her question, combined with her recent actions and impressive summoning speed, begins to connect disparate thoughts in his mind. Her expression shifts to one of sudden, wide-eyed surprise. She begins to shout a single word, "Go." The goblin stands over Crest, who remains kneeling on the forest floor, his hands bound in heavy manacles. She takes a deep breath, and with all her might, lets out a piercing cry that echoes through the trees. Her own name, Gobliea. As the sound washes over him, everything clicks into place. Crest's eyes fly open in revelation as a glowing summoning circle materializes before him. Fragmented thoughts coalesce into a single, powerful understanding. He can't call them alone, but together, he can use his skill. He's a summoner. As the magical energy swirled before him, the situation took a sudden, violent turn. The goblin, Goblia, launched herself through the air, delivering a powerful kick directly to Albert's face. His expression twisted in shock as he let out a cry of disbelief. The force of the kick was brutal, snapping Albert's head back as her foot made solid impact with his jaw. The blow sent Albert hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. He lay stunned, wondering aloud what had just happened. Goblia, meanwhile, landed with a triumphant cheer. Crest watched, a smile breaking across his face as he praised her cleverness. A realization then struck him. She had been intentionally helping him all along. This understanding hardened his resolve. From the ground, Albert roared in fury, incensed that he had been struck in the face and vowing to kill Crest, whom he declared was not family, but nothing. As his brother raged, the very manacles on Crest's wrists began to transform, the metal reshaping itself into a sharp, dark blade. Crest's voice was cold as he stated that Albert had never been a brother to him. He raised the newly formed sword, its point aimed directly at Albert Bahurst. With a voice filled with chilling conviction, Crest made a final declaration. You are my enemy now? With a sharp pivot, Crest lands a powerful kick against his brother Albert's leg, forcing him back against a tree. The blow does little but enrage Albert, who glares at Crest with pure hatred. His fury turns to shock, however, as he looks down to see the blade of his drawn sword inexplicably melting in his hand. His fury redirected, he turns on his subordinates. He screams at his two knights, who stand hesitantly before Rufna and Goblia, demanding to know why they are slacking off and ordering them to kill the monster immediately. His face contorted in a snarl, Albert reminds them that they are still knights and must obey their lord's command, even if it means they have to stab each other to do it. As he roars his command, a scream of pain erupts from one of his men as he is struck down with a sharp, cutting sound. In moments, the confrontation is over. Both knights lie defeated on the forest floor as Rufna and Goblia stand over them, completely unharmed. Crest then calmly addresses his stunned brother, asking if he truly believed Crest would be upset if his companions were attacked. The words sink in. Albert realizes the screams from earlier were from his own men being attacked by Rufna and Goblia. Gritting his teeth, he acknowledges they can't be beaten in strength and bellows at Crest, calling him a stupid bastard. His fury boiling over, he channels his own power. Flames erupt from his hands as he declares that he is the strongest in the upper world and will not lose. He is met not with fear, but with a confident laugh. Crest, now wreathed in his own far more intense flames, declares that his fire magic skill is level 5 and that Albert and his men are done for. He stands his ground as his brother, Albert, unleashes a fire cannon spell, screaming for him to take the hit. The torrent of flame rushes directly towards Crest, who remains perfectly still. The fiery blast impacts not Crest, but a newly formed barrier of earth that rises to meet it. Albert stares in disbelief, questioning just how many skills his brother possesses. He recognizes the defense as a simple mud wall and resolves to shatter it with a relentless assault. He immediately puts his words into action, unleashing a barrage of fire cannon spells. He believes that no matter how many skills Crest has, they won't stand up to this overwhelming firepower. Despite the continuous explosions, the earthen walls stand firm. Albert grows increasingly frustrated, screaming in anger as he fails to breach the defense. From behind his barrier, Crest calmly observes, coming to a startling conclusion. For his walls to withstand such an attack, his own earth magic must be at least level 5 or higher. He is taken aback by this realization. He knows his own earth magic is only level 3, and wonders if this unexpected power boost is yet another benefit of his unique divine skill. Gacha. Across the clearing, Albert stares, a look of dawning comprehension on his face. He asks if that divine skill is the true reason why their family wants Crest to return. Crest confirms his brother's suspicion. He explains that his Gacha skill is an ability granted by God, intended for the salvation of the upper world. Albert listens, his expression hardening with grim understanding. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the White Wolf Rufna and the Goblin Goblia discuss recent events. Goblia observes the increasing frequency of monster appearances in the upper world, and Rufna grimly adds that it is a harbinger of a massive monster invasion to come. The focus returns to the two brothers, where a shocking scene unfolds. Albert has fallen to his knees, his forehead pressed to the ground in a deep bow. He begs Crest to return and help save their world. Internally, however, he seethes with rage, viewing this act as the ultimate humiliation. His true intention remains unchanged, to find an opportunity to place the slave collar around his brother's neck. Looking down at his prostrated brother, Crest speaks, his voice calm. He simply tells Albert to raise his head. The command catches Albert by surprise, and he looks up with a start. He responds not with words, but with action. With a sudden, brutal thrust, he drives a blade deep into Albert's shoulder. Albert's eyes widen in disbelief and pain. As his brother chokes on a gasp, the young man's face, cast in shadow, contorts with fury. He explains through gritted teeth that he is here because they all abandoned him. The initial shock gives way to searing agony, and Albert screams, insisting he doesn't care what happens to the others. Internally, his bravado crumbles into pure terror, a frantic realization that this is not a bluff. He is truly being stabbed and might be killed. Outside the Grand Bahurst estate, Albert confronts his brother, Crest. He reveals that their father is considering giving Crest the Duke's title, believing the power and wealth of the family will be enough to sway him. With a contemptuous look, Albert demands to know if that offer is sufficient to convince him. The proposition sends a shock wave of agony through Crest. He cries out, clutching his head as if under psychic assault. His turmoil continues as he stares down at Albert, who is now on the ground with an injured leg. Crest questions his own actions, realizing that if he permanently injures his brother, Albert won't be able to return home. A part of him screams for help, but he outwardly rejects the path of vengeance, shouting that he doesn't need what Albert offers. He hesitates, dagger in hand, but his focus shifts. The small goblin, Gobu, is now healed. Albert, his leg also mended by what he identifies as water magic from a doctor, looks up in disbelief. He declares that Crest has lost and orders him to return to the upper world and report his failure. Looking down at his defeated brother, Crest issues a final warning. Stay away from him, because there will not be a next time. He then turns away with a genuine smile, calling to his companions, the wolf Rufna and the goblin Gobu, to leave with him. He internally resolves that he is no longer Crest Behurst, but simply Crest, deciding that killing Albert would have made him no better than his brother. As Crest and his new party walk away into the woods, Albert remains on the ground. A low, sinister laugh escapes his lips. His laughter contorts into a furious snarl. "Don't be ridiculous," he screams, enraged that Crest would declare victory without his permission. He proclaims that he has one last trump card left to play. He reveals his final gambit, a metal slave collar. He vows that for turning his back, Crest will be made a slave and will regret it until the day he dies. With a face twisted in maniacal glee, Albert unleashes his power. A Sawajin, another goblin, and a shadowy creature leap forward, a new wave of monsters summoned to attack the unsuspecting Crest. He cries out in shock as one of the very goblins he summoned strikes him from the side, the attack coming as a complete surprise. Meanwhile, Crest finds himself swarmed by the other small creatures. As they begin pulling at his clothes, he demands to know what they are doing and orders them to stop, warning them they won't get away with it. The air fills with a cacophony of frantic struggles and desperate screams as the chaotic assault continues. The goblin's true target becomes brutally clear. Albert lies overwhelmed on the ground, his face a mask of agony as the creatures tear at his clothes and flesh, silencing his pained cries. As his brother is dealt with, Crest faces a different kind of attention. A female goblin eyes him with interest, and he recalls a lesson from the academy. Goblins can attack the opposite sex of other races during mating. He realizes he might be in trouble, too, as another goblin gives a confident thumbs up. Her intention becomes clear as she beams, returning the thumbs up with a wide, enthusiastic grin. Her approval signals a new charge, and a group of female goblins rushes toward Crest with gleeful cries. Sometime later, the commotion has ceased. Crest sits on a tree stump, sighing wearily and wondering to himself if this strange outcome could truly be considered a good ending. He is not alone for long. The female goblin approaches and offers him a piece of fruit, which he accepts with thanks. The white wolf, Rufna, looks on as the goblin, now called Gobu, stand by his side. As night falls over the forest, Crest reflects on the bizarre turn of events, attributing the acquisition of his unlikely new ally to the unpredictable nature of his divine skill. Gacha. He sat on the ground, his new companions, Gobu and Rufna, nearby. Gazing down at the sprawling city of the upper world, he wondered what would become of it if he weren't there. He quickly dismissed the thought, believing his skill was far too ridiculous to be of a level that could actually save the world. His thoughts then drifted to those he left behind. He worried that if monsters were to truly attack, it would place a heavy burden on Minu, on top of the danger to Ellis. He suddenly snapped back to the present, noticing the concerned looks from Gobu and Rufna, and apologized for being lost in thought, reassuring them he wasn't going anywhere. As he stood and stretched, remarking on what a long day it had been, he noticed Gobu staring at him intently. He questioned her gaze, and she immediately became flustered, covering her face. He realized that the female goblin, Goblia, had been looking at him like that for a while. With his companions at his side, a smile returned to Crest's face. Putting the day's chaos behind him, he looked toward the horizon and declared it was time to go home. The trio stood together, ready for the journey ahead. While walking through the woods with his small companion, Crest expresses a desire to return home, but worries about the hassle of encountering trouble. To be safe, he decides to use one of his skills to assess the situation around them. He raises a hand, activating his perception technique. His senses immediately detect a large creature nearby, which he identifies as a blade cow. However, his perception reveals something more unsettling beyond the beast, the distinct feeling of a human presence. The unexpected discovery causes his eyes to widen in shock. The source of the disturbance is a young woman in a hooded cloak, panting heavily as she faces the massive, horned blade cow. She swings a heavy blade, but the beast parries the blow with its horn, the impact ringing out with a sharp clang. The creature presses its advantage, its horn forcing the girl's blade back. Just as she is about to be overwhelmed, Crest lunges forward, intercepting the attack with his own sword and shielding her from harm. He holds the beast at bay and glances down at the stunned girl. He asks if she can understand him and offers to lend a hand. Flustered, she quickly agrees. With her consent, Crest shouts into the woods, calling for his companions, Goblia and Rufna, to help him with the creature. After the confrontation, the subdued blade cow turns to leave. The girl thanks it for its help, telling it not to worry. A strange notification appears, reading 200p, as if a reward has been granted. Now that the immediate danger has passed, Crest checks on the girl, asking if she is all right as she seems shaky. Noticing her pale complexion as she stumbles, he pardons himself and decides to use his appraisal skill to assess her condition. The appraisal reveals a horrifying truth. She's affected by a deadly poison, with her remaining life ticking down from just 2 minutes and 42 seconds. As the girl collapses, gasping for breath, Crest yells that he is making the medicine for her now. He rushes to the collapsed girl's side. holding a wooden cup filled with the antidote he just created. He urges her to drink it, promising it will make her feel better. Weakly, she takes the cup and begins to drink. As she drinks, she remarks internally that she's never tasted anything like it. Crest watches her, thinking to himself that, no matter how he looks at her, she appears to be a normal human. The antidote works instantly. The girl exclaims that the drink is delicious and the unpleasant feeling in her body has vanished. Crest expresses his relief, but his own perception technique reveals a confusing truth. She feels like neither a human nor a monster. He cautiously asks if she is, in fact, not human. In response to his question, she simply reaches up and pulls back the hood of her cloak. Crest's eyes widen in shock at what is revealed. With her hood now down, revealing pointed ears and small, dark horns atop her head, she looks directly at him. She asks him plainly if she looks human. Before he can answer, she offers a gentle smile, her hand placed over her chest. She introduces herself with a calm declaration. She is the Goblin Queen. As he walks with the hooded girl, Crest recalls knowledge from the Night Academy. Some demi-humans are born with high abilities due to mutation, becoming kings or queens who rule over their tribes. He glances at his companion, thinking of her as the Goblin Queen. She quietly affirms his unspoken thought. She then stops him, her expression hesitant. The girl, a demi-human, tells him she has a favor to ask. Crest is visibly surprised by her directness. With her hands clasped anxiously before her, a faint blush on her cheeks, she makes her plea. She begs him to save her village. When he asks what she means, she explains that her small village, located deep within the mountains, was attacked that morning by a poisonous monster. Though they fought it off, many of the villagers were poisoned. Crest listens with a grave expression as she bows low, crying out that her tribe will be wiped out if nothing is done. She desperately implores him to save them. Her voice trembles as she adds that it is far too dangerous to travel through the woods in the dead of night. He asks how many are poisoned, and she stammers that it's about 10 people. Crest decides they will gather antidote materials along the way, then raises a hand and casts light magic. A brilliant orb illuminates the dark forest, causing the girl to gasp in amazement. Staring at him with wide, hopeful eyes, she asks if he is truly going to save them. Crest calmly confirms that he sees no reason to decline and will do what he can. He then tells her they have more walking to do, asking if she will be all right. He addresses her as Goblia and also mentions Rufna. The newly named Goblia becomes completely flustered, letting out small, surprised sounds. She quickly recovers, thanking him profusely and promising to never forget this favor. Crest smiles, saying it's no big deal, but then adds a condition. As a substitute, he would like to be provided with land and labor. He hesitantly agrees to the Goblin Queen's proposal. She is delighted, assuring him that her village will welcome him and that she will pay him for some cleaning he can do while she is away setting up a new base. Crest asks her to lead the way. As they prepare to depart, he realizes he doesn't know her name and asks. She cheerfully introduces herself as Livia. In turn, Crest introduces himself, the small Goblin Goblia, and the wolf Rufna. Livia, admitting she is still a beginner, expresses her excitement to be working with him. The scene shifts. Elsewhere, in a luxurious bathhouse under the night sky, Minu Mycelian speaks to Ellis Rifled. Minu mentions that Albert Behurst was sent to the lower world and expresses surprise that Ellis, as Crest's ex-fiancé, was unaware of the news concerning Crest's brother. Ellis, pouring water over her shoulder, calmly refutes the claim, stating simply that she is not Albert's fiancé. Minu presses on, asking if Albert managed to bring Crest back. She reveals that after traces of Crest were found, the Mycelian family had also planned to send troops to the lower world, but those forces seem to have since disappeared. Ellis explains the strategic situation. Due to a mass outbreak of monsters, maintaining security in the upper world has become the highest priority, likely diverting the planned troops. She then laments ending up in a mixed bath at the inn where she was dispatched, wishing it hadn't been arranged that way. Her strategic explanation fades as her expression softens completely. A deep blush spreads across her face as she clasps her hands, confessing with pure relief and joy that she is simply so happy that Crest is still alive. Minu, seeing this raw emotion, questions if it's wise for Ellis to be so relaxed. She prods her, warning that if she doesn't act quickly, the best troops from the rifle house might retrieve Crest first. Minu then pointedly asks why Ellis doesn't just go and take him herself. Ellis turns away, agreeing that the lower world is no sweet place, and that life there must be very inconvenient for him. That is her only concern. When Minu asks if she plans to bring him clothes, Ellis quietly admits that if she were to do that, she might not come back either. Within the dark forest, a small sack holds the fruits of a recent hunt, 10 poison bee needles and 5 poison snake fangs. It is just enough for the task at hand. Crest presents the gathered materials to Livia, who bows apologetically. She expresses remorse for being a burden when she was supposed to be helping him, but he reassures her not to worry while she is still sick. He adds that the goblin, Gobu, and the wolf, Rufna, were eager to fight. She looks out into the woods, remarking that she never knew he had such a difficult time in the upper world. Crest simply replies that it is all over now. He continues, explaining that some skills can't be used on their own, making things a struggle, but he had no choice but to keep defeating monsters. Livia smiles, replying that she is glad his gacha skill is such a wonderful power for him. As they walk, Livia spots their destination in the distance, exclaiming that she can see the village. Her face lights up with a bright, eager smile as she tells Crest she would love to see him use his gacha ability. Her return does not go unnoticed. Back in the village, one of the goblins spots her approaching and excitedly points her out to another. The goblins rush to greet Livia. Their voice is a mix of relief and frustration. They scold her for worrying them by disappearing so suddenly, but Livia just apologizes sheepishly, mentioning that she left a note. Their anger quickly fades, replaced by joy that she is okay. The note she left is revealed. A simple piece of wood carved with the words, "I'm looking for an antidote." One of the goblins recalls seeing it, thinking how much more worried they were that she would do such a thing while poison herself. Facing the concerned goblins, Livia dismisses their complaints for the moment, stating that the person standing behind her is the one who cured her poison. The goblins stare in awe, murmuring amongst themselves about a savior capable of such miracles. She gestures grandly towards Crest, asking everyone to calm down as she introduces him as their savior. The goblins' awe instantly turns to terror. "A human," they cry out. Crest stands frozen, completely taken aback by their fearful reaction. An elder goblin confronts Livia, reminding her that while the past cannot be changed, it was humans who banished their kind to the lower world. Livia stands firm, insisting that their current priority must be to save their friends in the village. Seemingly convinced, the elder goblin relents. He gestures toward a nearby hut, telling the human to follow him. Inside, a grim scene unfolds. Numerous goblins of all ages lie motionless on the floor, suffering from a severe illness. Livia approaches an elderly, trembling goblin named Mr. Gobzo. She presents him with a cup, reassuring him that it's all right now and urging him to drink. The effect is immediate and miraculous. Another goblin rushes to embrace the now-healed Mr. Gobzo, overjoyed and relieved. He sits up, confirming he is healed, as his companion expresses her immense gladness. As the goblins stare in awe, Livia informs the recovering Mr. Gobzo that he still needs to rest. She then turns to the gathering crowd, asking for calm as they haven't finished treating everyone. Crest raises his hands, attempting to apologize for his earlier rudeness, but the goblins hail him as a lifesaver, the savior of their village. However, in the midst of the relief, two other goblins confront Livia. They scold her for being selfish and reckless, a criticism that they say applies to her as well. Flustered, Livia can only stammer in response. Unable to justify her actions against their pointed accusations, Livia simply offers a quiet apology. Later that night, she speaks with Crest alone. She explains that she must take responsibility for her actions, and, though she'd like to hold a welcome banquet, she instead offers him a place to sleep in her home's guest rooms for the night. Crest appears grateful for the offer. As they walk, Livia internally laments that they have only just become friends and are already on a death march, silently apologizing for the difficult situation. Nearby, Ruffna carries a sleeping goblin child to a bed of dried leaves. Livia reflects that her house is quite impressive, both inside and out. Having accepted lodging for the night, Crest considers his next move. He uses his water magic to conjure a glass of ice water, the cubes rattling as they settle. He reflects on his collection of abilities, smithing technique, doctor, water magic, and decides that for now, he should simply rest. He takes a sip, and a realization strikes him. Thinking back on the recent battle, he understands that skills will not activate without consciously invoking their name. It occurs to him that in the heat of the moment, he never even had time to think of using his smithing technique. His gaze drifts to a pair of lit candles. A flicker of excitement crosses his face as he decides to test this new theory, focusing his will and issuing a mental command. Extinguish the fire. The flames remain unchanged. Realizing it's not so simple, he gives up for the night. Lying back on a bed of straw, he decides it's best to just sleep. As he drifts in a slumber under the crescent moon, his mind swirls with unanswered questions about the world he's found himself in, about demi-humans, the lower world, monsters, skills, and the mysterious gacha system that governs his powers. The next day dawns with a stunning sight. A large, finely constructed house stands where there was nothing before. Livia explains to the awestruck goblins that it was built in an instant and is on the same level as her own mansion. She turns to Crest, thanking him profusely and calling him amazing. He responds modestly, saying it's just a skill he happens to have. When she asks if he's sure about rebuilding the house, given the constant threat of monsters, he seems unconcerned. Beaming, Livia announces that she'll do her part by cooking, declaring she's been working hard for his sake. Crest presents a creature called a scissors crab's baby, explaining that while it's delicious raw as sashimi, its stock can be used to make a wonderful soup. Livia, holding a knife, looks on in confusion, unfamiliar with the concept of soup stock. Her unfamiliarity is clear as she asks what the creatures are. Behind her, two young goblins admit they don't know either, highlighting the village's lack of knowledge about them. Crest is pleased to hear this. After tasting the finished soup, Livia's eyes widen in delight, exclaiming how good it is. She asks if there is salt, and Crest confirms it, explaining that simmering the meat and seasoning it with salt brings out the flavor. Elsewhere, the goblin children work together around a large iron pot, one complaining about the heat. Another observes that no one in the village knew about this method, remarking on Crest's extensive knowledge. Livia approaches Crest, asking why the goblins must always line up for water. He explains it's because he is the only one who can use water magic. As he speaks, a goblin child's hands glow with energy, prompting Livia to ask if that goblin can use magic skills as well. The goblin child confirms that a few others can use skills. Livia quietly processes this, murmuring about a bucket. Overhearing her, Crest proposes a solution, using a bucket to reduce the burden of carrying water. Excited by the idea, Livia asks how to use it. Crest explains the smithing technique required to create one, and Livia marvels at the finished product, seeing a bucket for the very first time. As night falls over the simple, thatched roof huts of the goblin village, a sense of unease settles. A question hangs in the air. Is there something fundamentally wrong with this place? Inside a tiny cabin, the goblin child Gobu sleeps soundly next to the wolf Rufna. Livia watches them, wondering if they prefer small spaces because they are monsters. Crest appears behind her, surprised, asking if the two of them are going to sleep in such a small dwelling. He momentarily laments his own rough, sleeping conditions, wishing for a comfortable bed. His wish is granted inside Livia's surprisingly well-built house, where he collapses onto a soft, fluffy bed. He sighs in relief, realizing that if the civilization was advanced enough to build this house, such comforts must exist. He lay in bed, his mind unable to rest. The gaps in the goblins' knowledge felt strange, almost unnatural. They knew nothing of simple things like buckets or soup stock. It was a peculiar, biased ignorance. As he pondered this mystery, a soft knock came from the door, followed by Livia's voice asking if he was still awake. Recognizing her, he confirmed that he was as the door creaked open. His quiet confirmation was met with the sight of Livia entering his room. He sat up abruptly, startled by her unexpected late-night visit. She turned, revealing a flushed, hesitant expression and attire that was far from her usual practical clothing. Utterly bewildered by her appearance and the situation, Crest could only ask what was happening. The reason for her visit was rooted in the village's recent, dramatic changes. Thanks to Crest, her people were now sleeping soundly, their quality of life vastly improved, but she knew this was only the beginning. Her expression hardened with resolve and anxiety. She explained that as chief, she has a duty to protect the village. Despite the recent improvements, she felt a crushing weight of responsibility, fearing that if she didn't take further action, she herself would be the cause of its destruction. With that heavy confession, she moved forward, the bed creaking as she knelt before him. Crest, still flustered, addressed her uncertainly. She formally stated her purpose. As the head of the village, she had a favor to ask of him. She looked up, her gaze direct and intense. With a blush coloring her cheeks, but her voice firm, she made her request. "Would you please marry me?" The question hung in the air, shattering the quiet of the room. Crest's mind went blank, his expression frozen in utter shock as he stared at Livia, unable to process the sudden, life-altering proposal. Inside his room, Crest is taken aback to find Livia on his bed, dressed in revealing attire. His mind reels, trying to process how she suddenly appeared, proposing marriage while looking like this. She, too, is flustered, her face flushing as she realizes they are alone in a man's bedroom at night. The thought that something like this should happen at least once crosses her mind, but the idea, so far removed from anything she learned at the Noble Academy, makes her dizzy. Her spiraling thoughts cause her to stammer aloud about a couple's lovemaking, her wide, swirling eyes fixed on a similarly shocked Crest. Startled by her outburst, Crest calls out her name, asking if she is all right and worrying that she is pushing herself too hard. The strain is too much, and Livia collapses back onto the bed. He lets out a sigh of relief, seeing she has just overwhelmed herself. He gently tells her that she doesn't have to force things, and that if she needs help, she can simply talk to him. Livia nods in understanding. After a brief silence, her expression turns serious as she brings up a new topic, an alliance with the werewolf tribe. She explains the werewolves' true motives. They are using the recent mass outbreak of monsters as a pretext. Their real goal is to bring the goblins under their control, and she suspects they may even be planning to procreate with the goblin race, who can interbreed with others. The alliance, she concludes, is nothing more than a name for a takeover. Crest listens, his expression hardening as he puts the pieces together. He now understands that this is the real reason for the marriage proposal. If it goes through, he realizes he himself will be taken in by the werewolf tribe. Having grasped the situation, he stands up decisively. As Livia looks down, dejected, Crest apologizes but states firmly that he hates political marriages more than anything and that they cannot get married. He continues, however, clarifying that he cannot overlook the fact that Livia and the other goblin tribes will be at a disadvantage. With a reassuring smile, he declares that he will help her. Livia looks up, her expression of despair replaced by shock and a glimmer of hope. His unexpected declaration leaves Livia utterly flustered, her face flushing red as she stammers. Her embarrassment deepens as she realizes her state of undress. After an impulsive hug, she quickly covers herself and pleads for Crest to put on some clothes first. Having regained a sliver of composure, she profusely apologizes for her revealing attire, explaining that she wasn't thinking clearly and begging him not to think ill of her. He, now clothed, looks at her thoughtfully. He asks if she has any interest in clothes, remarking that her previous outfit was quite extreme. She admits that she doesn't have a strong interest. Livia explains that there used to be craftsmen who made clothes, but since they're gone, no one can make new ones, and the villagers have gradually lost interest. She clarifies that the clothes he just saw were heirlooms, passed down from her ancestors, what she considers her best clothes. This is in stark contrast to their well-maintained weapons and farm equipment. The reason for this decline is a fundamental difference from the upper world. Here, there is no technology transfer. When a person with a unique skill dies, that knowledge is lost forever. Livia quickly adds that she by no means wears such clothing on a regular basis. He listens intently, then addresses Livia directly. He states that at this rate, her village and the entire tribe will eventually perish, questioning why they're going against their own traditions. She can only affirm his grim assessment. Instead of letting the thought linger, he presents her with a neatly folded set of clothes, offering her a tailoring technique to try. She accepts, and moments later, she stands transformed in a stylish new outfit. She expresses her delight, asking if it's truly okay for her to take it. Crest confirms, pleased that she likes it, as Livia looks at him with renewed admiration and gratitude. She expressed her profound gratitude, thanking Crest and promising to cherish his gift for the rest of her life. Outside, the goblin village bustled with activity, its inhabitants gathering in the central square. Within the main hall, a quiet moment settled as Crest sat with Livia, the small goblin child, and Rufna, a sense of calm prevailing after the recent events. Within a large wooden hall, the werewolf king, Orphe, greets his visitor. He addresses Livia, noting that it is good she came. Beside her, Crest watches the king with a wary, unimpressed expression. He leans forward, dispensing with pleasantries. Orphe states that her very presence must mean she has decided to accept his offer for an alliance. Livia's response is immediate and blunt. She looks at him and states simply that she's going to decline the offer. Her refusal ignites Orphe's temper. His face contorts with anger as he claims he didn't hear her correctly, demanding she repeat herself. He questions why she would come all this way, just to refuse. Unfazed by his anger, Livia meets his gaze and reiterates her position with stark clarity. She is declining the offer. The finality of her words settles over the tense hall, where she, Crest, and Roughness sit opposite the imposing werewolf king. Enraged, Orphe slams his hand down. He turns to his assembled warriors and bellows for them to get their weapons, declaring that they will raid the goblin village. As the werewolves begin to stir, a sharp command cuts through the rising chaos. Wait a minute. The voice is Crest's. He stands abruptly, his hand outstretched to halt the king's command. Orphe glares at him, demanding to know who he is. Crest identifies himself as a human, explaining that for certain reasons, he is indebted to the goblin tribe's village. He continues, his voice firm, stating that they are not there to start a war. Their only desire is to form an alliance on equal footing. Behind Orphe, the crowd of werewolves murmurs in confusion, surprised to see a human intervening as their king looks on. Crest's demand for equality is met with derision. The werewolf king, Orphe, scoffs at the notion, declaring there is no way the proud werewolf tribe is equal to the goblins. His subjects, agitated, howl for the intruders' deaths. Across the tense clearing, Crest stands firm between Livia and Rufna, a silent and defiant trio facing the hostile crowd. The sight of the goblin girl and the white wolf standing with the human gives the werewolves pause. Livia herself seems to have a sudden realization. She turns to the werewolves with a bright smile, cheerfully explaining that it was, of course, Mr. Crest who empowered the monster. She boasts that giving mana is easy for him and that he possesses all sorts of other powers, much to Crest's flustered surprise. Crest himself silently wonders what this mana is. Livia continues, clarifying that mana is a special name granted by a specific person under certain conditions, which greatly enhances the recipient's abilities. As she speaks, Crest feels a sudden warmth, a tangible effect of the power he supposedly bestowed. Orphe's attention fixes on Crest. He declares that the human will be named the representative for the goblin tribe. Processing this, Crest asks if Livia is also one of these magical names, but Orphe dismisses it as a mere nickname. Livia protests Orphe's one-sided terms. If he wins, the goblins are subjugated, but if Crest wins, the werewolves merely receive a name. Before she can finish, Crest steps forward with resolve, looking the werewolf king in the eye and challenging him to a duel. The werewolf king accepts. As Livia cries out in alarm, Orphe leans in with a smirk and asks what, by the way, he stands to win. He stands unflinching before the imposing king. Crest states that Orphe can do whatever he wants upon winning, but confidently adds that it's not going to happen. The two face off, the air thick with tension. The terms are set. A duel will be held between the representative of the werewolf tribe, Mr. Orphe, and the representative of the goblin tribe, Mr. Crest. He listens as Livia's voice reaches him. filled with apology. He narrows his eyes, questioning what she could be sorry for. She continues, expressing her guilt for placing this heavy responsibility on his shoulders. Crest, however, offers a reassuring smile, telling her not to worry. He explains that he is simply relieved that the situation didn't escalate into a full-scale war, and that he would much rather use his magical name as a bargaining chip than see that happen. Despite his words, Livia's concern remains. She reaches out and grips his hand tightly. Crest looks down at their joined hands, his expression hardening with resolve as he declares that he cannot stand the thought of anyone being exploited, and for that reason, he will fight against this injustice. As the duel is declared to begin, Livia offers a final, quiet good luck. In an instant, Orphe explodes in emotion, lunging across the ground with blinding speed, his claws aimed directly at Crest. The young man can only let out a startled cry, caught completely by surprise by the sheer velocity of the Werewolf King's opening assault. With a surprising burst of agility, Crest leaps over the Werewolf King, his foot coming down with enough force to crush the stone beneath him. Orphe can only cry out as the feint catches him off guard. Surrounded by a sea of werewolves, Crest remains focused on his opponent. Orphe roars in frustration, bellowing that try to wear him down is useless and warning Crest not to underestimate the infinite strength of a werewolf. From the crowd, a follower questions Crest's evasive maneuvers, wondering if it is fear that keeps him from attacking directly. He recalls his training. His body remembers the swordsmanship learned at the Noble Academy. As Orphe charges forward, Crest sees his opportunity and prepares to counter with a hand-to-hand fighting technique. The technique is flawless. In a swift motion, Crest disarms Orphe and delivers a powerful blow to his midsection. The Werewolf King gasps, spitting blood as the force of the impact rips through him. With the battle decided, Crest stands over the defeated king, the point of his sword now resting against Orphe's throat. The werewolf leader stares up, his eyes wide with the shock of his utter defeat. The outcome is so unbelievable that one of Orphe's followers expresses his dismay, unable to comprehend how their king could possibly lose. Kneeling in the dirt, Orphe refuses to live in disgrace. He looks up at his conqueror and makes a simple, final request: kill me. In response, Crest sheathes his sword with a decisive click, startling both Orphe and Livia. He dismisses the notion of killing him, reminding Orphe of their wager. Crest then states his terms for victory. Orphe will live and form an alliance, with goblins and werewolves standing on equal footing. He continues, lecturing the defeated king that true shame lies not in survival, but in dying and abandoning the people who adore him. Crest's words stir the crowd. Orphe's followers cry out in agreement, revealing they followed him because they believe he is the legitimate successor. They plead with him, questioning how they are supposed to live if their king were to disappear. As the defeated werewolf king Orphe kneels, his followers sob around him. One female werewolf strikes his back, chiding him for trying to look cool in defeat, causing him to grimace in frustration. He then bows his head low, addressing Crest as my lord. Surprised by the sudden submission, Crest immediately rejects the title. Orphe interrupts, insisting that he will become Crest's sword and offering himself for Crest's use. A slight smile plays on Crest's lips as he asks Orphe to repeat the offer. Suddenly, Livia grabs Crest's arm, anxiously asking if she is truly meant to be the leader. At the same time, Orphe rises and declares to the assembled goblins and werewolves that Crest is their new leader. A proclamation met with a roaring cheer of Asu. He is visibly flustered by the sudden appointment, blushing as the crowd begins to chant our leader. Composing himself, he announces that he will accept the role of leader, but only on the condition that it helps the goblins and werewolves form a stable alliance. He clarifies that this is his sole motivation for taking the position. Following his conditional acceptance, the unified crowd of werewolves and goblins erupts into a massive, synchronized cheer, their fists raised in solidarity. Livia, completely misunderstanding, asks Crest if giving herself to him is a condition of their alliance, adding that she isn't planning on starting a family yet. Overhearing, Orphe calmly assures Crest that he understands, and there will be no more talk of him taking Livia as a wife. He internally laments his poor choice of words, realizing he made himself sound like a tragic hero. He then clarifies to the flustered Livia that he only wanted her to join him because he'd heard of the Goblin Queen's renowned fighting prowess and desired a strong warrior for his cause. Orphe processes this information, then poses a critical question. Is the purpose of gathering these strong warriors to counter the increasing number of monsters emerging from the lower world? Crest looks on, considering the implication. He asks Orphe to elaborate on his purpose. The Werewolf King explains that he needed to gather as many warriors as possible for a specific reason. Acknowledging Crest's request, Orphe agrees to share the story of his village's gruesome past, which he describes as the tale of a pathetic werewolf who must be punished for his sin. Panic erupts in the goblin village. One resident expresses doubt that Crest and Livia can succeed, while another trembles, fearing they've been killed. The chaos crescendos as a goblin screams a dire warning. A horde of werewolves is heading directly for them. The terrified scream echoes through the air. In stark contrast, Another group of goblins stands before a building, one of them gratefully announcing that this will be their new home from this day forward. Inside, the werewolf leader, Orphe, begins to tell his story. He explains that his people once lived in a village further north, and that his father, the chief at the time, was supposed to decide upon his successor. Orphe's expression is grim as he recalls the past. He continues, revealing that the old chief died before he could name that successor. Orphe's voice hardens as he clarifies a crucial point. His father didn't just die, he was murdered by Orphe's own brother, Felt. A brutal memory flashes past. The werewolf chief, slain, his body contorted in a final, silent scream. In the background, a savage, shadowy figure with glowing eyes, Felt, looms over the kill. Orphe explains the motive for the patricide. The old chief had inscribed Orphe's name on the stone tablet that designated the next leader. When Felt discovered this, he flew into a rage and killed their father on the spot. His gaze meets Crest's and Livia's as he reveals the final betrayal. Felt not only murdered their father, but he also framed Orphe for the crime and even attempted to have him executed. Livia murmurs in disbelief at the awfulness of the act. He goes on, explaining that he was only saved from execution by loyalists from his father's faction, who helped him escape this far. Nearby, two of his followers looked downcast, remembering their former leader as a righteous and compassionate man who treated even his underlings well. Having finished his story, Orphe looks earnestly at Crest. He admits he should have revealed this truth sooner, warning that by sheltering him, Crest and his allies might now be in grave danger. Crest responds not with fear, but with solidarity. He places a reassuring hand on Orphe's shoulder, declaring that they are allies now and he shouldn't worry. With the alliance forged, Crest immediately turns to planning, suggesting they figure out living arrangements for the two races, starting with the option of living separately as they did before. He watches as Orphe, the werewolf leader, bows his head in apology for the earlier conflict. Orphe declares that as a gesture of goodwill, he has decided to move his entire tribe's base to this location, offering his and his men's services to Crest. The sudden announcement leaves Crest momentarily stunned by the prospect of so many new residents. This sudden decision sends a wave of unease through the goblin population. They exchange worried glances, uncertain about sharing their home with the formidable werewolves, provided Livia and Crest approve. Livia, however, seems unconcerned. She turns to Crest, asking if he plans to use his skills to build houses for their new allies. He confirms his intention to begin developing the western area of their territory. A cheerful voice cuts in as a female werewolf with glasses approaches. Before she can speak, Crest clarifies to a nearby goblin that it won't be his skills alone. The werewolves themselves will be responsible for cutting trees and building their own houses. The werewolf introduces herself, revealing she possesses a construction technique skill. Crest then elaborates on his plan. He wants her to play a central role in the village's construction. He further explains that this is about creating a true community, encouraging everyone to utilize their unique skills, be it cooking, agriculture, or crafting, to develop the village together. The goblins, who had never considered such a collaborative future, begin to grow excited at the prospect. His words ignite a fire of enthusiasm. Goblins and werewolves alike raise their fists, eagerly volunteering to help, starting with cutting down the trees. Crest looks on, pleased by their unified spirit. Without delay, the work commences. The construction-skilled werewolf directs the efforts as another werewolf fells a tree with a powerful swing of an axe. The day's hard labor culminates in a celebration. Under the starry night sky, goblins and werewolves raise their mugs in a toast, cementing the new friendship forged between their peoples. As the lively celebration continues, with everyone eating and drinking together, Crest remarks to Livia that it's about time. Just then, Orphe steps forward, calling for everyone's attention. He is joined by Livia, and together they stand before Crest with a serious request. They ask him to bestow upon them the Goblin Queen and the Werewolf King, a demon name. Crest is momentarily stunned, recalling a conversation from a few hours prior where Livia had cryptically mentioned having a big favor to ask. He now understands the gravity of their request. Orphe, the Werewolf King, asks Crest if it is truly all right to proceed with the naming ritual, noting he'd heard it was quite difficult. Crest's reply is immediate and affirmative, surprising Orphe. Livia and the female werewolf with glasses both urge him to proceed, with Livia asking to keep her current name. Taking this as confirmation, Orphe announces that tonight, in front of everyone, they will perform the ritual to grant both him and Livia their demon names. Without delay, Crest initiates the process. A brilliant light emanates from his position as he uses an interface to bestow a name upon the Werewolf King. Orphe's eye flashes with intensity as the name Orphe is formally entered. He then turns his attention to the Goblin Queen, officially granting her the demon name Livia. As the naming concludes, Orphe clenches his fists, roaring that an immense power is now flowing through his body. The effect on Livia is even more dramatic. A radiant light envelopes her, and her form shifts, softening her goblin-like features into a more human appearance. A small goblin watches in awe, noting the change, while Livia herself looks down at her new body in stunned silence. Crest turns to the transformed Livia, telling her with a smile that her status has gone up considerably. However, as Livia checks for herself, her expression falls into disappointment. She sees that nothing has changed. Her reaction does not deter him. Crest raises a fist with renewed determination, shouting to the assembled crowd that they have waited long enough. He declares that he will now give everyone their demon names. He takes a purposeful step forward. Nearby, the female werewolf with glasses remarks to Orphe that it's better if all the villagers have high status, as they will all be developing the village together. Orphe agrees that this is obvious. Livia, overhearing this, looks shocked, realizing that Crest intends to name everyone. Her realization is met with a wave of excitement from the crowd of werewolves and goblins. They erupt in cheers, clamoring to be first. One shouts for a name immediately, while another insists they are next. They are told to be patient and wait in line. Far from the forest village, in the opulent halls of the upper world, King Reziful VII sits upon his throne. He commands someone before him to raise their head as a vast, sprawling city is shown at night. The one addressing the king is the Duke of Reifeld, flanked by a grim-faced Albert. The Duke, with a serious expression, states that he wants a confirmation on each of the current situations. The Duke of Reifeld dismisses the report from the captain of the night, declaring it is not what he asked for. He voices his deep concern for his son, Albert, who remains missing in the lower world. Unimpressed, the captain suggests they proceed with the Bahurst family's report. The report's contents reach the throne, revealing a dire situation. The number of monsters in the territory has surged beyond their ability to control. King Reziful VII, aghast at the news and the fact that Crest has not yet returned, immediately orders a new search party to be dispatched to the lower world. In response to the king's order, Duke Bahurst proposes sending his daughter, Ellis, to ensure Crest's safe return. However, another noble counters that Ellis is vital for protecting the royal city from the underground temple. Minu's father then interjects, putting forward his own daughter as the most qualified candidate for the search. Duke Bahurst objects, worried about what might happen, but Minu's father insists that the upper world needs Ellis's skills. He argues that Minu is capable of handling the search in the lower world alone, even without an escort. Minu herself appears startled by the sudden proposition. Far from the royal court, deep within the underground temple, Ellis grips a stone railing. Unaware of the debate concerning her, her thoughts are solely on Crest, wondering when she will see him again. Meanwhile, in the lower world, Crest trains Livia in swordsmanship. As she lets out a powerful shout and swings her massive blade, he instructs her to watch the enemy more closely, noting that her own momentum is throwing her off balance. This training is the culmination of Crest's efforts. After granting demon names to all the villagers, he also taught them how to hunt and handle equipment. Now, with a determined look, Livia prepares to put her new skills to the test. With a single, clean slash, she fells a massive mountain Kong. Livia shouts in triumph, amazed at how easily she defeated the beast that had plagued her tribe for years. Crest admits that he, too, is surprised by how good her swordsmanship has become. Her victory brings joy to the others. A young goblin approaches, offering Livia some mushrooms they found. Another villager comments that seeing her happy is like having the old Livia back again. The young goblin adds that since Crest's arrival, Livia has been smiling a lot, like a girl her age should. They ask Crest to continue supporting her, and he waves, confidently affirming that he fully intends to do so. He stands with Livia, who thanks him for waiting. She then cheerfully asks if he knows the best way to prepare a delicious meal from the mountain Kong. The question catches him off guard, and he replies with a troubled expression that he isn't particularly fond of meat from human-shaped creatures. As they speak, the defeated mountain Kong's body dissolves with an electronic chime, leaving behind a notification for 300 points. Livia looks on, confused, while Crest panics, wondering if the person who defeated the beast will see this display. He quickly checks his status, realizing with a start that he has accumulated 15,200 points, enough for 33 rounds of what he calls Gacha. Deciding to press his advantage, he resolves to continue the hunt, hoping more monsters are nearby. Staring at a glowing card, Crest questions if he's truly receiving points for naming demons. He attempts to calm himself, reasoning that this is a temporary error that will be corrected later. He recalls the large number that appeared when Livia defeated the monster, realizing there's only one course of action. His composure breaks instantly. With wide, panicked eyes, he decides he must pretend not to notice the discrepancy and use the Gacha system immediately, before any fix can take place. Just as he resolves to act, his door slides open with a sharp clatter. Crest jumps in surprise as Livia cheerfully peeks her head in, asking if she can help him. She asks if he was in the middle of something. Crest explains that he was about to use the Gacha. He points to an empty space before them, noting that there is a screen there which she cannot see. Livia looks on, confused, confirming she sees nothing. He offers to let her watch, but warns her that she might not understand what's happening. In response, Livia moves closer and gently touches his arm. She smiles, saying that just being by his side makes her feel as if they're doing it together. The moment her hand makes contact, her eyes widen. She exclaims that she can suddenly see the interface as well. Crest is stunned by this development. Livia wonders aloud if it's because she touched him, and seeing that she can now perceive it, Crest agrees they can use the gacha together. Now able to see the glowing screen, Livia sits beside him, her expression one of pure wonder. She asks what this strange, shining display is, her attention completely captivated. Crest glances down at her, taken aback by her sudden closeness. She leans in even further, pressing against him to get a better look. With an apology for her forwardness, she eagerly asks if he could let her see the gacha from this position. Flustered but resigned, Crest agrees. He mutters to himself, deciding not to dwell on recent events, and simply accepts this as part of her culture. He announces their plan. They will perform the first 11 rounds. He initiates the sequence. A cascade of shimmering, multicolored orbs materializes in the space before them. Livia lets out a gasp of pure delight as the rewards begin to manifest. He watches as Livia gasps, her eyes wide with wonder at the multitude of glowing orbs that have materialized before them. She finds the glistening, rainbow-colored spheres beautiful, like gemstones, as she finally beholds the skill gacha. As she marvels, the system explains its own mechanics. The gacha produces balls of 4 rarities: bronze, silver, gold, and rainbow, with the best skills coming from the rainbow-colored ones. One such ball begins to glow brightly, revealing a new skill for Crest, Summoner Level 1, an ability to instantly summon contracted monsters. Livia eagerly asks if she can see the other skills, suggesting they open them all at once. Crest explains that even if he gets duplicates of the same skill, they will stack and level up. To max out this summoner skill, for instance, he would need to acquire a total of 4. He elaborates on the system, noting that the rainbow balls always grant the featured skill of the month, in this case, one of 3 different summoner skills. The other colors have their own purpose: bronze for ability enhancement, silver for techniques, and gold for other items. He realizes there seems to be no level cap for these enhancements. The remaining orbs flicker and reveal their contents. Livia asks if he received any new skills. Crest confirms he did not, but he views it as a good payoff as he successfully leveled up many of his existing useful skills. She looks at him, a thoughtful expression on her face, and admits that it's fun to be able to spin the gacha with him. She confesses that since coming to the lower world, she has always been alone. Her honest admission makes Crest happy. He looks over at Livia, who is now smiling softly. As the chieftain, she had always been tense, but since his arrival, she has begun to act more like a girl her age. He looks down to find that the excitement and subsequent release of tension have lulled her to sleep, her head resting gently in his lap. He decides to let her rest. Elsewhere, under a dark and foreboding sky, Orphe and his followers stand in stunned silence. One of them turns to the figure they came to meet, demanding to know what happened to the alliance they were promised. The figure is revealed to be the werewolf king, Felt. He sneers, clarifying the terms of his alliance. They're to work for him as slaves. He then presents them with a chilling ultimatum: become a slave or die here and now. While scouting through the forest, Crest's attention is drawn to the ground, where he spots a set of large tracks. He deduces they likely belong to a sizable poison snake. He turns to Orphe, questioning if they are still outside the territory of the northern werewolves. Orphe seems unconcerned, but Crest explains they came to this area specifically to gather points in preparation for the battle against them. He then asks if there are any other villages nearby, suggesting the possibility of forming an alliance. Orphe pauses, considering the question, and recalls that there might be a village in the area. His thoughts drift to a slime tribe rumored to live nearby. At that very moment, a massive snake with glowing eyes looms over a small, trembling, gelatinous creature on the forest floor. With a guttural growl, the giant serpent opens its jaws wide, lunging to devour the terrified slime. Before the snake can land its attack, Orphe leaps forward, blade ready. At the same time, Livia shouts encouragement, telling the creature it's not over yet as it braces for the inevitable. Livia closes the distance in an instant, driving her heavy cleaver deep into the snake's flank with immense force. The snake recoils, hissing violently from the deep, bleeding wound. Livia lands and immediately turns to the small slime, asking if it is all right. The creature, surprised by the sudden rescue, expresses its heartfelt thanks. As it speaks, the slime begins to bubble and transform, taking the shape of a young girl. Crest stares, stunned, realizing the slime must also be a demi-human. The girl confirms this and then asks who they are. Livia steps forward, introducing herself as the Goblin Queen. Crest follows suit, explaining that he is a human currently staying in a nearby goblin village. He watched as Livia recoiled, her eyes wide with terror. She shrieked, recognizing the man standing beside them as a werewolf. The sudden outburst of fear even startled the small slime, which began to panic, convinced it was about to be killed amidst the tension. As the slime transformed into a young girl, Crest asked what was wrong. Orphe, the werewolf, looked down with remorse, admitting it was all his fault and lamenting his weakness. The slime girl then explained that Orphe's werewolf tribe had proposed an alliance only to deceive them, burning their villages and killing many of her people. Now the survivors hide in a different area. Hearing her tragic story, Crest turned to the slime girl with a serious expression. He told her he had a favor to ask, He wanted her to arrange a meeting with a representative from the slime tribe. She paused, considering his request. Acknowledging that Crest and his companions had saved her life, she agreed to guide them to her village. However, she issued a stern warning. Whether they would be permitted to leave again would be decided by their chieftain. As they began to follow her, Crest addressed Orphe directly, telling him it wasn't his fault. The werewolf king looked away, filled with regret, and apologized to Crest, stating that the slime's hatred was indeed because of him. Their guide interrupted, announcing the village was just ahead as she led them to the mouth of the cave. Orphe remarked that it was more important to focus on the future than to dwell on a past that could not be changed. He took in the details of their surroundings, realizing the cave's layout with its many pools of water and multiple exits was a clever defensive measure against pursuit. He understood that earning their trust would be a difficult task. Following her through a watery passage, the group saw a bright light ahead. The slime girl gestured toward the opening, announcing, "This is our village." They emerged into a vast, open space within the cave, revealing not a settlement of huts, but a large, murky swamp. Crest looked on, realizing their destination was more of a natural habitat than a village. As he steps into the cavernous swamp, dark, gelatinous figures begin to emerge from the murky surroundings. The slimes, each with a single, luminous eye, fixate on the intruders, a low, unsettling sound vibrating through the air. His eyes widen, trying to identify the creatures. He wonders if they are monsters, or perhaps goblins, but his thoughts are interrupted by a more pressing realization. He glances at his own party and recognizes the menacing aura of Orphe, a werewolf, standing among them. A wave of silent, collective animosity washes over them. The slime's thoughts are a unified, murderous chorus. The intruders must be killed. They cannot be allowed to escape with the knowledge of this secret place. Just as the tension reaches its peak, a tall woman with exceptionally long, light hair steps forward, her presence immediately commanding the other slimes to be quiet. She fixes her gaze on Crest's group and asks what a human could possibly want with them, her tone making it clear that they are not welcome. Surrounded by immense, glowing flora, the slime chieftain addresses Crest. She identifies him as the banished human from the upper world who unites subhumans and monsters, expressing appreciation for his help in rescuing one of her people. She then cuts to the heart of the matter, asking what he hopes to gain from their encounter. In response, Crest proposes an alliance. He reasons that since both of their groups are threatened by the northern werewolves, it would be logical for them to join forces. The chieftain considers his words, admitting that the recent conflict has certainly made her dislike werewolves. However, she glances toward Orphe, acknowledging that she understands why having a werewolf in their camp would be unsettling, but assures Crest that Orphe would never harm them and could be a great help. Her expression becomes serious as she delivers a pointed statement. Just as they are wary of werewolves, her people also dislike humans. Changing the subject abruptly, she asks Crest if, being from the upper world, he has ever heard of a place called Aquafield, the land of water. The unexpected question leaves him momentarily stunned. She begins to explain that Aquafield is, on the surface, a beautiful utopia. It is a neighboring country that achieved significant development as a logistics hub because the waterways running through it are stable year-round. However, she reveals the dark secret behind this prosperity. That utopia was built by using slimes as slaves. They were forced to hold back floodwaters on stormy days, filter wastewater, and perform other awful tasks. The chieftain explains that after living through such hardship, the slimes began to develop their own egos. She mentions that she naturally thought of escaping and asks Crest if he knows how she managed to get out. Before he can guess, she dismisses the idea of a transfer magic circle. The correct answer, she states with a sudden splash-like sound effect, is that she simply fell down the river, leaving Crest utterly bewildered. She elaborates on her simple, desperate escape. Without a real plan, she waited until the guards weren't looking, ran down the river, and fell into a large waterfall. The next thing she knew, she had washed up on the very beach where they now stood. She touches her face, reflecting on the bitter irony of her new form. After escaping to a place without humans, she had hoped to forget everything, only to find herself in a subhuman body that looks exactly like a human being. Having revealed her painful history, she admits to Crest that she has spoken more than she intended, then asks if he now understands her deep-seated dislike for humans. He flinches but holds his ground, telling her it's fine if she dislikes him. He immediately pivots to a pragmatic warning. If the northern werewolves were to attack, her people might be treated as badly as, or even worse than, they were by the humans of the water country. He insists that she is misunderstanding him. Internally, he reasons that while the slimes were tricked before and may have low magic resistance, they wouldn't lose a straightforward physical fight if they got serious, as they hold the advantage there. Looking at her intently, he asks if she is truly not interested in an alliance. He perceives that beneath her calm exterior, she is deeply frustrated, knowing that a serious enemy would not let them get away with their current vulnerabilities. In response, she formally rejects his proposal. She states she has no intention of forming an alliance, and that her people will handle the werewolf problem themselves. Until then, she declares they should keep their hands off each other, as she wants no further trouble from his group. He accepts her decision, agreeing to a neutral stance. Extending his hand, he introduces himself as Crest. They shake on the agreement, establishing a pact of non-interference. With the pact made, attention shifts to fortifying the settlement. The framework of a wooden structure begins to take shape against the sky. The werewolves observe the ongoing construction. The one with glasses looks on with a focused expression and identifies the structure taking shape. A wall. She agrees to give the construction a try. Crest then explains his full vision to her. A sturdy wall, preferably of stone, with a pointed top for defense and a watchtower for a high vantage point. He laments, however, that his current skill level isn't high enough for such a project, and she quietly acknowledges his plan. He stands with his allies as the female werewolf with glasses asks if the battle is about to begin. He confirms that while it's not yet certain, they should start working under the assumption that it will happen, prompting a cheer of "Let's do it" from the assembled group. Continuing his orders, he addresses the werewolves, instructing those with high agility to take turns scouting the slime village. He explains that although they agreed to stay out of each other's way, he doesn't want to see any more casualties, and the slimes are a higher risk of being attacked first. With the reconnaissance plan set, he rallies his forces with a raised fist, shouting for everyone to get to work. The goblins acknowledge their role, noting that they must strengthen their weaponry, and that this is where their smithing techniques will be essential. As the groups disperse to their assigned tasks, Crest quietly considers his own contribution, deciding to help with the construction of the barricades for the time being. Before he can move, however, he is approached by Orphe, the werewolf king, who looks at him with fierce intensity and asks, "Can you help me with my training?" Agreeing to the request, Crest spars with Orphe in a nearby clearing. As Orphe lunges, Crest effortlessly repels him with a small burst of force from his fingertip, causing the werewolf king to recoil in pain while Livia watches from the trees. Orphe grits his teeth, sweat beading on his brow, and growls for one more round. Crest calmly tells him that simply rushing forward won't necessarily help him improve. Though he agrees to a short break, Orphe's mind races. He acknowledges that his power has risen considerably since Crest gave him a demon name, but his thoughts darken as he recalls the glare Crest had after killing his father, a look no normal werewolf would possess. He concludes with grim certainty that, as he is now, he cannot defeat his brother, Felt. Nearby, Crest scratches his head, oblivious to the werewolf king's inner turmoil. In a sun-dappled forest, Crest turns to his companions, Orphe and Livia, and asks if either of them has studied any form of swordsmanship. Livia clarifies that she never learned a formal style, only how to use a sword for survival in battle. Orphe, too, denies having what Crest would call swordsmanship. He presses the point with Orphe, noting that the werewolf's movements during their fights seemed quite well-defined. Crest asks him directly if he noticed anything particular about his own fighting style. Before Orphe can answer, Crest explains his own technique. The swordsmanship he learned is a method that transforms the magic within his body into the four elements: earth, water, fire, and wind, which manifest as glowing runes around him. He elaborates, explaining that the fire sword style uses fiery magic to revitalize the body, increasing healing and attack speed, while the water sword style allows one to foresee an opponent's movements and strike decisively. Livia is amazed by the concept of foreseeing movement, and Orphe is stunned, questioning if such a thing is even possible. Crest confirms that it is. He then tells them that while one would normally learn all four attributes, they don't have much time. Therefore, they should focus on the styles that they are each best suited for. Hearing this, Orphe looks down, sweating with self-doubt. He confesses that he was never very good with magic and has always relied on brute force, worrying that he won't be able to meet Crest's expectations. Livia calls his name, concerned by his sudden hesitation. His doubt gives way to fierce resolve. Orphe turns to Crest and begs him to teach him swordsmanship. With tears of desperation in his eyes, he declares that he wants to stop his brother from losing control and to avenge his father and friends, swearing that the fire in his heart is true. As the sun sets over the horizon, Crest's voice offers reassurance. He tells Orphe that it will be all right, promising that he will definitely become the strongest werewolf there is. Elsewhere, in the Bahurst estate in the upper world, Duke Bahurst reels back in utter horror. He bellows in disbelief, demanding confirmation of the news he has just received, that his son, Albert, was kidnapped by female goblins in the lower world. A trembling maid confirms the report. She relays the story from a knight who escaped, stating that Albert was stripped of his clothes by a female goblin, had his legs crushed by rocks, and was then dragged deep into the forest. His mind reeling from the news of his son, Duke Bahurst collapses into a state of shock, babbling incoherently. A maid rushes to his side, urging someone to place a cloth in his mouth to prevent him from biting his tongue in his distress. The doors are thrown open as another young man, Leon Hauberst, the fourth son of the family, storms into the room. He seethes with anger, declaring that he cannot believe what has happened. He proclaims that Albert, by going with only his knights, has become an embarrassment to the Hauberst family, just as Crest once was. He turns his head, a cruel, sharp-toothed grin spreading across his face as he looks towards someone unseen. He asks them if they don't think so too. From across the grand room, a maid named Marnez stands at attention. She affirms his statement, addressing him formally as Leon Haber-sama. As she speaks, another figure nearby adjusts her glasses with a sharp, deliberate movement. Without warning, Leon strikes Marna's across the face. The sharp sound of the slap cuts through the air as she stumbles back from the force of the blow. She recovers quickly, however, and apologizes to Leon. Her form then shifts, revealing her true nature as a werewolf with long, flowing hair, prominent ears, and multiple tails. She calmly asks how long he intends for her to remain in her human form. He yanks one of her tails, his voice tight with fury. He reminds the vixen that he ordered her not to take human form when they are alone, threatening to kill her if she disobeys again. Shifting topics, he demands to know if that thing is ready. She confirms that it is. She presents him with a case filled with several insect-shaped jewels. She explains that they are powerful magic stones that temporarily increase the magic in one's body and can neutralize harmful elements from the lower world. Leon inspects one, satisfied that it will live up to his expectations. Later, Marna speaks with her bespectacled colleague. She asks her how much she remembers about Crest, identifying him as Leon's younger brother. The other werewolf offers only a short, non-committal reply. She stood before Leon Hauberst, who observed her with a critical eye. He noted aloud that she was once Crest's maid, admitting he had been worried she might cause trouble. He then questioned if his fears had been misplaced. He then mused that it seemed even a fox spirit with vast knowledge of magical tools could not resist the power of a slave collar. Leon's tone shifted to one of command, declaring that after she returned, he would become the head of the house. He ordered her to prepare for a journey to the lower world the following day to bring Crest back. Marnas simply acknowledged her orders. Moments later, another maid attempted to address him, but Leon cut her off with a dismissive sound. He yelled at her to get lost, declaring she was no longer needed. As she fled, a cruel smile spread across his face. He considered this outcome, becoming head of the family, to be inevitable. His mind then flashed back to a past humiliation, a time when Crest stood over him. The memory ignited a furious rage, and he silently vowed to return that suffering 1,000-fold, promising that Crest's time was coming. At the Royal Academy of Nobility's arena, a murmur spreads through the crowd. A mock battle is set to take place between Leon and Crest of the Haubers family. Spectators note that Leon is the strongest in the knight department, making his victory seem certain. Crest, however, faces the prospect with a confident smirk. The result of the duel, however, leaves the onlookers speechless. A wave of shock and disbelief washes over the crowd as they stare, aghast, at the scene before them. Their horror is not for the victor, but for the vanquished. Leon stands impassively over his brother, Crest, who is kneeling on the ground. Consumed by humiliation and fury, Crest bites his own thumb, his face contorted in a silent snarl. The crowd whispers in confusion, speculating that Leon must have lost, or perhaps Crest was simply unwell or fell victim to his simple skill. Sometime later, at a different training ground, a session concludes as an instructor claps his hands, announcing that practice is over for the day. Following his own regimen, Crest now finds himself in the company of the werewolf king, Orphe, and his subordinate. One of the werewolves remarks that a hard day's work makes the celebratory drink taste even better. As they relax, Orphe observes Crest, noting that his proficiency with the fire sword style is becoming much more refined. He then issues a warning, recalling the sinister, domineering aura Leon displayed. Such an oppressive presence, he cautions, will devour anyone who shows even the slightest opening. He continues his analysis, stating that Leon's methods, ruling through violence and fear, are just as the slime tribe described. Orphe questions what his brother's ultimate goal could be in controlling the entire area, speculating that he may intend to move north to conquer the subhumans. Orphe's words conjure a grim image of this brutal reign. He acknowledges that while some northern werewolves betrayed him, he knows many others now follow Leon not from loyalty, but from pure terror, having witnessed the fate of those who resist. Hearing this account of suffering, a new resolve hardens Crest's expression. He looks at Orphe and declares his intention. If he can, he wants to help those people. The werewolf king is momentarily stunned into silence. Crest notices his reaction and asks if something is wrong. The female werewolf with glasses smiles, remarking that such a selfless desire is just like Crest. Orphe considers this, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. He reflects on the past, his eyes wide with the memory of a different time. His brother, he recalls, was once a kind and strong man. Continuing this line of thought, he admits to Orphe and the female werewolf that he doesn't know exactly when his brother descended into madness, musing that it might have been a gradual change. The werewolf woman, surprised, remarks that she hadn't realized they were once good friends, while Orphe listens intently. Orphe quietly wonders to himself if it's possible for brothers to start over. He then dismisses the thought aloud, telling Crest and his companion to forget it and focus on building their strength for the days ahead. He adds that if they could discover what caused this change in Leon, perhaps all the fighting could be stopped. The werewolf king's suggestion hangs in the air, and Crest looks up, the imposing silhouettes of Orphe and his companion looming over him. He murmurs Orphe's name, contemplating the possibility. His train of thought is abruptly shattered as Livia and Rufna playfully tackle him, tugging at his hair. Crest cries out in surprise and mild pain, demanding to know what has gotten into them. While he struggles under their combined weight, Livia continues to shout excitedly. The female werewolf observes the scene with a smile, suggesting to Crest that perhaps his companions simply want to play. The commotion draws a fond smile from Orphe. He calls out to Livia and Rufna, apologizing for his recent focus on training and acknowledging he hasn't spent much time with them. He vows to make it up to them soon. With the situation diffused, the female werewolf informs Crest that she will go on ahead. Still carrying Livia, he simply agrees. After she departs, Crest's expression turns serious once more. He reflects on Orphe's earlier sentiment, thinking to himself that while he has no right to say so, it would certainly be better if the two werewolf brothers could reconcile. He wonders again if it's possible for them to start over. As the sun rises over the horizon, a stark reality settles in. It is Orphe's responsibility to stop his own brother. But if that fraternal bond cannot be repaired, the future remains uncertain. The scene shifts to the principal's office, where Crespa Hurst stands in disbelief. He demands to know why he was the only one to fail the night's exam. The principal, without turning to face him, coldly states that he heard Crest had deliberately bribed other students to lose. Crest, shocked, shouts that he did no such thing. His denial is met with violence. The principal slams his fist onto the desk, declaring the situation regrettable and ordering Crest to prepare for proper punishment. Crest can only plead for the principal to listen. The punishment is swift and brutal. Outside, other students accost Crest, kicking him to the ground while taunting him. From a distance, his brother Leon watches with a cruel smile, deeming him a disgrace to the Hauber's family. As Crest lies on the ground, his gaze falls upon his brother, and a desperate thought surfaces, a wonder if they, as brothers, could ever start over. A maid calls his name in alarm, her voice lost in the turmoil of his thoughts, which echo the sentiment that brothers often hate and push one another down. Crest jolts awake, startled, to find Livia at his bedside. She asks with concern if he is all right, having heard him groaning in his sleep. He breathes her name, still disoriented, before sitting up and reassuring her that he is fine, attributing his distress to a strange dream. After calming himself, Crest sits on the edge of the bed, hand to his temple. He quietly acknowledges that he still has dreams like that, realizing it will take time to completely forget the past. He then looks toward the window, wondering aloud if something is happening. His question is answered as he and Livia step outside to find a commotion. Orphe, the werewolf king, is injured and being supported by one of his subordinates. The subordinate yells for someone to bring potions as Orphe groans in pain. Crest, seeing the scene, demands to know what happened. The subordinate explains that in their previous village to the north, they were attacked by 3 other werewolves. He apologizes to Crest, admitting that he made a mistake which led to them being discovered. Crest's expression becomes serious as he listens to the report. He tells the subordinate that it's impressive he made it back alive, to which the werewolf credits his daily training. Crest then thanks him for the report and tells him to rest, before whispering to Orphe and Livia that he needs to speak with them. Having gathered the necessary information, Crest focuses his energy. He activates a perception technique, sending his senses rushing out into the surrounding area to locate the attackers. His technique is successful. He asks Orphe if the targets were missed on purpose, implying a trap. Orphe, however, points forward with certainty, confirming that the 3 werewolves they detected are undoubtedly their assailants. In the distance, the 3 figures are spotted. Orphe declares their location and immediately gives the order to pursue them, with his subordinates affirming their readiness. The werewolves launch into a high-speed chase. Orphe and his 2 subordinates become blurs of motion as they race through the landscape to intercept their targets. Their pursuit is violently interrupted. The ground in front of them suddenly erupts, a massive wall of earth rising to block their path. They stagger to a halt, shocked and bewildered by the unexpected obstruction. The chase had been precipitated by a tense confrontation. He and his subordinates were blocked by a trio of rival werewolves. One, wearing sunglasses, greeted them with false familiarity, noting it had been a long time. One of Orphe's followers stood his ground, refusing to let them pass. The werewolf in sunglasses sneered, taunting Orphe about his status as part of the loser faction. Another mocked him as the fallen one. Before Orphe could respond, Crest stepped forward, declaring himself the leader of the group and demanding the rivals address him directly. Their response was a chorus of derisive laughter. They found the situation deeply amusing, exclaiming how amazing it was that the great Orphe had now become a mere human's pet. As their mockery echoed, Livia leaned in close to Crest, her expression hardening as she drew his attention to their opponents. Orphe then added his own quiet warning, telling Crest to stay on guard as he sensed an ominous presence from the trio. Crest looked toward the 3 figures and acknowledged the warning. He understood. The feeling they gave off was the same as his brother felt. His realization was confirmed as the rivals' intentions became clear. They declared this their chance, deciding they no longer needed to run. One produced a dark magic stone, announcing his plan to cut off Orphe's head and give it to someone named Veltsama as a souvenir. The werewolf in the floral shirt snatched the stone, declaring his intent to become strong like Veltsama. He swallowed the object whole, and his body immediately began to contort and warp, letting out a guttural roar as a monstrous transformation began. The violent transformation threw him backward, and he landed as a larger, more feral beast. His companions watched as the newly empowered creature growled, its power radiating outwards. Crest and Livia braced themselves as he warned them. It's coming. The creature's arm, now wounded, healed in an instant. Orphe shouted a warning to Crest, explaining that their enemies were abnormally enhanced with magic stones and not to be underestimated. Crest's jaw set with determination. Livia, remember your training, he commanded. She met his intensity with a firm yes. The battle rages as Livia unleashes her water style, forming a sharp blade of pure water. Simultaneously, the great wolf Rufna creates a powerful vortex with its maw. Their combined assault speeds toward a glowing magic stone embedded in a werewolf's chest, causing it to crack on impact. The attack finds its mark, piercing the werewolf's torso and shattering the magic stone within. As the creature is thrown back, Livia urgently shouts for her allies to aim for the stones, warning that their foes will become unmanageable if the power is fully assimilated. Crest watches with grim resolve while Orphe roars in frustration. In the aftermath, the three invading werewolves lie defeated, the magic stone on their leader's chest now a blackened, ruined husk. Orphe observes their victory with caution, noting that while they've won this battle, the failure of these agents to return will surely alert their superiors in the north, who will then come to investigate. Orphe turns to Crest, checking if he is all right. Crest confirms he is, stating there can be no mercy for such people. He then reveals a startling truth. He was once approached by a hooded outsider who offered him a deal involving a magic stone. This dealer, whose face was obscured, referred to himself as a vampire. The description conjures an image of a sinister, winged figure explaining that races such as vampires and demon foxes are proficient in the magic arts, including the creation of powerful magical tools. Livia listens to Crest's story, her expression growing more serious. Hearing this, Orphe's face twists in anger. He realizes with dawning fury that this must be who is selling magic stones to his brother behind his back. He grits his teeth, recalling that his father, a man of chivalry, detested magical tools and would have turned such a seller away at the door. Rufna lets out a low growl, reflecting the group's unease. The thought that young people have access to items that can elevate them beyond mere subhumans into the realm of demons is a chilling one. With the immediate threat gone, Crest addresses his new allies. He declares that with the enemy expanding its reach, they must be on their toes and keep up their training. He confirms they took out the northern agents from the previous village, and the assembled werewolves respond with a unified, affirmative shout. Despite his confident words, Crest internally considers their precarious position. He knows that with their current strength, they could be wiped out at worst. He decides against mentioning the magic stone for now, reasoning that it will only backfire if their enemies begin to feel threatened. Later, standing by a body of water, Crest tells Orphe that for the time being, they need to share information about the magic stone. Surprised, Orphe asks if he is still pursuing an alliance. Crest simply states that he is off to the slime village for a bit, his gaze fixed on a distant goal. He explains his intentions to the slime chieftain, reasoning that it is better to inform the werewolves of his plans in advance. The chieftain observes that magic stones and magical tools are a known threat to the slime race, which is weak against magic, but Crest hopes that this transparency might change their perspective. As he concludes his discussion, Orphe appears, asking if he can come along as well. Crest seems surprised, explaining that someone else is actually joining him today. He then clarifies to Rufna that the three of them will be exploring the woods, an activity they haven't done in a while. He mentions that his recent intense training has made Goblia feel left out and sulky. Out in the woods, he wonders if Goblia is still in a bad mood. Deciding they don't have much time, he resolves to use his summoner skill to bring her directly to them. Before he can act, Orphe reacts to Rufna's barks, revealing he can understand the wolf. He asks Crest if he wants him to follow Goblia's scent to find her, questioning if Crest himself is unable to do so. Rufna, now equipped with a small cape and pouch, offers Orphe a potion. Orphe agrees to go, but adds that he is concerned about the movements of the werewolves in the north and has already told Goblia to report any danger immediately. With the new plan set, Crest calls out, instructing Rufna to lead the way to Goblia. The group moves swiftly through the trees, a trail of rustling leaves marking their passage. Their path leads them to a sun-dappled clearing, where Goblia stands alone amidst a sea of white flowers. She is not sulking, but rather lost in a pleasant daydream. Clutching a bouquet of flowers, she imagines Crest gently patting her head, a warm blush spreading across her cheeks at the thought. Her peaceful daydream was abruptly shattered as a hand firmly gripped her shoulder, pulling her out of her reverie. The grip belonged to Crest, who spun her around. His face was contorted into a menacing grin, his eyes wide with a manic intensity as flower petals scattered around them. He demanded to know if she was the one, the female goblin who had beaten up his brother, Albert. Crest stands in the woods with his wolf companion, Rufna, a look of concern on his face. He finds it strange that Rufna, whose sense of smell should be exceptionally well developed, cannot seem to detect anything. He realizes her scent has vanished entirely, and the wolf lets out a soft whimper. He pats Ruffna's head, attempting to soothe her by claiming her nose just isn't feeling well today. Internally, however, he reflects on the oddity of the situation, finding it peculiar that Ruffna, who possesses a demon name, would suddenly lose her powerful sense of smell. Putting his concerns into action, he decides they must return to the last place where her scent was present. He calls out to her, ready to move. As they proceed, a small, goblin-like creature suddenly appears before Crest in a clearing, letting out a startled cry, as if it materialized from thin air. The goblin sneers, asking Crest if he was surprised by its sudden appearance. It reveals that the entire area has been saturated with smoke from an item called the Guide of the Lower World, which cloaked figures had dispersed, nullifying their senses. In a swift, violent response, Crest seizes the goblin's head. He growls a threat, demanding that the creature identify a face he is about to show it, lest its skull be crushed. He thrusts a framed photograph forward, showing a group of nobles with the face of his brother, Leon, circled. Crest's heart pounds with intensity as he stares down the creature, remarking that it seems to have a high status for a mere goblin and demanding to know if it recognizes the man. The goblin cries out in pain, struggling futilely against Crest's iron grip. Unmoved, Crest questions its resistance. With a desperate shriek, the goblin attempts to strike Crest's head, but its hand cracks against an unseen barrier. Crest's expression is cold as he informs the creature that its efforts are useless. It cannot harm a single hair on his head. His threat hangs in the air, sharp and final. He demands a quick answer, presenting a grim choice: identify the man, or have its head shattered to bits. His grip tightened on the goblin's face, his expression a mask of cold fury as the creature whimpered. The interrogation was about to begin. However, this scene was a memory from another time. In a field of white roses, the goblin retched on the ground before Leon Hallburst. His maid, Marna's, asked if he was hurt, but Leon scoffed, questioning how such a creature could possibly harm him. Marna's looked down with disgust, remarking that this was why she detested monsters. An armored knight accompanying them grabbed the goblin, demanding to know where it had hidden a certain potion. Before he could get an answer, the creature produced a small bottle and greedily gulped down its contents. Enraged, Leon lunged forward and delivered a vicious kick, sending the goblin flying with a pained cry. The knight quickly intercepted the creature, holding it back while declaring that he would not allow it to touch Leon. Lying defeated amongst the roses, the goblin coughed weakly. Marnas noted that its possession of a potion was now confirmed and ordered her subordinates to make the creature reveal Crest's location. Through pained gasps, the goblin agreed. The memory of the goblin's tortured face, blood trickling from its mouth, lingered for a moment before the scene shifted to a dark forest. In that very forest, Crest stood with Ruffna, completely bewildered. He wondered aloud what was happening, realizing that his detection and summoning techniques were failing, and even Ruffna's keen sense of smell had been nullified. He called out her name, Goblia, into the silent woods, but received no answer. He chastised himself for not being more vigilant, recalling how his appraisal skill had failed to yield any data on the magic stone from a werewolf he had defeated. Things were changing, and he had been caught unprepared. His frustration mounted. He grabbed at his hair, his mind racing as he desperately tried to figure out his next move. Sensing his distress, Ruffna moved closer, and a gentle, calming light seemed to emanate from her. Crest felt the warmth and thanked her, his panic subsiding. He acknowledged that in times like these, it was crucial to keep a cool head, and her presence helped him do just that. Crest activates his appraisal skill, his eyes widening in shock. He looks at the great white wolf, Ruffna, who appears strangely realistic and seems to be glowing. He calls out her name in confusion, questioning her unusual appearance. The scene shifts abruptly to a cluster of white roses, their pristine petals splattered and dripping with dark blood. The source of the blood is revealed. Ruffna lies motionless in a spreading pool of it. Nearby, Leon Hauber stands with two armored knights. He tells his men to forget the wolf and find Crest, mockingly commenting on her stubbornness before casually throwing a small stone. The stone strikes Crest's shoulder, startling him. His gaze falls to the ground, where he sees the small goblin girl, Gobu, battered and panting for breath amidst the flowers. His face fills with horror at the sight. In response, Crest extends his hand, and a dark, shadowy energy erupts from his arm, enveloping the injured goblin and lifting her into the air. Suspended in the air, the goblin girl defiantly shouts that the goblin and the knight she brought, the demon fox, the Hauberst family, and Crest himself are all to blame. Her defiance infuriates Leon. He screams that it's enough, his face contorted in a mask of rage as he bellows, questioning why he can't make everyone work the way he wants them to. His fury shifts to a cold threat. Leon warns the goblin that if she messes with him again, the demon fox in the upper world will slaughter all of her family members. Terrified, the goblin can only whimper an apology. Suddenly, the goblin's grievous wounds begin to sparkle and heal at an impossible speed. Crest stares in disbelief, then turns on the armored knights, shouting that they are idiots. He realizes this incredible healing is a skill. He quickly deduces the nature of the power. Unlike humans, monsters can possess unique skills. He reasons that this isn't a doctor's skill. Rather, she is likely feeding off the life force of the surrounding flowers in large amounts to fuel her regeneration. Within the thick, magical smoke, two cloaked figures expressed their disbelief. It was impossible, one thought, for anyone to break through their smoke and release skills from the outside. As their strange containers began to dissolve, they realized that if such a feat were possible, the only one with such an extremely rare skill set could be. But their thought was cut short. Before they could finish the thought, their bodies collapsed, their dark robes falling in heaps upon the flower-strewn floor. As Crest looked on in stunned silence, the heavy paws of a great white beast landed firmly on the ground before him. The beast was Ruffna, but transformed. Her white fur seemed to glow, and ethereal, leaf-like appendages floated around her head and tail. Her eyes, sharp and clear, held a newfound intelligence and power. Her sudden appearance left everyone stunned. Crest stared in disbelief, recognizing his companion. Behind him, Marnez wondered aloud if this wolf was responsible for killing the two assailants, while Leon questioned how a monster could even exist within the smoke. As they processed the wolf's transformation, another impossible event began. The small goblin girl, healed by the flowers, started to glow and levitate. A powerful energy enveloped her as she underwent a monster evolution, her form shifting and growing into something new. In a brilliant flash of light, the goblin girl's form shifts and changes. She emerges taller, more humanoid, with sharp elven ears and an intense gaze, radiating a newfound power. Before the armored knights can react to this sudden evolution, she lunges. One knight, finding the unexpected turn of events convenient, is silenced as she drives her fist through his helmet. She then pivots, launching herself at his companion. The remaining knight stumbles back in shock, questioning how this is happening and recognizing her as the one who was just married. He erupts in a crazed laugh, declaring that it's now impossible for her to hurt him. He mocks her for targeting his exposed face, calling it a cowardly move, just as she collapses into a bed of flowers, seemingly dazed. His taunt is cut short. A projectile, fired from the girl's hand, smashes through his defensive barrier with a deafening crack. From his vantage point, Crest sees the impact pierce the knight's armor, wreaking havoc inside. The knight coughs blood and falls, defeated. With the battle concluded, Crest steps out from his hiding place. He calls out her name, Goblia. She turns, her fierce expression softening into one of startled recognition as she sees him standing there, unharmed. He closes the distance between them in an instant, pulling her into a tight, relieved embrace. She hugs him back just as fiercely, murmuring his name and expressing her profound relief that he is safe. As they stand together, Crest notices the lingering dust from the flowers. He uses his appraisal skill and identifies the substance as advanced boundary removal incense dust, realizing it was the smoke that had neutralized Ruffna's sense of smell. He also notes with fortune that the surrounding flowers possess high healing properties. Goblia gently pets the white wolf, Ruffna, and explains. Her own summoner and detection techniques had failed because of the smoke. It was only through Ruffna's unique, evolved olfactory technique that they were able to break through the sensory interference and find him. The moment of peace is broken by a voice from behind. It's been a while, Crest. Crest's expression hardens as he turns to face the unwelcome arrival. It is his brother, Leon, who greets him with a twisted, menacing grin. He taunts Crest, asking if he came to bring him back, just like their brother Albert did. Leon sneers about rumors that Albert was reduced to a goblin stud horse, and that their father is foaming at the mouth. He makes it clear he won't be going home quietly. Beside Crest, Goblia clenches her fist, ready to fight. He erupts in a fit of manic laughter, his face contorted with rage. He demands to know how Crest dared to put Goblia in such a terrible state, warning his brother not to expect to return to the upper world intact. With a sharp tug, he rips his jacket open, revealing a dark, crystalline object pulsating with energy embedded directly into his chest. A wide, unsettling grin spreads across his face. Crest stares, stunned by the sight. Leon sneers, remarking on how alike siblings are, before clarifying that he has no desire to do anything for the people of the upper world. As the crystal in his chest pulses like a heartbeat, his expression becomes utterly demonic. The reason he is here, he declares with a terrifying, sharp-toothed grin, is simply to kill Crest. Crest looks up in the wooded clearing to see his brother, Leon, levitating amidst a swirl of ethereal energy and what appear to be white rose petals. A cruel smile spreads across Leon's face as he reveals a cracked, glowing magic stone embedded in his chest. He identifies it as the very thing that was interfering with Crest's skills. Crest reacts with shock. Leon casually explains that he had the stone made by Marnez, Crest's former maid. He demands to know where Leon could have possibly acquired such a rare item, one that should be hard to get in the upper world. Leon internally gloats, revealing his knowledge that Marnez is a subhuman of the fox spirit, a secret she kept from everyone else. His taunts continue as he asks Crest if he's shocked that his maid has been taken away. Crest's expression hardens. He tells himself that now is not the time to be prying into Marna's affairs. He internally wonders if Leon will lose control like the werewolves did that morning. He notes with concern that even with the magic stone assimilated into his body, Leon is still able to maintain his ego. Leon laughs mockingly, asking if Crest feels bitter about losing his maid. He acknowledges that while the fox spirit is adept at making magical tools, their magic stones have terrible side effects, and suggests they should find out more together. With a twisted grin, Leon explains the stone's impurities were removed by forcing sinners and slaves to swallow it first, a process he found distasteful but necessary. He calls Crest the only incompetent in the upper world foolish enough to trust a subhuman, causing Crest's expression to fill with rage at his brother's devious methods. Before Crest can react to the insult, Leon appears behind him in a flash. But thanks to that, he says, delivering a powerful kick to the back of Crest's head. He slides backward from the force of the blow, grunting as he regains his footing. Leon, crackling with newfound power, bellows that this speed and strength are all for the sake of revenge. He declares his intent to settle the score for the humiliation he suffered, right here and now. With a manic grin, Leon surges forward, his hand morphing into a sharp claw. He unleashes a blindingly fast barrage of strikes, forcing Crest onto the defensive as he desperately parries the relentless blows. Unable to keep up, Crest is caught off guard as Leon leaps high into the air. With a roar, Leon brings his heel down in a devastating kick. Crest raises his arm to block, but the force of the impact smashes him into the ground and sends him tumbling backward. He lands hard, sliding across the forest floor with a pained grunt. Before he can recover, Leon is already standing over him, a silent, menacing figure. His expression contorts into a cruel, mocking grin. He taunts his fallen brother, asking what's wrong and demanding he show what he can do, reminding him of the countless skills he supposedly acquired from his Gacha ability. From the ground, Crest glares up in silence, his mind racing. He can scarcely believe the level of physical enhancement Leon has achieved. He rises to his feet, his resolve hardening. Crest states that skills are divine power bestowed by God, whereas magic stones are merely crude, man-made imitations of miracles. Leon laughs, accusing Crest of preaching now that he realizes he can't win, and challenges him to prove the power of God. Leon Hauburst relentlessly pummels his brother, Crest, whose face is already bloodied and bruised from the repeated blows. Crest can only reel back in shock and pain from the vicious, close-quarters assault. Standing over his fallen brother, Leon scoffs. He identifies Crest's power as a mere bronze rarity skill that enhances physical status, the lowest possible rank obtainable from the Gacha. As he speaks, a powerful energy gathers in his fist. The energy erupts from Leon's strike, blasting a hole through Crest's chest. Despite the grievous wound, Crest grins through the pain, weakly taunting his brother to try using some of his high-rarity skills. His taunt turns into a manic laugh. Suddenly, Crest's demeanor shifts to pure rage. He screams that it's his turn now, questioning if this is truly the power of a god before yelling that it isn't working at all. With a roar, he unleashes a powerful wind cutter attack. The attack manifests as a thousand knives slashing technique, a whirlwind of sharp energy blades that floods the area. Even Crest seems shocked by the sheer scale and ferocity of the ability he has just unleashed. The storm of blades passes harmlessly over Leon, who remains completely untouched. Crest wobbles on his feet, clutching his head as a sudden, painful memory surfaces. He gasps, realizing he remembers something important. His mind flashes back to a different time. He recalls someone speaking to him about revenge, asking if it was related to a day when they had challenged him to a duel. The memory shatters his composure. Sweat pours down his face as he trembles, repeating the words with disbelief and dawning horror. "You remember, you say." He finally snaps, his voice raw with fury. "Stop fucking around," he screams. "Do you think the humiliation I suffered was only about that day?" His rage boils over into a desperate accusation. "You're always like that, always looking down on me, taking everything away from me." From a distance, Albert watches the emotional breakdown with a calm, unreadable expression. He remained the focus of Crest's unbridled hatred. His younger brother, face contorted in a mask of rage, screamed that he would kill him right here and now, declaring him the one person he would never forgive as a sphere of raw energy materialized in his palm. This threat, however, was answered not by Albert, but by a display of power from his other brother, Leon. Unleashing a tornado cutter technique against an armored knight, Leon noted to himself that the magic stone's effect, while increasing the attack's weight and spin, had lowered its thrust speed, making it easy to dodge. He was still amazed that even he could produce such powerful wind magic. Yet the powerful attack was stopped cold. Leon himself, with a look of utter disbelief, caught the knight's arm, halting its momentum completely. From his side, Albert laughed, finding the situation amusing. He mockingly told Leon to just hold the knight still, as if it were a simple matter. As Leon was frozen in shock, Crest's companions launched their own assault. Ruffna and Goblia charged the armored knight, but the warrior reacted with brutal speed, slamming its gauntlet down and completely crushing Goblia's hand. Crest could only cry out her name in horror. The gruesome injury served as the final part of Albert's lesson. After praising Rufna and Goblia for their excellent judgment, he turned to the dejected Leon. He explained that the knight had also swallowed a magic stone. As long as its heart was fine, it could still be controlled, even with its organs destroyed. With the knight lying motionless, Albert coldly asked if Leon now understood. All Leon could do was curse his own powerlessness. Leon hawburst groans in agony, clutching the magic stone embedded in his chest. Standing over him, Crest explains the grave danger of the item he swallowed, remarking that a headless corpse had just been needed to help him. He continues, advising Leon to return to the upper world while his senses are still intact. Crest internally considers that while he can do nothing, perhaps Marnez could. In a furious outburst, Leon screams for him to shut up, his face contorted with rage and defiance. He then violently crushes a handful of other magic stones he was holding, shattering the gems in his fist. Ignoring Crest's shocked expression, Leon shoves the handful of crushed stones into his mouth, determined that he cannot afford to lose any more. He swallows them whole. Crest yells at the idiot to spit them out, but it's too late. A powerful shockwave of energy erupts from Leon's body. Leon begins to laugh maniacally, exclaiming that his magic power is increasing as sweat pours down his face. Crest senses an ominous and menacing feeling wash over him. The overwhelming power is too much for his body to handle. Leon's torso explodes in a gruesome spray of blood and gore. His lifeless remains collapsing onto the flower-strewn ground as Crest watches in horror. Surveying the scene, Crest realizes Leon's body couldn't withstand the stones. Marnez appears, noting the extent of Leon's hatred. Crest understands the stone could still go out of control, and he must stop his brother's heart. Preparing a water flow spell, he bids a final farewell to Leon. With grim resolve, Crest stands over the body and plunges his sword directly into Leon's chest. A brilliant column of light erupts from the point of impact. He stared in wide-eyed horror as the magic stone inside his brother's body erupted, not with light, but with a vortex of dark, chaotic energy. The force of the blast hurled him backward, the volatile magic shredding his left arm into nothingness. From the ground, Rufna and Livia could only scream in terror as a monstrous face roared from the site of the explosion. From the swirling chaos, a new form emerged, a massive, winged demon. It threw its head back and let out a deafening roar, its muscular body crackling with power as its glowing eyes fixed on its new prey. He slammed into the ground, his vision blurring and his ears ringing. Blood splattered his face as he struggled to process what had happened, realizing with dread that he couldn't hear anything. Looking up at the towering, demonic silhouette, a chilling understanding washed over him. He couldn't use his skills. His consciousness was fading. Beside him, Livia and Rufna were frozen in fear, their cries lost to his failing senses. A memory surfaces, showing a young, innocent Leon Bahurst with his mother. He asks if he can have a little brother or sister, and she replies that he will soon. The memory shifts to the boy standing alone, calling out for his mother. In the present, Crest's eyes narrow with determination, just as a grotesque close-up of the demonic Leon's mouth reveals it is also crying out for its mother. The monstrous creature thrashes wildly, its rage palpable. The magic stones embedded in its chest pulse with a menacing light as it bellows Crest's name. From the mouth of the cave where the beast rampages, a dark, viscous trail of energy seeps out into the surrounding area. Nearby, the female goblin, Gobu, weeps in despair. A shattered potion bottle lies on the ground before her, its precious contents spilled and lost. Her tears are for Crest, who lies motionless on the dusty ground, his eyes vacant. As Livia looks on in shock, Rufna nudges and licks his master's face, desperately trying to get a response. Gobu then looks down at the single, intact potion she still holds, as if questioning what to do. Suddenly, a hand gently rests upon her head. She looks up through her tears to find Crest, alive and looking down at her with a soft expression. He has pushed himself into a sitting position. With renewed determination, he orders Gobu to go, to save herself. She resists, clinging to him as Rufna also whimpers her name, urging her to listen. Unwilling to leave his side, Gobu lets out a heart-wrenching wail of refusal, her cry echoing as Rufna watches with deep concern. A strange, glowing cube materializes in the sky, announcing the loading of an emergency program. Below, the monstrous Leon pauses his search, his head tilted upward as he growls, sensing the sudden disturbance. The program originates from Crest's own abilities. A holographic notice materializes before him and his companions, declaring that a critical error has occurred within the holder of the monster taming skill. It announces that emergency maintenance will commence in 5 seconds, and that during this process, a large amount of life energy will be transferred from any nearby evolved monsters or subhumans with demon names. The precision of the maintenance, it adds, will depend on the level of the skill itself. As the countdown concludes, the emergency maintenance starts. A blinding pillar of light erupts around Crest, pulling Gobu and Rufna into its radiant vortex. The two companions look on in terror, caught in the powerful, unknown phenomenon. The transfer of life energy is excruciating. Gobu lets out a piercing scream while Rufna howls in pain, their vitality being forcibly drained to fuel the maintenance process. Their sacrifice fuels a miraculous restoration. System notifications detail the process. Lost blood is retransferred, and damaged parts are recovered. Crest's body, which had been grievously wounded, begins to knit itself back together, shimmering as the reconstruction nears completion. In a final flash, the process concludes. A notice of completion for the emergency maintenance appears, signaling the end of the procedure. The intense light subsides, leaving a cloud of dust in its wake. Nearby, the demon Leon appears disoriented, having lost track of his prey. Gobu and Rufna, panting from exhaustion, receive a final notification thanking them for their assistance. Before them stands Crest, fully restored, who softly calls out Gobu's name. He then channels a burst of light magic. In an instant, his tattered clothes are replaced by his pristine formal attire, leaving him completely unharmed and perfectly dressed as if the battle had never happened. Turning to face them, a gentle smile graces his features. He asks if they were the ones who saved him, then warmly thanks Gablia and Rufna by name. Overcome with relief, Gobu bursts into tears, while Rufna pants happily, their ordeal finally over. Gablia examines Crest's back, amazed that there is no scar at all from his recent injuries. As she expresses her surprise, Rufna nuzzles against him affectionately. His mind, however, is elsewhere. Crest realizes that his perception technique should be blocked by the magic stone, yet something is coming through. He tries to recall the end of his fight with Leon, remembering that he was about to deliver the final blow. Suddenly, a vision overwhelms him. He sees a younger man who he recognizes as his brother, Leon, standing before a grave with a bouquet of flowers. The disoriented Crest wonders what he is witnessing as the vision of Leon addresses his deceased mother. He understands now. This is Leon's memory, likely forced into his mind by the rampaging magic stone. Through his brother's eyes, Crest learns that the moment he was believed to be gone, all of their other brothers immediately turn on Leon, attacking him. The memory continues, showing Leon kneeling at the gravestone. He internally declares that the Haber's family is cursed, believing that his mother died on the very day that Crest was born. In the vision, Leon pleads for his mother to watch over him from the heavens. He laments that the brothers could never get along, and that as long as Crest is alive, disaster will continue to befall their family. Leon's sorrow then hardens into a burning desire for vengeance. He vows to avenge his mother's murder and also to repay the humiliation he suffered at the hands of another man. The vision fades, leaving the lasting image of two brothers, Crest and Leon, set upon two entirely different and conflicting paths. Returning to his senses, Crest is visibly shaken. Rufna apologizes for the conflict between the stupid siblings and asks him to be patient. But Crest has had enough, shouting that he is tired of hearing that his very existence is a disaster. With a surge of resolve, Crest stands up. He looks to Gablia and Rufna, who respond to his call, and declares with conviction that the three of them will stop Leon. In a dense forest, the monstrous, winged form of Leon stands before a dark cave. He scans the trees, his entire posture radiating a predatory hunger as he searches for his quarry. His search turns violent. With a guttural roar, the demon bellows for Crest, demanding his location. He smashes a clawed fist into the earth, shattering the ground in a display of raw, uncontrolled power. In response, a voice cuts through the chaos. Crest reveals himself, his face a mask of grim determination. Small horns now sprout from his temples, and his ears are pointed. With teeth bared, he announces his presence to his brother. Unhearing, or perhaps unwilling to pinpoint the source, Leon continues his rampage. His furious shouts for Crest echo through the trees, his frustration mounting with every passing moment. As Leon's menacing shadow looms, Crest shouts back, his own voice filled with rage. Beside him, the white wolf Rufna stands poised, sensing the imminent clash and awaiting a command. At an unspoken signal, Rufna unleashes her power. She opens her jaws wide, and a piercing howl erupts, a visible wave of concussive energy blasting forth from her maw. The sonic blast strikes Leon from behind, catching the demon completely off guard. He freezes mid-stride, his massive body suddenly immobilized by the unseen force of the howl. Seizing the opportunity, Crest yells for Gablia to act. He declares the fight over, knowing the evolved wolf's unique skill. Howl has temporarily bound his brother. As Gablia watches, both she and Crest prepare to launch their coordinated attack on the paralyzed demon. On the forest floor, the monstrous form of Demon Leon collapses, a massive wound erupting from his back in a spray of dark energy. Above him, the black magic stone that was his core shatters into countless fragments. The shards of the broken stone dissipate into nothing more than wisps of dark smoke, fading away completely. As the last of the demonic presence vanishes, a profound silence falls over the tall trees of the woods. In the clearing, Crest, Gobu, and Rufna stand together, watching as the monstrous body dissolves into a faint, glowing, human-shaped silhouette before it, too, begins to fade. He recognizes the fading form as his brother, Leon. Crest understands that the immense magical backlash is causing Leon's body to turn astral, a process so powerful that not even his own skills can intervene. Despite this, he feels a cold resolve. He has already severed his ties with the upper world and feels no concern for their fate. Suddenly, both his and Gobu's eyes widen in a shared, startling vision. The image of a beautiful, winged woman with long, flowing hair fills their minds. She smiles peacefully, her arms outstretched in a warm, welcoming embrace as ethereal feathers float around her. Crest turns to see Gobu on her knees, her expression one of dazed happiness as she murmurs softly, lost in the vision. Within her mind, Gobu realizes she is seeing her mother. She feels a profound joy, understanding that she was the first to see her, and that from this moment on, the two of them will be together forever. She stands motionless, her eyes vacant as the last vestiges of Demon Leon's power dissipate into countless points of light. The shared vision has ended, leaving Gobu, Crest, and Rufna standing in the quiet aftermath. A single white feather, a final remnant of the ethereal vision, drifts down through the night air. Breaking the silence, Crest calls out, telling Gablia and Rufna that it is time to go. Gobu only murmurs her own name, still lost in the memory, while Rufna responds with a soft whine. Meanwhile, at the Haber's mansion in the upper world, daily life continues. Maids bustle about their chores, with one instructing another, Marna's, to clean a window. As she works, other servants gossip in hushed tones, pitying their master for losing his sons one by one and wondering if Leon has returned yet. Marna's pauses, her attention caught by their words. She stands perfectly still for a long moment. Her stillness draws the notice of another maid, who asks if something is wrong. Marna's, facing a window, quietly clicks a small cylindrical object shut in her hand. Turning away from the window, she calmly dismisses the concern. She explains that it was nothing, merely some non-combustible trash she was taking out, adding that it is important to separate such things. The moment she is alone, her human disguise melts away, revealing her true form as a powerful fox spirit. Holding the device, she smirks, thinking to herself that Leon's death in the lower world went exactly as planned. With a joyful expression, she vows to return to Crest's side immediately, telling him to wait for her. Amidst a gentle shower of pink petals, the goblin girl, Gablia, squeals with delight, playfully chattering with a large white wolf, Rufna. Nearby, Crest sits in the sea of blossoms as Gablia continues to make happy, guttural sounds, her joy filling the air. He lies back, completely relaxed with his hands behind his head, and muses about deciding to roll the gacha. The peaceful moment finds him adorned with a crown of flowers, enjoying the quiet. This tranquil memory fades, replaced by the present reality. A werewolf companion questions him sharply, asking what he means by wanting to spin the gacha the instant he returned, and demanding to know if he even went to the slime village. Crest simply states that a lot has happened. From around a corner, the werewolf maid Marna's watches with a gloomy expression. She mutters that Lord Crest is terrible, expressing her own desire to have been of help to him. Orphe explains the situation to Crest, noting that Marna's seemed to want to tell him something directly. Crest admits that he did try to speak with her, but the circumstances were complicated. Just then, Livia confronts him, demanding to know what is going on. Before a surprised Crest can properly respond, she turns and walks away, snubbing him. He calls out an apology, claiming he was in a hurry and didn't know she was waiting. He watches her go, a wide smile spreading across his face. He finds the display somewhat refreshing, remarking that it is the first time he has ever seen Livia truly angry. His amusement only fuels her anger. Livia spins back around, completely flustered, shouting that there is no point in flattering her, and that it wasn't the only thing she wanted to ask him. Her tirade is cut short by a sudden flash of light. Gablia stands before them, transformed. In her new, evolved form, she is taller, with her hair in buns and wearing an ornate dress. Livia stares in shock, asking what is happening, while Crest simply offers his congratulations. Her new form now clothed, Gablia asks about the outfit. Crest explains that he used his tailoring skill to create it, modeling it after a design he saw in a book from the Night Academy's library. Her reaction, however, is not what he intended. She clasps her hands, exclaiming that it's incredibly cute. Despite his fluster, Crest internally admits that he thinks he did a good job. His gaze then shifts, analyzing her new physique. He muses on how she seems to have grown taller and bigger in other ways. This observation does not go unnoticed by Livia, who erupts in anger, screaming that Lord Crest is an idiot before storming away. In the wake of her departure, Marna's asks Crest what they should do, noting that Livia had been looking forward to spinning the gacha. Crest decides they should wait for her. He then shifts the topic, turning to the slime chieftain to ask what happened in her village. The scene settles in a forest clearing, where the chieftain begins her tale. She recounts how 3 werewolves arrived that morning, and that all of them possessed magic stones. She continues her account, revealing information she had previously withheld. Orphe, the werewolf Crest met, is the brother of the current werewolf king. Furthermore, Orphe's brother, Felt, made a deal with a vampire after Orphe himself refused a trade for magic stones. Crest processes this, noting that vampires are also adept at making magical tools, and conclude that it will be very difficult for the slime tribe to solve this problem alone. He looks on, his expression serious as he absorbs the full weight of the situation and confirms that he understands what she is saying. In response, the slime chieftain explains the impossible condition an alliance would create. To join with him would mean joining a community of werewolves, and she declares that she could never face her murdered comrades if she were to do so. Her expression hardens with sorrowful resolve. She looks directly at Crest and delivers her final answer. They cannot form an alliance with him. He remains silent, his profile stark against the white background as he absorbs her definitive refusal. He accepts the slime chieftain's decision, but reaffirms his support, acknowledging her position as a leader and promising his help should anything happen. He proposes they overcome the crisis together, and she rises, seemingly understanding his position. With a rustle of leaves, the chieftain turns and departs, her long hair flowing behind her as she disappears back into the dense forest. Watching her leave, he reflects that even though they couldn't form an official alliance, the visit was worthwhile because the slimes clearly share his sense of impending crisis. Sometime later, the werewolf leader Orphe bows his head apologetically toward Crest. Standing beside him, Marnus silently wonders why her leader is showing such deference. As they walk together, Orphe explains the history of the lower world. He recounts that there was originally little conflict among demi-humans, and that the forest inhabitants were merely wary of humans from the upper world. He continues his explanation with a heavy heart, admitting that it was his own people, the werewolves, who ultimately disrupted the established order of the lower world. Seeing Orphe hunched over by the weight of this responsibility, Crest tells him he is taking on too much. He instructs the werewolf to focus on stopping his brother's rampage, declaring that he himself will act as the bridge between the demi-humans. With this declaration, Crest rises to his feet. His words resonate deeply with Orphe, who looks up in awe. The werewolf leader proclaims that Crest's way of thinking about the entire lower world proves he is the one truly worthy of being the werewolf king. The profound moment is abruptly shattered by an indignant Livia. She appears suddenly, demanding to know why Lord Crest didn't come back for her, exclaiming that she had been waiting. Her outburst catches Orphe completely by surprise. She stands with her back to the observer, facing a flustered Crest and a still startled Orphe, her posture radiating annoyance. Elsewhere, two of Orphe's werewolf subordinates sit outside a building, their expressions grim. One observes that their lord does not seem well. In a sudden movement, the light-haired subordinate, Kiba, rises to his feet, declaring he has made up his mind. His companion expresses fear, certain they will be punished if they return to their village now. The other werewolf laments that this means there is no way to defeat Felt's team. But Kiba's resolve is firm. He states he never wants to see Orphe in such a state again, and that taking action is far better than sitting by idly. The focus shifts to the upper world, showing the grand, arched architecture of the rifled family estate. Within the estate, a maid enters a bathing chamber to inform Miss Ellis that her father, the head of the house, has summoned her. From the water, Ellis calmly acknowledges the message. Now dressed and attended to by her maids, Ellis approaches a set of large doors and knocks, announcing her arrival to her father. She enters her father's study. The Duke of Rifled commends her on successfully completing a monster extermination mission and informs her he has two reports. The first, he explains, is from the Hawburst family. Their fourth son, Leon, who was sent to the lower world, has not returned. Ellis nonchalantly recalls Leon as the one who lost miserably to Crest in a previous mock battle. Her father continues, stating that according to the search party's guide, the bodies of Leon's companions were found, but Leon himself is nowhere to be found. A memory surfaces, revealing Ellis's duplicity. Before the battle, she had encouraged Leon, telling him to beat Crest soundly, while simultaneously ordering Crest to hold back his true strength. Back in the present, the Duke adds one more piece of intelligence. There are rumors of unrest within the Mycelian family. As he speaks, Ellis internally delights in her own cleverness, reflecting that her plan to direct all hatred towards Crest was a masterpiece. A small, satisfied giggle escapes her. Her father reacts with shock to her suggestion, demanding to know what she just said. He points out that with increasing monster attacks, the king has prioritized defense, making the Mycelian family's participation a considerable risk. He concedes that sending Minu, who is close to Crest, could achieve results, but warns Ellis that any failure would endanger their own family's position. Internally, Ellis thinks that if that is the case, she should hurry to the lower world herself. She dismisses his concerns with a firm expression, advising him not to be swayed by mere rumors. Their duty, she insists, is simply to contribute to the country without worrying. The conversation brings Minu Mycelian to mind, who seems to argue with an unseen person, declaring they know nothing about Crest. Her internal thoughts reveal a conflict. She doesn't want a certain woman to come into contact with Crest, yet she cannot bear to leave him alone. Her eyes reveal a steely resolve solidifying within her. This resolve leads to a profound realization. What Crest truly wanted was freedom. Back in the present, Ellis contemplates Minu's potential actions, imagining her friend realizing that a journey to the lower world might be a one-way trip. Her father interjects, voicing a different theory, Perhaps Minu has no intention of bringing Crest back at all. Ellis agrees, explaining that Minu is not obsessed with her noble status. She posits that if Crest chose to stay in the lower world, Minu would likely stay with him. Her father, perplexed, asks what she means. She reveals that Minu had told her this herself before. Based on this, Ellis declares a new plan. They can stop Minu's dispatch to the lower world. However, a sudden shudder runs through her. A look of anguish appears on her face as she thinks to herself, enough is enough. Her father, the Duke of Rifled, remained firm in his decision, his expression hardening behind his spectacles. He reiterated that he would not approve of her being sent to the lower world. In response to his command to return to her room, she unleashed her fury. The sound of tearing fabric echoed as she ripped a pillow apart with her bare hands. She then hurled the ruined pillow across the room, feathers erupting in a cloud. In her mind, she screamed that her father was an idiot. Collapsing on her bed amidst the feathery debris, she wept, her body trembling. All she wanted, she thought desperately, was to see Crest. Meanwhile, far away, the slime chieftain stood alone in a clearing under the full moon, her long shadow stretching out behind her against the dark tree-line. Her expression was grim as she recalled a past interaction, a handshake that now seemed tainted. She came to a bitter conclusion. Humans are full of lies. Her thoughts were interrupted by a small slime appearing at her side, confirming her fears. It reported that an army of werewolves, led by a certain Lord Sphy, was heading directly for them. This Lord Sphy, a werewolf with long, light-colored hair, charged forward at the head of his forces, riding a massive, snarling bear with terrifying momentum. Elsewhere, the small goblin Gobu crouched on the ground, speaking to an unseen commander. The goblin confirmed their next move, asking if the plan was to take the slime village first. The commander was Crest, standing before a crowd of werewolf allies. He raised his fist and declared with conviction that they, too, were heading for the slime village. He denies her plea, instructing Livia and the others to prepare for the worst and protect the village. With a determined look, Livia insists she wants to be by Lord Crest's side to help, while Gobu and the others look on. He gently rests a hand on her head, explaining that defending the village is a task only she can do. Her presence there, he clarifies, is what allows him to exert his full strength on the battlefield with peace of mind. Livia listens, understanding dawning on her face. She turns away, her face flushing a deep red as she covers her mouth. The title, Lord Crest, echoes in her mind, quickly replaced by a more intimate thought. She will be waiting for her man to return from the battlefield. Her cheeks flush as the realization solidifies, her eyes shining with small hearts. Internally, she concludes that this feeling is very much like being a wife. Emboldened by this thought, she turns back to him with a bright, confident smile. She wishes her husband the best of luck, catching Crest completely off guard before he manages a simple acknowledgement. As he turns to address his waiting allies, a sudden smack on his back startles him. He whirls around to see Orphe rushing toward him, a look of sheer panic on his face. The Werewolf King shouts their names, exclaiming that something terrible has happened. The Werewolf King's face is grim, sweat beading on his brow as he presents a crumpled note. The message is brief and ominous, signed by Kiba. We're going back. Take care. He then delivers the devastating news. 3 of his subordinates have defected. The scene reveals the truth behind the note. Kiba and 2 other werewolves lie beaten and bound on the ground, clearly defeated by an unknown adversary. Within the village of the Northern Werewolf tribe, 2 werewolves, Kiba and another, are prostrated on the ground before Crest. Crest looks down, acknowledging their request to join his group. Inside a nearby building, the tense atmosphere is broken by a werewolf in sunglasses, who slams his hands on a desk. He furiously shouts that Boss Felt would never approve of such a thing. Seated casually on the desk, the Werewolf King, Orphe, tells the subordinate to stop messing around. Orphe smirks, a low chuckle escaping him as his fangs glint. With a calm but authoritative voice, he commands Kiba to raise his head. He then turns his attention to Crest, who listens intently. Orphe explains that a while ago, one of his men went to the village where Crest's group was staying, but has not yet returned. He asks directly if Crest knows anything about it. The werewolf in sunglasses reacts with sputtering disbelief. He connects the dots, realizing Crest must be the unusually strong person from the lower realm he'd heard rumors about. The new human leader who took over his brother Felt's territory. He furiously dismisses it as nonsense. Kiba, still kneeling, has a moment of clarity. He thinks to himself that if a noble werewolf bows his head to mere humans like that, it's no wonder his former subordinates gave up on him. Orphe looks down at the assembled group and declares his decision. He will allow the 3 of them to join his faction. However, he adds that he cannot let them in without receiving something in return. As he speaks, a small pedestal is presented, upon which rests a single, sharp knife. It is only natural, he states, for them to show the appropriate level of sincerity. The Werewolf King leans down towards Kiba, the knife now on the floor before him. Orphe challenges him directly. Show your resolve as a werewolf. Kiba's expression hardens, his resolve solidifying. Crest watches with a deeply concerned look, while Marnez's eyes widen in sheer horror at the implication of Orphe's command. With the knife now in his hand, Kiba's fingers tremble slightly, but his voice is firm. He declares himself prepared for anything. This tense situation recalls another time, under another werewolf king. A subordinate nervously questions his leader, Boss Felt, about the wisdom of allowing outsiders into their fold. Lounging amidst his followers, Felt scoffs at the concern, asking if his group could truly be affected by something so trivial. A female subordinate beside him adds that the newcomers are clearly up to something, showing up on a day like this. The subordinate in sunglasses grows flustered, muttering that he'll have to stay up all night watching the jail. He tries to change the subject, but another werewolf angrily tells him to shut up. He then foolishly suggests to Felt that they should use a certain sword to go and slash the slimes to pieces, earning a sharp rebuke from another follower. The suggestion is met with immediate and brutal violence. Felt strikes the subordinate with immense force, sending him crashing backward through a solid wall. Felt stands amidst the destruction, radiating a dark power, the very power of the sword that he relentlessly pursued but could never obtain. He silences his other followers, telling them they're too loud, as the injured werewolf groans on the floor and another subordinate advises it's time to leave. Before they depart, Felt gives a final, cruel order. He commands all of them to swallow magic stones, and they obey, choking down the items with pained expressions. The narrative shifts to yet another faction. Under the full moon, the werewolf lord, SBHY, grins with savage glee. He declares the night perfect for their plans, announcing that the conquest begins now. His subordinate eagerly affirms the order. She points into the dark woods, informing the assembled troops that the Slime Tribe's village is just ahead and that they should prepare for the assault. The focus shifts away from the impending invasion. Elsewhere, Crespa Hurst stands alone, his expression lost in somber thought. In another location, Werewolf King Orphe remains perfectly composed, even after his subordinate Kiba and others have taken their leave. One of them, looking back, had noted this unwavering calm as a hallmark of their leader. The scene cuts to a display of brutal violence. From the shadows, Orphe and his bespectacled subordinate watch with grim expressions. In a dusty courtyard below, a fight has just reached its savage conclusion. A female werewolf cries out in pain as she is sent flying, her body battered and bloodied. A spectator declares the match over. Felt is the winner. The defeated warrior collapses, cursing her loss as another of Felt's followers rushes to her side. The victor, Felt himself, a massive and imposing figure, looks on with a cold, silent finality. In a mountainous region, Crespa Hurst stands before the werewolf king, Orphe, and his subordinates. Orphe introduces the three werewolves, Kai, Kiba, and Ro, as the coaches who will train Crest. Crest, however, dismissively asks his unseen father who these individuals are. When Orphe offers a polite greeting, Crest rebuffs him with a sharp gesture, telling him not to get cocky and questioning if Orphe even knows who he is. Orphe and his companions simply stare back, unfazed. He continues his provocation, stating he knows Orphe is Felt's weak little brother and challenges him to a 3-on-1 fight. Orphe calmly sets the terms. He'll give Crest until the next full moon to be able to fight his three subordinates evenly. Failure means being disowned. The threat stuns Crest. As he seethes, Kiba and Ro tell Orphe to leave it to them, stating there's no time to waste. Enraged, Crest demands to know what Orphe just said. His fury boiling over, Crest shouts that he will beat all three of them. Ro confidently accepts the challenge on behalf of her comrades. The training that follows is brutal. Orphe is shown being forcibly submerged in water, then lying defeated on the ground, and finally sparring with wooden swords. Under the light of the full moon, the results of the training are clear. Orphe stands victorious over his three exhausted trainers. A powerful blow sends Kai flying. Panting and bruised, Orphe declares that he gives up, while a defeated Kiba can only stammer in exhaustion. Crest watches, impressed, and acknowledges that Lord Orphe has indeed become stronger. With a confident grin and a clenched fist, Orphe simply agrees. His training now complete, Orphe stands alone in a dark forest at night, his expression one of grim determination as he gazes forward. He makes his way through the skeletal remains of a dilapidated building, his heavy breathing the only sound in the ruins. Upon reaching his destination, he finds Kiba grievously injured. Kai rushes to Kiba's side, urging him to hang on while preparing a potion. As Orphe calls out his name, Kiba spits a mouthful of blood. Crest stares at his own hand, a look of shock on his face. He realizes Kiba's finger didn't regenerate. He now understands the deception. Kiba explains that they had to go to such lengths because Felt's keen sense of smell would have detected them otherwise. As Kiba stands recovered beside Kai, Crest listens intently. Kiba declares that losing a finger or two is a worthy price, for he was prepared from the very beginning to give his life for Lord Orphe. Inside a fortified structure, Orphe's subordinates, Kiba and Kai, prepare for an infiltration. Kiba explains that their main goal is to breach a specific cell. He notes that their timing is perfect, as most of the guards are away and security is thin. Furthermore, they've already identified the traitors within their ranks who remain nearby. Their target is revealed, a formidable sword resting on a rack inside the cell. This is the weapon that their former boss left behind for Lord Orphe. The werewolves roar in agreement, fired up by the prospect of avenging their boss's regrets and ensuring Orphe's rise to power with the blade. Nearby, Ro watches with a confident smile. She confirms it is time to start the operation, remarking that her lock-picking skill has finally come in handy. Later, under a full moon, Orphe confronts the slime chieftain. He is taken aback, noting that the entire slime tribe has emerged to greet him, despite him not announcing his visit. The chieftain calmly replies that they knew he would attack tonight, as werewolves are most aggressive on the night of a full moon, and questions his eagerness for the birth of a new leader. He dismisses her explanation, but his eyes narrow as he observes his own subordinates, who are radiating a strange, feral energy. He realizes something is wrong with them, an effect clearly different from that of the full moon. Seeing this, the slime chieftain confirms that the rumors about magic stones must be true. She tells him to go back, declaring that the slime tribe will not become his slaves. Her defiance shatters his composure. Orphe's face contorts into a vicious, predatory snarl as he makes a chilling promise. He will exterminate the slime tribe, every last one of them. A dark, gelatinous mass begins to bubble and shift. With a surge of energy, it initiates a transformation, its amorphous body starting to coalesce into a distinct humanoid shape. The process continues as the viscous substance rapidly pulls together, forming the slender figure of a young woman. Her transformation now complete, the slime girl stands with a look of fierce determination. She vows that she will never let her pursuers have the village. As she makes her stand, she is surrounded by other, less defined slime creatures clinging to the trees and ground, their forms dark and amorphous. Watching from the woods, two werewolves observe the scene. One notes with surprise that the slimes left their leader behind and went somewhere else. The werewolves scoff at her defiance. They notice a swamp behind her, speculating that she plans to escape into it if the fight turns against her. They declare they won't let her get away. In response, another werewolf with long, dark hair lunges forward, his fist clenched as he moves to attack the lone girl. He reaches her, but instead of striking, he grabs her arm. A look of sudden shock crosses his face as he makes contact. The werewolf, identified by his comrades as Shige, lets out a horrifying scream. His hand and forearm begin to dissolve upon contact with the slime girl's skin. The other werewolves watch in terror, shouting that his arm is melting away and realizing her body is made of acid. The slime girl stares back, her expression cold and resolute. The thought crystallizes in her mind. Her entire body must be made of acid. The werewolf, reeling from the acidic touch, stares up into the night. His flesh sizzles, and through a grimace of pain and confusion, he wonders aloud what misunderstanding could possibly be taking place. In response, the surrounding slimes begin to agitate. Their gelatinous bodies bubble and drip, coalescing into a shower of corrosive droplets that rain down from the trees. The acid splashes across the werewolves, causing the long-haired one to cry out in agony. Another werewolf tries to reassure him, shouting not to panic and that their magic stones will allow them to recover. But his own voice betrays his shock as he questions why they are even fighting such opponents. From the darkness, a new threat emerges. A blade formed of pure, solidified acid slices through the air, aimed directly at the stunned group of werewolves. The attack lands with devastating force, throwing the werewolves into chaos. Amidst the turmoil, the first slime girl stands perfectly still, an unnerving calm at the center of the storm. Her gaze is fixed forward, but the attack originated from another. The slime chieftain's eyes narrow with cold, focused resolve, revealing her as the source of the assault. She rallies her brethren, declaring that with the unity of their tribe, they will win by melting all the werewolves completely. Watching for distance, Lord Sphy grimaces. He realizes the slimes know about the magic stones, but more importantly, his subordinates are panicking, unable to believe all the slimes are acidic and questioning how they are supposed to fight back. An observation is made about the nature of the creatures present. Acid slimes are typically found only where acid spews constantly, yet these slimes are not naturally acidic. Lord Sphy considers this puzzle. It's impossible for so many slimes to possess the same acid-creating skill. He concludes the acid must be a skill, but the source is unclear. The ground beneath his feet, which is part of the slime chieftain's body, begins to dissolve and corrode, revealing the true nature of his attack. The slime chieftain glares at him, stating that he no longer has any chance of winning and should simply retreat quietly. Her defiance provokes a savage, mocking grin from Lord Sphy, his expression twisting with fury and amusement. The slime chieftain reacts in shock as the deception is laid bare. Sphy reveals he was tricking them, using a skill to refine strong acid from the swamp water and then sending it through a tube, her own body, from his feet up to the slimes on the tree. He smirks, having unraveled her strategy. Now that he understands the mechanism, he declares it's simply a matter of cutting off the supply network. The slime chieftain curses under her breath. Sphy mockingly compliments her for being clever for a slime, but dismisses her efforts as futile. He continues to taunt her, asking what strategy she will try next, confident this isn't the end. As he speaks, the small slime girl dashes forward in her humanoid form. The chieftain screams for her to stop. The slime girl, readying her blade to avenge her friends, suddenly freezes. She coughs violently, spewing a dark liquid as an unseen attack strikes her down. She could only watch in horror, her face a mask of terror and disbelief as the attack unfolded. From his vantage point, Lord Sphy looked down, his patience exhausted. He sneered, telling the small fry not to get cocky, and realized there was no reason for him to play with them any longer. This was starting to truly anger him. His annoyance erupted into a furious command to his werewolf subordinates. Announcing that he'd kept them waiting long enough, he roared for them to kill all the slimes. The werewolves immediately began their brutal assault. The slime chieftain, helpless on the ground, pleaded for them to stop, but Lord Sphy was unmoved. He told her it was too late and that she was responsible for her comrades dying for her family's bullshit pride. His voice, twisted with malice, echoed the command to his forces. Kill them all. As the massacre unfolded around her, the slime chieftain could only lie on the ground, weeping in utter despair. Suddenly, amidst the chaos, two of the werewolves paused their attack. Their sharp senses picked up a new presence, and they questioned who could be there. Their question was answered with swift and brutal finality. A dark-clad figure appeared, standing impassively as the two werewolves were instantly obliterated in a violent spray of dark energy. The newcomer, Crest, looked up at the airborne Lord Sphy. He commented that while using the full moon is a typical werewolf tactic, relying on a magic stone didn't seem very honorable. Enraged by the intrusion, Lord Sphy demanded to know who the bastard was. As the stunned slime chieftain watched, Crest pointed forward and delivered a shocking declaration. I am Sphy's friend. Sunlight filters through the dense canopy of a forest, illuminating the path where someone is moving with haste. The sound of movement belongs to the werewolf Kiba, who is speaking with his leader, Orphe. Relaxing against a tree, Orphe asks if Kiba's injuries from their last match are okay. Kiba confidently replies that he is fine, boasting about his recovery skills. Orphe then remarks with a smirk that, as expected, his brother Felt is incredibly strong. Kiba's mood sours as he complains that the old man did something unnecessary again, calling it lame to be taught by someone his own age. Changing the subject, Orphe asks if it's true that Kiba and his group have joined a coach. Kiba flinches, nervously denying that it's anything of sort. Hearing his subordinate's frantic denial, Orphe calmly acknowledges it. Kiba quickly adds that they're just friends. Orphe's expression grows more serious as he reflects on his brother. He notes that Felt is amazing for being able to do anything on his own, as is expected of the man who will succeed the old man and become the next boss. Kiba enthusiastically agrees, exclaiming that everyone in the village says the strongest brother will be the next leader. He then pauses, wondering aloud if perhaps Orphe is more suited for the role than he is. Orphe quietly contemplates the idea of being strong. Realizing his blunder, Kiba panics and begs Orphe to spare him from such sudden and awkward jokes. He then shouts that it's nothing, insisting again that they're just friends, not a coach, and tells Orphe to make sure he gets coached well by their group. The scene shifts. The werewolf rogue glares with utter fury, repeating the words, just friends, in disbelief. Her face contorts with rage as she snarls at Crest, who stands before her, asking if he is mocking her. Crest meets her furious gaze without flinching. He states plainly that he is not kidding. He declares that the slime tribe is his friend, and he is there to help them. Behind him, the small slime girl watches, her eyes welling with tears. He issues a sharp command for everyone to hold their position. As Ro confirms that his werewolf allies are ready for orders, a small slime cries out in terror. The source of its fear becomes clear. The werewolf Lord Sphy holds a blade to the slime chieftain's neck, threatening to shatter her core unless they retreat immediately. Before Crest can react, Sphy seems to strike, and the slime chieftain dissolves into a puddle. The werewolf then turns to Crest, acknowledging his reputation but warning him not to interfere further. But before Sphy can finish his threat, Crest vanishes in a blur of motion. Activating Agility Enhancement Level 5, he moves with impossible speed, catching the slime chieftain's dissolving form. Sphy can only stare in disbelief. The werewolf is frozen in shock, his mind struggling to process the incredible speed he just witnessed. Now holding the chieftain securely, Crest barks out orders to his assembled forces. He commands the werewolves to engage the enemy, while the goblins are to focus on protecting the rest of the slime tribe. With his allies mobilized, he turns his cold gaze back to Sphy. The werewolf, recovering from his shock, glares back and demands to know what just happened. Sphy suddenly flinches, clutching his chest where a glowing mark has appeared. Crest calmly states that he merely used a skill, then pointedly observes that Sphy, unlike the others, must not have swallowed a magic stone. The immediate danger having passed, Crest looks down at the slime chieftain in his arms, who has been staring intently at his face. He asks her if something is wrong. She assures him she is fine, but then shyly asks if the area where the blade hit him is all right. Crest, looking down, realizes with embarrassment that she's asking to be put down. The small slime nearby offers a sheepish apology. He turns to the slime chieftain, asking if she could leave the current situation to them for now. Before she can respond, Orphe steps forward, his expression grave. He explains to Crest that because he once succumbed to Felt's violence, he feels he no longer has the right to interfere as a leader. His voice trails off as he makes a plea. But, please, he implores, and as he speaks, 3 glowing magic stones materialize on the ground before them, offered as a testament to his request. On her knees, her face buried in her hands, Livia sobs, her voice trembling as she pleads for someone to help everyone in the village. Her plea is lost amidst the chaos as Crest, his face contorted with rage, screams at one of the werewolves, calling him a traitor and demanding he feel the hatred of his slain comrades. Nearby, another young man tends to a wounded ally, administering a potion. The werewolf leader, Lord Sphy, looks on with his followers, his expression one of utter disbelief as he wonders aloud how the situation devolved to this point. Cutting through the confusion, Crest steps forward with grim determination. He fixes his gaze on Sphy and issues a direct challenge, a duel. Sphy subordinates discuss the proposition. They agree that a duel is the best way to settle things, establishing the stakes. If Crest wins, he can do as he pleases with them, but if they win, they will take both his village and the one he is defending. He interjects, clarifying that he is the one they will be dueling. Hearing their terms, he confirms that this is exactly what he wants as well. Just as the terms are seemingly agreed upon, a new, imposing figure appears beside Lord Sphy. It is Orphe, the werewolf king, his presence immediately shifting the atmosphere. His arrival is met by a mocking voice. A man with a savage grin, Felt, addresses Orphe as his foolish little brother, taunting him for his history of defeats and for continuing to disgrace himself. Felt continues his verbal assault, sneering that since Orphe is so pitifully pathetic, he will end his shame right here, framing it as a kindness from an older brother. Orphe's expression hardens. He retorts that Felt is the one exposing his own shame, and declares that he will no longer allow someone who brings disgrace upon their family to live. He turns to Crest, mockingly referring to him as the disgrace of his family. The werewolf king then questions the human certainty, reminding him that if he loses a duel, the conditions will not change. As Crest considers this, the slime chieftain approaches him, her voice filled with concern. She asks if he is truly going to defeat Felt for them. Crest calmly replies that he did say he would leave it to them. He reassures her that everything will be fine, but she remains agitated, exclaiming that the future of the slime tribe is at stake. If the werewolf loses, it will be the end for all of them. Crest simply tells her to calm down. Amidst the tension, a command rings out for everyone to cease fighting, as a duel is declared. An order is given to light the signal fire, while a werewolf confidently proclaims that Orphe will definitely win. In a clearing illuminated by flaming braziers, the 2 werewolf brothers, Orphe and Felt, stand opposite each other. Each holds a massive, broad-bladed sword, ready for combat as their factions watch from the shadows. Orphe steels himself for the fight. He knows a half-hearted attack will be useless against Felt, who has been strengthened by a magic stone. With a determined look, he declares, "Let's do this," and lunges forward. He unleashes a technique, the fire sword style, closing the distance in an instant. Felt's eyes widen in shock at his brother's incredible speed. Their blades meet with a powerful crash. Felt, a smirk returning to his face, comments that Orphe has apparently learned swordsmanship and that this might be fun. Orphe, however, is filled with conviction, shouting that he will defeat Felt today, a skill he learned from Crest. As they remain locked in a test of strength, Felt scoffs at the idea that Orphe could beat him with such fake swordsmanship. He cruelly adds that Orphe's leader is also cruel, as half-baked strength only leads to a brutal end. Enraged, Orphe yells for him to shut up. His fury boils over. He declares that he will not stand for any more disrespect towards the old man or Crest. Invoking his own magic name, he swears that he, Orphe, will be the one to defeat Felt. Orphe's blade strikes Felt, sending him crashing to the ground. Orphe's subordinates, initially shocked, erupt in cheers, believing their lord has won. From the dust, however, Felt looks up with a sinister laugh, declaring that it is over. The wounded werewolf rises a wide, toothy grin on his face. He formally introduces himself to a wary Orphe, stating his name is Felt and offering to share some good information. The name, spoken with such chilling confidence, sends a jolt of pure shock through Orphe. Before he can react, Felt vanishes in a blur of motion so swift that even Crest, observing from afar, cannot track it. A moment later, Felt reappears, his fist buried deep in Orphe's gut. Meanwhile, keeping watch over the village, the slime girl reassures a concerned Livia that she is fine. Livia offers to take over lookout duty, but the slime girl declines, explaining that since Master Crest is fighting, she wants to at least fight alongside him in spirit. This sentiment echoes a past memory where the slime chieftain encouraged Orphe, telling him he could become the strongest werewolf. In the present, the chieftain clasps her hands, praying for the safety of them both as a tremor runs through the forest. Back in the battle, Felt lunges to finish the staggered Orphe. Just as his attack is about to land, a hooded figure, Crest, appears in a flash, intercepting the blow. With a powerful shout, he repels Felt, forcing him back. Orphe stares, dumbfounded, recognizing that this abnormal power-up is not merely from the magic stone. Felt, however, understands instantly. He grins, realizing Crest must have also received a magic name. As Orphe reels from this revelation, Felt muses on his own new name, feeling as if he has been reborn. He turns his attention back to Orphe, taunting him. Felt sneers that Orphe must have felt the same exhilarating power when he received his own magic name from that human, didn't he? As Orphe stood stunned by his brother's taunt, Crest's own transformation took hold. His features twisted into a feral grin, his eyes glowing with power and his teeth bared. A magic stone pulsed with light from the center of his chest. He issued a challenge to both werewolves, his voice laced with newfound confidence, wondering aloud how far they could possibly resist when faced with the combined might of magic stones, magic names, and innate talent. A brutal confrontation erupts as Orphe lands a devastating blow on Felt. The impact sends Felt flying backward, blood spraying from his head as he collapses to the ground. Lying defeated on the forest floor, Felt gazes up at Orphe, who stands over him like a specter against the moonlit sky. A grim realization dawns on Felt. This scene is a haunting echo of a past event, just as it was back then. Watching from the sidelines, a concerned werewolf elder expresses his shock. He remarks that he has never seen young Master Felt in such a state and wonders aloud what on earth could have happened to him. Nearby, their younger brother Kiba desperately pleads for the violence to cease, calling out for his brother to stop. Another onlooker notes with alarm that Felt seems like a completely different person. As Felt groans in agony, Orphe's face contorts with rage. He roars that this display is true strength before delivering another vicious punch to his down brother. He then grabs Felt, his voice dripping with contempt as he accuses him of gaining his power from outsiders. The accusation is punctuated by another brutal strike. Kiba falls to his knees, overwhelmed with anguish. The elder werewolf's face hardens as he gives a final command: take Felt away. He declares that fools who refuse to understand reason must suffer the consequences. Through a haze of blood and pain, Felt's thoughts drift. He thinks of his big brother, recalling the day he was exiled to an island and, in doing so, lost everything. Kiba remembers a time after his older brother had completed his duty and reflected on his past actions. He had vowed to work for the family's prosperity. But now, seeing Felt defeated, he can only question why things have come to this. The fury of the battle subsides, leaving Orphe kneeling on the ground in sorrow. His rage spent, he looks upon his brother and asks in a pained voice why Felt chose to walk such a misguided path. He could only listen from the ground as a rival werewolf elder gloated over his defeat, his face a mask of cruel victory. The elder taunted him, speaking of betrayal by a trusted aide. The words struck him with the force of a physical blow. Orphe's eyes went wide with disbelief and fury, a shocked gasp escaping his lips as the implication of the betrayal set in. Looking down on him, Lord Tsuihou savored the moment. He asked with contempt if Orphe had finally given up, gloating that they would be getting a lot more slaves all at once. Tsuihou's face twisted with rage as he roared his ultimate intention: to kill Orphe and declare that the entire island would be his. His declaration was cut short by a sharp command to wait. All eyes turned to a distant silhouette standing against a bright light. A lone werewolf holding a sword. Orphe recognized the figure instantly. Kiba, he gasped. The elder identified the sword Kiba held as belonging to their late boss. Another of Orphe's men frantically asked where Ro and Kai were, but Orphe's gaze was fixed on his subordinate. The grim truth was revealed in a flash. Ro and Kai lay defeated, sacrificed as decoys to throw off pursuers. Kiba, his expression hard, stated that the sword could only be drawn by Lord Orphe, the designated leader of their group, as his hand tightened on the hilt. He then did the unthinkable. Turning away from the fallen Orphe, Kiba knelt before Crest and presented the hilt. He pleaded for Crest to accept not just their boss's wishes, but the wishes of the entire werewolf tribe. Kiba, one of Orphe's subordinates, raises his sheathed sword with a grunt, barely blocking a sudden blast of energy. His eyes are wide with shock as he struggles against the unexpected force. The source of the disturbance is not the attack itself, but a powerful presence manifesting from within it. From a cloud of roiling energy, the imposing figure of the former werewolf elder begins to materialize. The vision solidifies. The elder, with his wild white mane and immense presence, stands with arms crossed, looking down upon the werewolves. Kai, another of Orphe's men, stares up in disbelief. Kiba, still reeling, realizes what he is witnessing. It is a vision of the old man, and he understands this means the elder is no longer truly among them. Elsewhere, Crespahurst reflects on the state of the world. He recalls that in his father's time, the werewolves maintained order in the forest with their physical prowess, which was a good thing. Now, however, criminals from the upper realm have become a threat to the lower realm as well. The elder's voice echoes in the vision, explaining that at some point, the werewolves' strength turned to simple violence, causing other races to fear them. He declares that the werewolves must change their old ways and learn to work together with others. His gaze in the vision seems to find Orphe directly. He charges him with a solemn duty to become a pillar for all demi-humans and to lead the inhabitants of the forest with kindness and courage. The elder then turns his attention to another, commanding Felt to listen if he is also present. The vision shows both Orphe and his brother Felt, their expressions grim and serious as they receive the posthumous message. He continues, defining the nature of real power for Felt. He explains that power beyond one's means only confuses the soul, whereas true strength is born from understanding each other and walking together. The vision concludes with a final, binding instruction. The elder declares that from this point forward, two of them must work together to protect the werewolves and the lower realms. As he speaks, the image shows not Felt, but Lord Tsuihou standing beside Orphe, the weight of this new, unexpected directive settling upon them. He stares as the spectral image of the former werewolf elder finishes its plea, asking them to get along as brothers, just as they did in the old days. The vision begins to fade into motes of light. He replies that he has already received the old man's wishes. A memory surfaces of his subordinates weeping as their boss passed, and a sword was presented. The elder's final word echoes, farewell. As the vision dissipates completely, Lord Tsuihou smirks at him, remarking with condescending amusement that Orphe is truly something else. Orphe's eyes widen in disbelief, and he tentatively addresses Tsuihou as bro. His expression instantly darkens to one of pure rage. He grips the hilt of the sword, realizing it was just a simple blade sealed with a lecture. Baring his teeth, he snarls for the joke to stop. In a flash of fury, Lord Tsuihou unleashes a blast of energy from his palm, roaring not to be shown such worthless trash as he shatters the sword. The blade explodes. A large, sharp fragment hurtles through the air and impales Kiba, one of Orphe's loyal followers, straight through the chest. He collapses, weakly gasping his lord's name. Horror grips the onlookers. Crest frantically yells for a potion as the slime chieftain murmurs that it's all over. Orphe lets out a soul-shattering roar, screaming Kiba's name as his subordinate lies dying. Lord Tsuihou looks down on the scene, declaring it unforgivable. He coldly states that Kiba deserved to be killed for being deceived. His rage turns inward, furious at himself for ever harboring the slightest doubt about his own side. Crest watches aghast. Suddenly, a brilliant column of light erupts from behind Crest. Lord Tsuihou turns, his angry tirade cut short as he stares in shock at the radiant phenomenon. He was no longer aware of the enraged werewolves or the body of the fallen subordinate. The brilliant light that had erupted from him gave way to a new, internal reality. Before his mind's eye, a stark, dark interface materialized, presenting a message. Orphe is now ready for evolution. Below it, a question awaited his input. Would you like to start the evolution? The werewolf king, Orphe, stands tense, his body radiating a powerful, agitated aura as he clenches his fists. Facing him, Crest poses a direct and challenging question. Can you kill Felt, as you are now? He continues, acknowledging Orphe's feelings by stating that while his own brothers were terrible people, he understands that Orphe's brother was different. Despite this, Crest insists that Orphe must decide on his resolve once and for all. Leaning closer, Crest presses the point with intensity, demanding a clear answer. I'll ask you again, he says, can you kill Felt? Orphe's mind flashes back to the source of his anguish, the memory of Felt murdering his father and then killing his friend. His eyes narrow with grim certainty as he declares, I can kill. His voice then erupts into a roar of pure conviction. I'll kill Felt here. I won't hesitate anymore. A look of satisfaction crosses Crest's face. I've been waiting for those words, he exclaims, extending a hand toward Orphe and invoking a powerful ability. Monster evolution technique. In response, a blinding light erupts from Crest's palm, engulfing Orphe completely. The werewolf king screams in agony, his body convulsing as the potent magic forcibly reshapes him. As the light intensifies, Orphe's hair lengthens and flows wildly, a visible sign of the dramatic transformation racking his body. The evolution completes. Orphe now stands taller and more menacing, his hair longer and darker. He looks down at a werewolf elder kneeling before him, who asks if the process is finished. Ignoring the question, the new Orphe looks forward, his voice a low growl as he calls out to his target. Let's go, Felt. He stood, transformed, a being of immense power, but before he could act, a new challenger lunged from the side. Lord Tsuihou brought a heavy weapon down in a powerful, cleaving strike. The blow struck the ground beside Orphe's dark, clawed form. Tsuihou looked on, remarking that whatever the human had done was a waste of time. Unimpressed, Orphe simply questioned, In response, Orphe's power flared. He activated a skill, roaring out the word Berserker as a massive, dark manifestation of force slammed into his own body, which absorbed the impact without yielding. His clawed hand emerged from the impact, completely unscathed. Tsuihou stared in disbelief, realizing Orphe had blocked the attack with his body hair. Orphe scoffed, declaring that Tsuihou was the real waste of time for even trying to attack him. Enraged, SBHY cursed, readying his weapon again and vowing to slice through the hardened fur. Nearby, Crest watched intently, thinking the same thing. But before they could act, Orphe lunged forward to counter. Orphe's clawed hand met SBHY's weapon, shattering it on impact. As his arms swept through, striking SBHY, he roared that this was the wrath of himself, the old man, and the entire werewolf tribe. In a violent clash, Orphe's clawed gauntlet meets Lord SBHY's attack, creating a massive X of dark, explosive energy. Orphe's face is a mask of pure fury as he overpowers his opponent. The force of the blow sends Lord SBHY reeling. He coughs up a spray of blood, his eyes wide with disbelief as he struggles to utter the word impossible. With his rage boiling, Orphe sends SBHY flying backward through the air. On the ground below, a small, crystalline object shatters into pieces upon impact. His opponent dispatched, Orphe's fury gives way to a grim chuckle. He mutters to himself that it happened just as they had predicted, a look of shocked realization on his face. The scene shifts to a conversation between Crest and Orphe. Crest states plainly that with this outcome, the werewolf tribe is finished. He explains that while everyone talks about cooperation and coexistence, at this rate, other races will simply take over. He continues his line of questioning, looking back at a memory of a fallen figure. Crest asks Orphe if the person he's referring to, the one who orchestrated this, is the same one who gave him his magic name. A symbolic image appears, a werewolf puppet controlled by strings. It is said that even if the werewolves had conquered the lower realm by force, their victory would have been stolen. The lore is clear. One who receives a magic name can never defy their master for their entire life. Crest confirms this grim reality. He explains that they wanted to prevent the unification of the lower realm, which is why they gave Orphe a magic name and forced him to kill his own leader, his old man. The focus returns to the defeated Lord SBHY, lying broken on the ground. He clenches his fist, realizing with dawning horror that he was merely a pawn, dancing in their hand. He bitterly concludes that he was the true weakling all along. As he lies there in defeat, Marnez approaches him from behind. She speaks to him as two glowing orbs of light, perhaps souls or captured magic, float nearby. She watches the scene, her eyes narrowing as she silently urges the events forward. Her focus sharpens, her pupils dilating in anticipation. The object of her attention is a group of werewolves, who murmur amongst themselves about the pathetic sight their king has become. From within their ranks, Lord SBHY speaks, taunting Orphe by reminding him that he killed their father and SBHY's own friend. Despite the venomous words, Orphe continues to hold the grievously wounded SBHY. He confesses that while it is true he cannot stand him, his face twists in a mask of pure anguish as he screams the undeniable truth. SBHY is still his older brother. The declaration triggers a memory in Orphe's mind, a fleeting image of a happier time, when he and his brother laughed together without a care. That warm memory is immediately supplanted by a darker one. His brother's final moments, a hand on his face, pleading with him. Please, Orphe, kill them. As Orphe reels from his recollections, Marnez's voice cuts through the haze. She reveals the devastating truth. The human name he was given, the one used to control him, was a single, simple word. The revelation strikes him like a physical blow. The name was brother. He recoils, crying out as the full, horrific weight of the manipulation crashes down upon him. He stammers in agony. The connection finally made clear in his mind. The command, the target, it was all tied to his brother. While Orphe is consumed by his torment, Lord SBHY's life finally gives out. His eyes go vacant as a dark fluid spills from his lips, his body going limp. As he clutches the lifeless body of Lord SBHY amidst the towering trees, the werewolf Lord Orphe can only utter a single, horrified word. Brother. Nearby, Crest's eyes widen in shock, having witnessed the tragic culmination of events. Later, a simple stone marks SBHY's final resting place. Kneeling before the grave, Marnez explains her theory to Crest, suggesting it's likely a curse was placed on Orphe to prevent him from speaking his master's name. She then recalls a crucial detail the werewolf elder mentioned on the day Felt was imprisoned, that a separate curse was placed on Felt, one that would take years to lift. Orphe reflects on the state of his brother, Felt, who seemed to have recovered but was in reality being consumed by a curse. He considers the one who gave Felt his magic name to be a troublesome opponent, whose objectives remain dangerously unclear. A female werewolf subordinate addresses him as Lord Orphe. With a heavy heart, he tells her that their next task is to visit the graves of Kiba and the others. Crest, observing from the side, silently wonders if Orphe is feeling down again. Just then, the somber atmosphere is shattered by cheerful shouts. Kiba, Kai, and Ro appear, very much alive, and waving enthusiastically towards their leader. Ro joyfully proclaims that Orphe succeeded, praising him as the werewolf king. Orphe himself can only stare in stunned silence at the impossible sight of his supposedly dead subordinates. His shock gives way to a sudden, violent motion. Orphe's fist connects squarely with Ro's face, sending him flying backwards with a resounding crack. As Ro complains from the ground, Orphe angrily demands to know why they're still alive. He then clarifies that he had to punch him to make sure he wasn't a ghost. Crest steps forward to explain the situation. He reveals that from the very beginning, he had scouts keeping an eye on the three of them, and that Kiba was saved because a healing potion reached him quickly. Holding a misleading letter from Kiba, Ro pieces everything together. He points out that if Orphe thought they had betrayed him, it must mean their lord had a moment of weakness. The accusation catches Orphe off guard. The realization seems to solidify Orphe's resolve. Standing before a grave marker, he vows to never let anyone be killed or let anyone down again. Declaring that the weak Orphe is gone, he punctuates his statement by hitting Ro once more. His eyes burning with renewed purpose, he roars that he is the true werewolf king, Orphe. He commands the others to be silent and simply follow him. The scene shifts to Crest and the slime chieftain. With a stern expression, she dismisses any notion of a mere deal, stating their very lives are on the line. Crest questions what her plan was if the duel had turned truly dangerous, to which she retorts that she, of course, would have intervened. Following her words, she closes her eyes and begins to glow, releasing the transformation that maintained her humanoid form. She then bows deeply before a stoic Crest, pledging her loyalty. From that moment forward, she declares she, now named Sufi, and the entire slime tribe will serve him. Sufi elaborates that this is not the only reason. She recognizes that if her tribe remains isolated, they will eventually be invaded by even more dangerous enemies. Furthermore, she admits that she finds his fighting skills and leadership to be dependable. Her demeanor suddenly changes to one of sly intimacy. She confesses to a startled Crest that she has taken a liking to him, explaining that she first felt an instinctual craving for his bodily fluids when they shook hands, a feeling that intensified when he held her, and she tasted his sweat. He recoils in utter shock, shouting his disbelief. Unfazed, Sufi leans closer and whispers that she will be expecting many treats from him from now on, calling him darling. As the scene fades to a forested mountain, Sufi's thoughts of taking a first bite echo, followed by a distant, horrified scream of "No." The narrative shifts to a stately manner, where Maid gently greets Lady Ellis, asking if she is awake. The maid continues, expressing concern that staying inside will be bad for Ellis's health, and suggests she get some fresh air. Ellis, looking troubled and distant, simply excuses herself and walks away. Alarmed, the maid bursts into the dining room, shouting for her master. The Duke of Rifled, annoyed by the noisy interruption during his meal, looks up as the maid urgently tries to report on Lady Ellis. Far from the concerned whispers in her father's household, three figures on horseback galloped across the open plains, their pace urgent. At their lead was Lady Ellis, her long hair streaming behind her as they rode towards a distant mountain range. Her face was a mask of pained resolve as she spoke her apology to the wind. She declared herself a bad daughter to her father, begging his forgiveness for abandoning her mission in the upper realm. She then announced that she could not wait any longer. With her eyes fixed forward, she declared her intent to find Crest. "Let's go," she commanded, urging her party toward a large stone archway. Inside a well-appointed room, Duke Miss Sicilian turns to Duke Rifled, remarking on his sharp ears for interrupting. Duke Rifled, standing beside Minu Mycelian, simply smirks, acknowledging that the Duke of Rifled truly went through with his audacious plan. Duke Miss Sicilian offers a mild apology, stating this outcome wasn't his preference either. He then presses the issue, questioning who is now expected to handle the monsters of the upper realm, since Duke Rifled sent his own daughter to search for Crest, directly defying the king's orders. He continues his point, speculating that if Crest were to declare he was staying in the lower realm, he believes his own daughter, Minu, would choose to stay with him as well. Throughout this, Minu remains silent, her expression unreadable. Internally, Lord Gollard Miss Sicilian reflects on the now precarious position of the Rifled family. He decides he will buy some time until Ellis is found. While his own daughter's true intentions remain unclear to him, he is certain that Ellis would have followed Crest regardless. Duke Miss Sicilian then presents his offer to a visibly shocked Duke Rifled. He proposes that if Ellis returns with Crest, he will ensure that Duke Rifled receives all the credit for the successful retrieval. He continues, asking that the entire incident remain confidential. In return, Duke Rifled can charge him for all expenses until Ellis is back. The ultimate goal, he muses, is bringing Crest back, which will make everything right, though he concedes the search is difficult due to the tunnel's random exits. At this, Duke Rifled erupts with enthusiasm, loudly accepting the deal. He declares that he will be counting on Minu for a while, but she sharply pushes his hand away from her father's shoulder, clearly annoyed by the arrangement. Duke Rifled recalls his daughter's determined expression. He realizes he underestimated her, having given too many hints. He hadn't thought she would act on them so decisively, but she understood his unspoken wishes perfectly. Minu watches them, lost in her own thoughts. She considers Ellis, believing with certainty that she herself could never move Crest's heart the way Ellis can. The scene shifts to a small settlement of wooden buildings. Livia stands outside, her eyes wide with shock as she suddenly announces that Master Crest has returned. She kneels formally on a path, having waited for his arrival. As Crest's silhouette appears before her, she greets him with an enthusiastic shout, welcoming him back. Her face beams with adoration, tears of joy welling in her eyes. She tells him that she has fulfilled her duty admirably and has been waiting for his return with such longing that each day felt like 1,000 years. Her adoration shatters in an instant. The sight before her is not what she expected. Crest stands with another woman clinging to him. While Crest himself appears annoyed, demanding the woman get away, Livia can only stare in wide-eyed horror, a silent scream building within her. The shock gives way to tearful despair. She internally laments that Master Crest is a playboy, questioning if his earlier words were even genuine praise. The woman in Crest's arms, however, seems entirely unfazed. With a confident smile, she introduces herself as SBHY. She makes a startlingly intimate claim, declaring that she is the one who knows the taste of Crest's apocrine glands, before adopting a more demure expression. SBHY's provocative declaration ignites a fire within Livia. With tears still on her face, her expression hardens with resolve. She realizes that if this is the new reality, she cannot afford to be left behind. Fueled by this new determination, she lunges forward, planting a kiss on a completely stunned Crest's cheek while exclaiming that she can do it too. The sudden action leaves Crest bewildered, calling out her name as she stumbles and falls away, the bold gesture seemingly overwhelming her. Inside a room, Crest sits on a bed across from the slime girl, remarking that he had no idea SBHY enjoyed teasing people so much. The slime girl, looking downcast, apologizes for him having to witness something unpleasant and asks if he has calmed down. He becomes flustered, waving his hands dismissively as he insists the encounter was completely one-sided and that SBHY just sucked on him. The slime girl, with a knowing look, points out that he and SBHY were sharing sweat, implying a more intimate exchange. Crest continues his frantic explanation, recalling how SBHY's gelatinous form wrapped around his arm and forcefully sucked on it. He shudders, admitting it was a rather freaky experience. His admission prompts the slime girl to lean in close, her face inches from his. She teases him, asking if this means he hasn't had his first kiss yet. Crest, blushing, stammers that he is not. Crest looks on, surprised, as the slime girl's face flushes a deep red. With her eyes closed in anticipation, she looks up at him and timidly asks if he would kiss her. Her question hangs in the air. The two stare at each other, the space between them charged with nervous energy as she gently holds onto the lapel of his jacket. The tense moment is shattered when SBHY appears at the doorway, announcing that she has finished moving all the luggage. Startled, Crest and the slime girl turn towards her. The slime girl, flustered, thanks SBHY for her hard work. The interruption causes Crest's eye to widen in frustration. Beside him, the slime girl looks down, her expression one of clear disappointment. Despite the interruption, Crest makes a decision. He leans forward, gently holding the back of the slime girl's head, and presses his lips against hers. He pulls back, turning away slightly. His face is completely flushed, his eyes hidden by his bangs. The slime girl sits stunned on the bed, her eyes wide and her own face bright red. He saw her flustered reaction. The slime girl, blushing deeply with a startled gasp, stammered an apology for the wait. Trying to regain composure, she quickly asked what she should do next, suggesting she could handle zoning the land for a settlement. Her words barely registered as his perception of reality seemed to fracture and dissolve for a brief, disorienting moment. The strange sensation was broken by SBHY's voice calling his name, Master Crest. She asked if something was wrong, her expression filled with concern. In her haste, she tripped and fell, quickly dismissing her own worry. She muttered to herself, wondering if she had merely imagined his odd behavior. Later, Crest stood before two slimes in a newly established area. He explained that he had set up an environment similar to their original village, noting their skill with liquids would be useful for refining potions. One of the slimes timidly asked if they were truly allowed to live there, and Crest assured them there was no need to hold back. He then turned his attention to Orphe and his werewolf followers, who asked what they were supposed to do. He informed them that after Felt's death, he had taken over handling the northern werewolf tribe, and then began to lead the group away. Crest elaborated that not all werewolves had been loyal to Felt. For now, he was isolating them in a northern village. He explained that he had invited this small group to his own village as a reference, hoping to slowly improve their relationship as he led them into a building. Once inside, Crest got straight to the point, asking Orphe what happened when he swallowed the magic stone. Orphe recounted that he blacked out the moment he put in his mouth. He admitted that while it was dangerous stuff that drove some mad, he had slowly recovered and now felt like his old self again. Orphe produced the stone, and Crest immediately used his appraisal skill. The results confirmed his suspicions. The stone was made from monsters, originated in the lower realm, and was created by the vampire tribe. The truth was now clear. He listens intently as one of his subordinates reports their findings. The helper, having worked undercover in the village, recalls that the next deal is scheduled for the night of the upcoming full moon. Crest absorbs this new piece of intelligence. Elsewhere, in a room bathed in moonlight, SBHY sits with a wide, knowing grin. With small, demonic wings spread behind her, she poses a question to an unseen companion. Shall we go meet the vampire? Under the light of a full moon, a woman with a slender, devil-like tail steps into a forest clearing. She reflects that it has been some time since her last visit to this village. A cruel smile spreads across her face, revealing sharp fangs. She declares that the time has come for the werewolves, including Felt, to rejoice and unleash their full power. Striking a confident pose, she roars that now is the time for them to wield their strength for the sake of the great Vanya-sama. The scene shifts to a later moment. Crest confronts her directly, identifying her as the leader of the vampire tribe and stating his desire to discuss the troublesome magic stone. In the aftermath of their unseen confrontation, Vanya lies defeated on the floor. Crest stands over her, offering a sincere apology for the trouble he has caused regarding the matter. Vanya, still on the ground, is stunned. She can't believe that someone actually defeated Felt, and now they're discussing the magic stone. Her mind races with panic. She imagines Crest as a menacing shadow, realizing they must harbor a grudge against the magic stone she created. She fears they will see her as a collaborator with the werewolves and kill her on the spot. Crest's voice cuts through her fear. He asks for her name again, and she timidly confirms it is Vanya. He then calmly states that he has something to ask her. Vanya looks up, completely bewildered by his change in tone. Crest asks if there is any way to treat someone who is suffering from the aftereffects of the magic stone. Elsewhere, one of the werewolves gives a blunt answer. No. He states that he cannot take responsibility for the outcome, as he had already warned them about the side effects of the magic stone in advance. He watches the exchange, thinking Crest is far too naive. The fox spirit, Marnus, presents her offer as a way of making amends, but Kiba suspects that if he plays this right, his own plans might benefit. Marnus then turns to Crest, asking him to examine something. In response, Kiba's eyes widen in shock as Marnus reveals a dark, crystalline magic stone, asking what Crest thinks of it. Crest stares at the object as Marnus explains that she is a fox spirit from the upper realm. She recounts a recent incident where a relative of hers descended to the lower realm, consumed a large quantity of these stones, and went completely berserk. Her story startles Ro and the Slime Girl, who admit this is the first they are hearing of it. As Crest acknowledges he hasn't had a chance to explain, Ro presses for details, asking when exactly this happened. He continues the grim tale, confessing that he was the one who killed Marnus's relative, as there was no other choice. Looking at the stone, he now understands how Felt could have been defeated, marveling that anyone could overcome such power. As Crest processes this, a new voice addresses him as human. A young woman with long, light hair and pointed ears looks at him with conviction, stating that she has a request and has placed her faith in him. She then makes her plea directly, her voice strained with urgency. She asks Crest to rescue her comrade, who has been captured by the ogre tribe. She elaborates on the enemy, describing the ogres as a species with unbelievably massive, powerful, and robust bodies. They are known to be extremely dangerous, even in the lower realm, a fact that resonates with rumors Crest has heard before. Her desperate tale continues. She explains that in the ogre's hideout, members of the Golem and Dry tribes are also being held captive, apart from the vampire tribe. She had planned to seek Felt's help that very night, but was forced to escape alone. She begs Crest to help her comrades, offering free use of their magic tools as a reward. The sudden crisis makes Kiba wonder if the ogre tribe is the next major threat. His eyes narrow as he looks at the pleading woman, questioning if this is also the work of the human Felt had spoken of. Crest turns to Vanya, the leader of the vampire tribe, who stands beside the small slime girl. He presses her for information on the ogre tribe, asking about their internal structure, the number of hostages they might have, and any other relevant details. Before Vanya can answer, Sarah interjects with a desperate plea. She warns Crest that if the ogre tribe is left unchecked, they will continue to expand their power and will eventually invade their village. With tears welling in her eyes, she asks if he will take on this threat for her. He accepts her request, thanking her. He then outlines his plan. First, he must investigate the ogre's way of life to prepare properly, which means he also needs to strengthen his own abilities through his gacha skill. Suddenly, a look of panic crosses his face as he cries out, realizing he has forgotten something important. To share his status with his companions, he takes Sarah's hand. He announces that by holding hands, everyone present will be able to see his skills. Beneath the full moon over the mountains, the connection is made. Crest internally reviews his current power. His possessed skills are displayed, showing several rainbow tier abilities like Appraisal and Summoner are already maxed out. He reflects that his focus on the werewolf and slime matters has left him with only 22 gacha pulls, but perhaps this will be enough. With renewed determination, he decides to act. He will pull the gacha. As he initiates the skill, Sarah explains the phenomenon to a wide-eyed Marnus. She reveals that this is the gacha, the super rare skill that Crest possesses. A cascade of glowing orbs erupts from a chest, surrounding Crest and Sarah. Sarah continues her explanation with the most shocking detail. Crest can obtain skills infinitely. Marnus is left speechless, shouting in disbelief at the revelation. The results of his pulls are displayed. He notes the usual copper skills, but also a silver construction technique for building a better house, and a highly versatile gold skill, water magic. Pleased with these gains, he announces that it is finally time for the main event. Two brilliant, shimmering orbs float before him in the forest clearing. These are the rainbow skills, the rarest and most powerful prizes his ability can grant. He gazed at the two rainbow-colored orbs floating before him, a realization dawning. If both contained the monster training skill, then something remarkable could happen. He reached out, placing his faith in the Gacha's power. His hope was confirmed. The orbs shimmered and resolved into identical icons, each representing monster training level 1. The two skills immediately stacked, merging with his existing ability. His monster training skill surged from level 2 directly to level 3, its maximum potential. He threw his arms into the air with a triumphant shout, exclaiming that he had finally collected all of the May rainbow skills. His companions watched in stunned silence. Vanya found it unbelievable that he could not only acquire multiple ultra-rare skills, but also strengthen them with such ease. Crest, smiling, clarified that since he already possessed the skill, it was more accurate to say he had strengthened it by stacking the duplicates. Sarah, still processing, asked if he had truly just obtained that skill from the Gacha. He then added with a confident grin that even more exciting things were about to happen. As he spoke, a timer materialized before them, its digits ticking down to 0. Vanya's eyes widened in surprise at the sudden development. The moment the countdown finished, the date changed. A new banner materialized, announcing the start of the June anniversary Assassin Gacha event. With the beginning of the new month, the Gacha itself had transformed, presenting a new set of opportunities. With ferocious intensity, Sarah, Marna's, and Ruffna launch a coordinated assault. Below them, Crest watches the battle unfold, his expression sharp and focused. The creature falls defeated. A notification confirms the kill, awarding 400 points. Crest acknowledges the gain, confirming that it's enough. With this latest victory, Crest clenches his fist in triumph, surrounded by his companions. He exclaims with excitement that they now have enough points for 66 pulls from his Gacha. As night falls over the mountains, his thoughts drift to a new possibility he has just unlocked: an assassin Gacha. Back in the present, Sarah asks what he'd like to do, reminding him he has enough points for 11 more pulls. Just then, a system notification appears, announcing the Assassin Gacha is now available, featuring 3 rainbow rarity skills: Assassin's Transform and Weak Spot Detection. Crest muses that he's never seen an assassin class before. Despite his eagerness to try it, he decides to hold off for now, noting how late it has become. Vanya, however, has a different idea. She makes a proposal, suggesting that since they're in a new area with unfamiliar monsters, they should seize the opportunity to rack up a large number of points all at once. She confirms her understanding that points are earned by defeating monsters and eagerly asks what he wants to do, even suggesting they rent a magic tool. Ignoring her suggestion for the moment, Crest turns his full attention to Sarah. In a quiet, serious tone, he asks if she would be willing to accept a magic name from him. She is completely taken aback by the question. Flustered, Sarah stammers, questioning why he would suddenly offer such a thing. Crest, looking slightly embarrassed himself, realizes that he has finally reached the age for such customs. Her initial shock gives way to a wave of emotion. Blushing and cupping her cheeks, Sarah exclaims with delight that this somehow makes her feel like she has become a real, grown-up lady. He watches as Vanya begins to spin around gleefully. Crest is confused by her reaction, realizing she seems convinced that receiving a magic name is a rite of passage into womanhood, and he wonders what she is so worked up about. He watches the two, noting Vanya's comment that children rarely get the chance to receive a magic name. He internally muses that while Vanya is just a head, she might genuinely be a child. Sarah begins to stammer, but Crest reassures her, promising he has never treated Livia like a child and won't do so with her. This prompts a blushing Vanya to exclaim his name, confessing that receiving her own magic name made her feel more grown-up, even if her body didn't change. Observing their exchange, Marnez wonders why the two have become so suddenly flustered. Vanya, lost in the moment, leans in close to a bewildered Crest. He cuts through the awkwardness, getting back to the matter at hand. He asks what the connection is between his Gacha and giving someone a magic name. The explanation renders Sarah speechless with shock. She shouts in disbelief, realizing that points earned by someone with a magic name can be used in his Gacha. He quickly clarifies that it's a mutual contract, not an act of enslavement. Sarah retorts that it feels like borderline cheating. Nearby, Ro admits she only recently learned of this herself, while Marnez expresses that she is glad to be of help. The talk of contracts and grown-up matters makes Vanya blush furiously. She begs them not to overwhelm her with such words, explaining that it's a win-win synergy. Her boosted stats will contribute to their cause, increasing the success rate of rescuing demi-humans. With that settled in her mind, Vanya declares the matter decided. She eagerly reaches out, demanding Crest give her a magic name to make her a full-fledged lady. At the same time, Crest sees his points have surged to 30,000. Marna suggests taking a break, but he refuses, stating he'll use all 66 pulls at once. His gaze hardens with determination. He vows not to waste a single one of the points his companions helped him earn. Striking a pose, he shouts his intention to perform a 66 pull on the gacha. As he initiates the pull, the results appear. He has acquired a new rainbow skill, Assassin, and a new gold skill, Trap Magic, both at level 1. He continued to watch as the results of his massive gacha pull materialized. Following the first 11, the next 22 pulls yielded a trove of powerful abilities, including the rainbow skill Assassin, gold skills like Fire Magic and Trap Magic, and several new silver skills such as Stealth Step and Lockpicking. The rewards cascaded endlessly. By the 33rd pull, he had acquired the new rainbow skill Transform. The 44th pull added another new ability, Weak Spot Detection, to his growing arsenal alongside Earth Magic and duplicates of other skills. The sheer volume of new information flooding his mind at once proved overwhelming. Crest buckled, falling to one knee with a pain grunt. Sarah cried out his name in alarm, worried that the process was too much for him to handle all at once. He raised a hand to his head, panting. He reassured both Vanya and Sarah that he was fine, explaining that he had simply never performed so many pulls at once and had just gotten a little dizzy from the sudden influx of power. The dizziness, however, quickly gave way to a surge of pure exhilaration. A wide grin spread across his face as he looked up, realizing he hadn't expected that using the points everyone had gathered for the gacha would feel so incredibly good. His sudden change in mood drew reactions from his companions. Sarah smiled, relieved, while Vanya let out an amused laugh, remarking that he truly was something else. As they spoke, the gacha continued to process his requests. More skills appeared, including another assassin skill and magic of the fire, water, and trap varieties. The list grew longer still. By the 55th pull, he had obtained silver skills like martial arts, construction, and healing, along with numerous other stat boosts. With the automated pulls complete, Crest prepared for the final one. He held up a special 5,000-point ticket, gritting his teeth against the anticipated strain. With a powerful thrust of his fist, he activated the 66th and final pull. The final burst of power revealed a dazzling array of new abilities floating around his silhouetted form. Among them were Monster Evolution, Swordsmanship, Enchantment Magic, and Wind Magic, completing his monumental acquisition of skills. He stared in disbelief, a single finger extended as if to confirm the reality of his accomplishment. "I did it," he uttered, his voice a mix of shock and triumph. Beside him, both Sarah and Vanya looked on with wide-eyed astonishment. His disbelief erupted into pure elation as the results of his 66 gacha pulls were finalized. The list was staggering, containing a wealth of bronze, silver, and gold skills, alongside several maxed-out rainbow skills including Appraisal, Summoner, Assassin, and Transform. His power had grown exponentially in a matter of moments. With his newfound arsenal secured, the group set out on their mission. They traveled through dense forests and under the vast, star-filled night sky, pressing onward toward their destination. After a long journey, they finally arrived, their feet coming to a stop on a stone precipice. Crest's boots stood beside Orphe's bare feet, a stark contrast between the two. They stood together, gazing down at the sight before them. A vast, fortified settlement was carved into the earth. "This is," Crest began, his eyes wide with recognition, "the Ogre Tribe's village." The village was an imposing fortress, a colossal pit dug deep into the ground. Its walls were terraced with countless dwellings, their windows glowing like embers in the darkness of the chasm. Surveying the formidable structure, Orphe considered their approach, asking Crest what they should do and suggesting they simply leap down into the valley. Crest acknowledged that while such an entrance would be flashy and cool, it was too risky. He reminded Orphe that they had many hostages to consider, so they needed to avoid drawing attention and find a quieter route. Following his own counsel, Crest led the way. A small orb of light guided them through the stone corridors of the Ogre Fortress as he, Orphe, and Rufna moved with practiced stealth. Peeking around a corner, Crest spotted his first obstacle, two massive ogre guards standing watch. He paused, listening to the guard conversation. One grumbled about being stuck on guard duty, while the other wondered aloud if Lord Luga's banquet had already begun. Seeing his opportunity, Crest focused his intent, preparing to use his newly acquired abilities, the Rainbow Skill, Assassin, and the Silver Skill, Stealth Step. He activated the skills, and his presence vanished. The ogre guards grunted in confusion, suddenly sensing that something was amiss, though they could see nothing. The combined effects of his abilities were potent. The assassin skill suppressed his presence, allowing him to blend into the surroundings, while Stealth Step completely silenced his movements. He had become a ghost in their midst. He moved like a shadow through the enemy's fortress, his steps silenced by magic. An ogre guard, large and brutish, slumped to the cobblestones without a sound, completely unaware of the presence that had just passed. Having neutralized the patrol, he continued deeper into the stronghold. Down a long, torchlit corridor lined with barred cells, he found them, the hostages huddled together in the dim light. Among them, one young woman sat against the cold stone wall, her long dark hair framing a desolate expression. A wreath of flowers adorned her head, a stark contrast to the grim surroundings. Suddenly, another figure floated down from an opening above. The seated woman, Vanya, looked up as the newcomer, Katrina, apologized for the delay. Vanya, stunned, asked why she was there, but Katrina affirmed she had come to rescue them all. A flicker of hope appeared in Vanya's eyes. Just as the reunion began, Crest descended from behind Vanya, startling her. He asked for a moment, his focus immediately on the problem at hand. Vanya explained their predicament. They were all fitted with magic slave collars that prevented them from moving freely. He wasted no time, his fingers immediately going to the intricate device around Vanya's neck. With a soft click, he began to work on the lock. The collar sprang open and fell away. As it clattered to the floor, Crest explained that it didn't require a complex dispel spell. His electric-type magic, he noted, was capable of unlocking even magically sealed devices like this one. Freed from the restraint, Vanya turned to Katrina, her eyes filled with emotion. She expressed her joy at seeing her again, and Katrina reciprocated, admitting she had missed her dearly. Their heartfelt reunion was cut short by Crest. He reminded them that they had no time to be emotional. They needed to escape immediately. He then turned to the surprised Katrina, asking for her help. He was taken aback by the situation. Vanya, however, saw the need for formality, telling Katrina to introduce herself properly to Crest, as they had not yet met. Crest could only think to himself what a free-spirited girl Katrina seemed to be. He stood by as the young woman who led them there formally introduced herself as Katrina, chieftain of the Dryad tribe, explaining that all her people were imprisoned within the same cell. The newly freed vampire, Vanya, made a light-hearted comment about Katrina joining a club of grown-up ladies. Crest, however, refocused the group, stating they needed to hurry and remove everyone's collars, as other races were also imprisoned nearby. In response, Katrina quickly outlined a plan. She would go to inform the vampire tribe of the situation, while asking Crest to head towards Gorga, the chieftain of the Golem tribe. She assured them that once the collars were removed, her allies would escort everyone to safety. Her gaze was one of unwavering resolve. As they proceeded, Vanya noticed Crest's troubled expression and asked what was wrong. His attention was fixed on a nearby cell, for which a profound sadness seemed to emanate. A voice explained that the one inside had not stopped crying. Inside the cell, a massive figure made of stone knelt on the floor, his body racked with guttural sobs of despair. Their path then led them to another cell, where a captive dryad looked out with wide, fearful eyes. Recognizing the sounds, she cried out Gorga's name, demanding to know what had happened. The story of what had befallen the Golem chieftain was a brutal one. Tears streamed from his stone eyes as a memory surfaced, the impact of a blow shattering a part of his face. He had been magically controlled, forced to turn on his own kind. The Golem chieftain was made to kill his own comrades, and the immense weight of that horror now crushed him completely. Crest and Katrina stare forward, their expressions a mixture of shock and horror at the scene unfolding within the dungeon cell. Their gaze is fixed on the captive dryad, whose eyes are squeezed shut as tears of grief stream down her face. On the cold stone floor below, the still, bare feet of a fallen figure are visible. A simple white sheet covers the body, serving as a makeshift shroud on the dungeon floor. The form beneath the cloth remains utterly motionless, a silent testament to the tragedy. Standing vigil over the deceased is the massive Golem chieftain, Gorga, his broad back conveying a profound sense of loss. As the Golem grieves, Crest approaches from behind, softly speaking the chieftain's name, Gorga. He moves to face the Golem, introducing himself and stating his purpose clearly. He has come to help. Gorga's expression remains hard and sorrowful. Gorga's spirit, however, is broken. His voice is hollow as he mourns his fallen comrades, declaring that he no longer cares about anything. He seems to address the fallen one as Stona. From outside the cell bars, Katrina pleads with him not to speak that way. Crest tries to reason with the grieving Golem, reassuring him that it wasn't his fault. He explains that he knows Gorga was being controlled by the ogres, a truth he learned from Katrina. He was met with a furious denial. The Golem roared that Crest was wrong, screaming that he himself had killed his comrade, Stona. The massive being collapsed to his knees, consumed by regret. He lamented being controlled, wishing he had died instead or that he had managed to break his comrade's arm first to stop the tragedy. Watching the Golem's profound anguish, Crest asked softly why he blamed himself so much. Katrina offered an explanation. She noted that Golems are an incredibly rare and long-lived race, tough and accustomed to surviving for ages. Because of this, she reasoned, Gorga had likely never had to mourn a comrade before. She concluded that, like the slow turning of an hourglass, Gorga simply needed more time to accept the harsh reality of his loss. Crest, however, disagreed. He apologized for his bluntness, but stated that short-lived races like his own simply don't have that kind of time to spare. Putting his words into action, he reached a hand toward the grieving Golem as a soft light gathered in his palm. He declared that he was bestowing the magic name Gorga upon him. The Golem violently slapped his hand away, shouting that he didn't need a magic name. He then clarified that this power wasn't for seeking revenge against the ogres. Crest countered, explaining that the power was for something greater, for carrying forward the will of the entire Golem tribe. As he spoke, an image of the stoic Golem people filled Gorga's mind. The realization settled in Gorga's eyes. Crest's voice provided the final, clarifying thought. Redemption is not found in grief, but is shown through action. The massive golem stands silently, his back to Crest and Katrina. Surrounded by ogre guards, Gorga's new resolve is palpable. Katrina watches, acknowledging to herself that Crest truly managed to reach him. Her observation is cut short as Crest's demeanor shifts dramatically. His face contorts with rage, a fury so intense it startles Katrina. He turns to Vanya, coldly stating that he is leaving the hostages in her care. With that responsibility delegated, his own path becomes clear. He vows to wipe out the ogres himself. Meanwhile, within the ogre's stronghold, a scene of cruel debauchery unfolds. The brutish creatures feast and drink while their female captives, including Vanya and Katrina, are forced to serve them, their expressions hollow and defeated. The abuse is constant. An ogre guard screams at Vanya, calling her a useless slave and demanding more liquor. She can only stammer an apology, her head bowed in fear. Elsewhere, in a stark, torchlit chamber, the werewolf king Orphe sits upon a stone dais. His body is wrapped in heavy bandages, and he rests with his arms crossed as his loyal subordinates stand watch. Back in the ogre's hall, the torment continues. Katrina, faint with hunger, trips and spills a bowl of hot soup on a guard. As she cries out, the ogre grabs her, sneeringly questioning if she desires better working conditions. His mockery turns to violence. The ogre lifts a massive, spiked club high above his head, telling the terrified Katrina that he will introduce her to their workplace reform plan. He swings the brutal weapon down towards her head, roaring that this is her retirement package. Suddenly, the entire hall is plunged into darkness. The torches extinguish all at once. The ogre freezes, his attack halted, staring in confusion at the smoking sconces. He bellows in frustration, demanding to know what happened and for the lights to be relit immediately. The brutish guard, momentarily stunned by the preceding darkness, is jolted by a sudden, intense light from a nearby fire. The abrupt shift sobers him instantly, his face a mask of confusion. He whirls around, his confusion turning to shock as he beholds his fellow ogres strewn across the floor, either unconscious or dead. He bellows in disbelief, demanding to know what is happening. Before he can fully process the scene, another of his kind cries out in surprise as a dark, violent spray erupts from his back, and he collapses to the ground. The source of the attack is revealed, a group of 4 figures standing defiantly amidst the chaos. Crest is at the forefront, flanked by the werewolf Orphe, the goblin Livia, and a new dark-skinned warrior. A surviving ogre stares at them, demanding to know who they are. He steps forward, his voice clear and unwavering, introducing himself as Crest. He declares his mission, to free the captured demi-humans and annihilate all the ogres. In the background, seated upon a throne, the bandaged and imposing leader of the ogres watches. The ogre leader listens to the bold declaration, a chilling, confident smile spreading across his face as he lets out a low, intrigued sound. His subordinates, however, are less composed, breaking out in derisive laughter. They mock the small party, a human, a werewolf, and 2 goblins, as a mere bunch of nobodies, questioning how just 4 of them could possibly hope to defeat the entire tribe, and warning them not to cry when they are torn apart. An ogre calls out to their leader, Lord Luga. Luga, still seated, calmly acknowledges that while the intruders may look like nobodies, the fact they made it this far proves they shouldn't be underestimated. He orders his men to round up the prisoners, who have likely already broken out of their cells. He then turns his attention back to Crest's party, a cruel grin on his face. He remarks that no one from the lower world has been able to stand up to him lately, and tells his warriors not to disappoint him. With a final command to go, his ogres roar in unison. In response to the ogre's battle cry, Crest and his companions surge forward to meet them head-on, their determined expressions showing they are ready for the ensuing fight. As the chaotic battle began, the dark-skinned warrior in Crest's party singled out an ogre. She taunted the beast, declaring that it had failed its interview, and that she was sending it on a one-way ticket to hell as she lunged forward, fist cocked back. Her initial strike was blocked, and the ogre retaliated with a powerful blow that sent her crashing to the ground. She let out a pained grunt as another ogre loomed over her, ready to finish the job. Before the second ogre could strike, Livia burst into the fray, delivering a powerful kick that slammed into the creature's side and sent it reeling. Elsewhere, an ogre stared in shock, exclaiming in disbelief. Crest reminded the beast that he had warned it not to let its guard down. The ogre realized that the goblin, Livia, possessed a magic name and had awakened something far stronger, prompting it to shout for a change in tactics. Heeding the call, the ogres immediately adjusted their strategy. 2 of them turned their attention to Orphe, with one shouting orders to focus all attacks on the werewolf to the east, identifying him as having the best stamina and speed. Orphe watched their swift, organized response with a grim look. He noted internally that it was just as expected of upper-tier ogres from the lower world, impressed that even the grunts could mount a tactical response so quickly. Deciding to meet their strategy with overwhelming power, he declared, "In that case, A dark aura flared around him as his arm grotesquely transformed into a massive, clawed appendage, stopping the two advancing ogres in their tracks with shock. With a furious roar, Orphe unleashed his ability, Berserker. He swung the monstrous limb in a wide arc, tearing through the ogres in a spray of dark blood and viscera as they screamed in agony. Watching the carnage from his throne, the bandaged Lord Luga grew visibly concerned. He wondered aloud what these invaders were, realizing with dread that at this rate, they would completely dismantle his entire operation. He analyzed the threats before him. The werewolf's power must be an evolution from high monster density, and the human possessed a rare skill. He considered that they might be backed by an entire organization. Concluding that his forces were not equipped to handle this alone, he clenched his fist, realizing he had no other choice. On the battlefield, an ogre guard leaps high into the air, its club raised for a devastating overhead strike. Below, Orphe, the werewolf king, looks up in surprise, unprepared for the attack from above. The weapon crashes down with immense force, shattering the ground at Orphe's feet. The werewolf is engulfed in the explosive impact, sending shockwaves and debris flying as Crest looks on. He staggers back from the force of the blow, clutching his injured arm and grunting in pain. The powerful strike has clearly taken its toll, leaving him momentarily vulnerable. Watching the exchange, Lord Luga grins, impressed. Not bad at all, he commends his warrior. With his own massive weapon resting on his shoulder, he announces that it is time for him to personally join the boss fight. Within a vast, torchlit stone hall, a diverse group of women, including Vanya, Katrina, and Livia, make their way through the corridors. Vanya leaps down from a high archway, landing gracefully among her companions as they press onward through the gloom. She turns to the others, her expression firm, urging them to remain calm and continue their evacuation. She assures them the exit is just a little further ahead. Suddenly, Katrina's eyes widen with relief. She points forward, shouting that she has found their allies and that this is the way they must go. Her cry, however, alerts a group of hulking ogre guards who block their path. Their bandaged leader, Lord Luga, looms over them, roaring at the slaves and questioning if they truly believe they can clock out on time. In defiance, Vanya glares back at the ogre. She retorts that they will be working unpaid overtime until they die, a clear threat of a fight to the death. The scene shifts to a wide, empty hall where Crest now stands alone, facing the imposing figure of Lord Luga, who casually rests a massive, double-bladed axe on his shoulder. The ogre leader smirks, his sharp teeth visible. He comments that it appears Crest used some kind of skill to make the various demi-humans and monsters his allies. He continues his taunt, declaring with absolute confidence that no matter how many grunts Crest gathers, there is no way he can possibly defeat the ogre tribe. Crest remains silent as Lord Luga glances aside, remarking with irritation how much of a mess they have made. Breaking his silence, Crest retorts that this is what happens when one butts into someone else's business. He then reveals a key advantage. Their village is built like a maze, and if they choose, they can easily get ahead of their pursuers. He is met with a furious roar from one of the ogre guards. The creature, bearing a jaw full of sharp teeth, bellows that Crest will regret interfering with their operations. Before the ogre can finish his threat, Crest moves with blinding speed. His fist connects squarely with the ogre's jaw in a shower of force, the impact echoing through the narrow space. The blow sends the guard stumbling back towards his leader, Lord Luga, who observes the exchange with a cold chuckle. Understanding the situation, Luga dismisses another powerful-looking ogre wielding a massive axe, telling him to join the slave hunt as he can handle this intruder alone. The subordinate agrees and leaps away. As the axe-wielding ogre departs, the first guard, still standing beside Luga, expresses admiration for his leader's calm and composed demeanor, remarking on how cool he is. The guard's admiration is cut short by the delayed, excruciating pain from Crest's punch. He howls in agony, his mind reeling, unable to comprehend how a human could possess such speed and power that he couldn't even see the attack. Crest stands before the stunned ogre, his posture relaxed. He calmly tells the creature to settle down and assess the situation, sarcastically remarking on the serious hustle of ambushing him. Lord Luga interrupts, his voice dripping with condescension. He tells Crest he can't be blamed for striking first, suggesting the boy was simply overwhelmed by his own winning aura. In response to the taunt, Crest roars for him to shut up. He lashes out with a powerful kick that smashes into Luga's face, declaring that he hates tyrants who force obedience through shouting and violence more than anything. The force of the kick stuns the ogre lord. Crest's eyes burn with fury as he points at the reeling Luga, vowing that for destroying the peace, he will make him suffer long and deep. Luga, clutching his jaw, wonders what is happening, questioning if this is a skill or a magic tool. As other ogres cry out their leader's name in alarm, Crest presses his verbal assault. He explains that because Luga's field awareness is so narrow, the slaves were wiped out while he wasn't looking. He concludes with a sharp insult, declaring that this is precisely why single-taskers are useless. He continues to press his advantage, informing the stunned ogre leader that his entire side has been wiped out. Lord Luga lets out a guttural roar of disbelief, unable to process the claim. As the ogre reels, Crest calmly explains that the explosion they heard earlier was the sound of his trap magic skill being triggered. He reveals the depth of his preparation, stating that he has already infiltrated this place 3 times before today, allowing him to meticulously plan all the trap locations and escape routes. With his explanation delivered, he vanishes from Lord Luga's throne. Below, 2 ogre guards look on, one of them dismissing the claim as a bluff. Just then, Crest materializes silently behind them, offering to show them proof. The guards are left bewildered by his sudden disappearance. The axe-wielding ogre shouts into the empty space, demanding he show himself. He scoffs, theorizing that the boy must have run away, realizing his bluff wouldn't hold up. The ogre confidently declares that no one can defeat the mighty Lord Luga from the lower realm. His boast is cut short as a fist drives deep in his gut with a sickening impact. The axe-ogre's eyes bulge in disbelief and agony. As the ogre crumples, Crest stands over him and the other guard, explaining his methods. He reveals using the assassin skill to erase his presence and extreme stealth to silence his footsteps, nullcraft to break the locks, and that the devastating punch was powered up by martial arts enhancement. The revelation stuns Lord Luga. Sweat pours down his face as his mind reels, unable to comprehend how this single boy could possess so many different skills. Crest meets the ogre leader's gaze directly. That's right, he confirms, before revealing the source of his power, a skill that allows him to gain an unlimited number of skills. He names it Gacha. The revelation of his Gacha skill sends a tremor of disbelief through the ogre leader, Lord Luga. Sweat drips from his brow as he struggles to comprehend the words, muttering, Gacha, unlimited skills. Seriously? This dawning horror spreads quickly. An ogre guard throws his hands up in despair, realizing they have no chance at all. Lord Luga's own clawed hand trembles as he concludes that this power is insane, and there is no way they can win. While his leader is frozen in shock, the axe-wielding ogre chieftain refuses to yield, charging forward with fierce determination. His mind races, questioning how things could have gone so wrong. He flashes back to a time when he was just another nobody in the ogre tribe. His entire life changed the moment he met a certain human from the upper world. He recalls how the human's teachings, along with the magic tools and new name he was given, transformed his body and his destiny. Before he knew it, he had risen through the ranks to become a chieftain of the ogres. Snapping back to the present, his resolve hardens. He believes he has done nothing wrong. He just needs to remember what he was taught and start over one more time. But as he surges forward, his charge is cut short. Something ensnares his leg, sending him tumbling to the ground with a cry of pain. He looks down in shock to find thick, powerful vines wrapped tightly around his ankle, holding him fast. Nearby, Lord Luga is similarly bound by the same plant magic, completely restrained. Katrina and the Dryad stand over him, their work done. The captive crowd watches as they realize the chieftain has been ensnared by Katrina's power. Her hands are bloodied, but Katrina's gaze is fierce as she confronts the captured ogre. She tells him to prepare himself, declaring this is the end. Crest observes the scene, noting that while she has taken quite a beating, her magic was ultimately successful. With the ogre leader subdued, Katrina's focus shifted to another captive, a massive stone-skinned being. Pointing a commanding finger, she addressed him by name, Gorga. Nearby, the bound axe ogre, Luga, finally took notice of Crest, his aggressive posture faltering. "Who the hell are you?" he stammered, a hint of fear in his voice. Crest calmly met his gaze, promising to explain everything and urging the ogre to listen closely. A flicker of horrified realization crossed Luga's face as he seemed to understand what was about to happen, confirming Crest's intent for full disclosure. Luga's mind was suddenly flooded with a vision of himself as a charismatic orator on his Luga channel. He heard his own voice posing the topic, are sacrifices necessary for organizational growth? He argued that losing comrades, while painful, is an unavoidable hardship for climbing the ranks. He callously dismissed a fallen subordinate, stating the man played his role perfectly and his death should not halt their progress. The grotesque mental broadcast continued. The vision of Luga pointed forward, cheerfully telling his phantom audience to smash that like button and declaring that their future was bright as they moved to the next stage. His fist clenched in a triumphant pose, sealing his hypocritical speech. The vision shattered. Back in reality, Luga let out a guttural roar, his body trembling as he faced Crest. Psychic feedback racked Luga's mind. He screamed in terror, confessing aloud, "I killed Stona." Nearby, the golem Gorga watched dispassionately, stating that the murder of a blameless soul was never part of his ambition. As the ogre's psyche crumbled, Crest lunged forward, driving his fist into Luga's face with a powerful, silencing impact. He followed through instantly, channeling energy into his open palm and striking again. "Flame burst palm 3, he declared, as the blow connected squarely with the top of Luga's head. The force of the palm strike was absolute. Luga's body disintegrated, leaving only his severed feet to drop to the ground as Gorga watched the execution's conclusion. The golem chieftain, Gorga, who had watched the ogres end impassively, now collapses to his knees. An agonized groan escapes him as he trembles, his gaze fixed on something beyond the executed ogre's body. His grief is not for the warrior, but for a small, shrouded form on the ground. Kneeling before it, he whispers an apology to someone named Stona, tears welling in his eyes. As Gorga mourns, a new figure materializes beside Crest. She is an ethereal woman wreathed in flowers, her own eyes filled with tears as she observes the golem's sorrow. The spirit-like woman drifts towards the kneeling golem, her form glowing softly. She announces to Gorga that she has received his resolve, acknowledging the depth of his feeling. This entity is the personification of a skill, the seedling of the world tree. She holds a nascent orb of light, a promise of new life, within a cradle of roses. She explains her purpose. A special sapling will be created to host the soul of the deceased, granting them a chance to be born again. However, the process is fraught with uncertainty. The sapling suddenly begins to wilt as the spirit explains that there is no telling when the soul will return or if any of their memories from their past life will remain. The situation becomes critical. The spirit senses that Stona's soul is beginning to fade from the world entirely. They have almost no time left to act. With urgency, the spirit presents the glowing seedling to Gorga. Crest confirms that the decision rests solely with the golem. The spirit asks him directly, will he accept this skill or not? A single tear traces a path down Gorga's stone-like cheek. His grief transforms into resolve as he accepts the burden, whispering, it's okay. His answer is decided. On a small mound of earth, a tiny sapling now grows, a vessel for the soul he chose to save. The decision echoes through the forest, a new beginning under the sun-dappled canopy. Crest formally addresses the assembled leaders. He announces that Katrina, Gorga, and their respective peoples will now be part of their village. He then delegates responsibilities. The Golem tribe is tasked with processing ore and forging materials for weapons. The Dryads, with their woodworking skills, will handle construction and repairs, and the Vampire tribe, as always, will produce magic stones and enchanted tools. The Dryad spirit, filled with hope, rallies them with a shared purpose. She declares that together, they will build up their village and make it the safest place in the entire lower realm. Her words bring a wave of relief over Crest. He allows himself a moment of quiet satisfaction, thinking that, at last, he can finally live a peaceful life. His peaceful reverie is abruptly shattered as a voice calls out his name, causing him to whip his head around in surprise. Standing before him is Ellis. Her expression is a mixture of discovery and concern as she confirms his location. So this is where you were, she says, her voice cutting through the forest air. In a dense forest, a voice cuts through the quiet, calling out Crest's name. It seems he has been found again. The owner of the voice is Ellis. Crest stares at her, his face a mask of shock and disbelief, wondering aloud why she is here. He tries to compose himself, clenching his fist as he internally insists that this is the lower realm and that he has already put his past life behind him. His resolve crumbles as his mind races. If Ellis is here, he reasons, she must have come to drag him back, just like his brothers. Or perhaps, he grimly considers, she is here for personal revenge. He glares at her, his suspicion hardening into a shouted conclusion. It must be revenge after all. But instead of hostility, Ellis lunges forward, wrapping her arms around a stunned Crest in a tight embrace. With a joyful blush, she exclaims how much she has missed him. He shoves her back, completely flustered by her actions, demanding to know what she means. Unperturbed, Ellis simply states that she meant exactly what she said. She elaborates, her expression turning somber. She explains that only after he disappeared did she finally realize her true feelings. Admitting she was horrible to him, she says she wanted to find him again to apologize. To emphasize her words, she performs a deep, formal bow, offering a sincere apology. Crest turns away, a sound of irritation escaping his lips. His suspicion, however, prompts him to use his appraise skill. His eyes widen in shock as the results appear. Ellis is protected by the ultra-rare skill Goddess's Blessing, confirming to him that she is, in fact, the real deal. He remains deeply suspicious, reasoning that even if her confession is true, this could all be an elaborate act to lure him back. He hardens his expression, declaring that no matter what she says, he will not change his mind. In response, Ellis calmly acknowledges his stance, then asks if he truly intends to remain in the lower realm. He confirms it emphatically, stating that no matter how hard she tries to convince him, his decision is final. Hearing his unwavering response, Ellis offers a gentle smile. In that case, she proposes with surprising poise, may I live here with you as well? The unexpected request stuns him into silence, his face contorting with disbelief. He questions if her goal is still just to bring him back, and if the upper realm can truly afford to waste time like this. He quickly tries to regain his composure, deciding not to let her control the pace of their interaction. He concedes that he doesn't mind her staying, but makes it clear that she is now in his territory and that there is nothing special between them anymore. He continues, formally stating that they're no longer engaged or anything of the sort. He then issues a stern warning. If she ever hurts the villagers, he will cut her down without a moment's hesitation. Just as he finishes his threat, Livia steps forward, asking Lord Crest who the woman is. Crest is startled, having completely forgotten about Livia's presence, but realizes this is a good chance to see Ellis's true intentions. He asks the girl her name, and she introduces herself as Livia. Before he can react further, Livia blurts out that she is Lord Crest's lover. Internally, she panics at her own outburst, but resolves that she will not let anyone take Lord Crest from her. Livia's bold declaration hangs in the air. Ellis, far from being provoked, simply smiles. "Oh my, is that so?" she says with amusement, then graciously adds that she looks forward to getting along with Miss Livia. Livia identifies the approaching young woman as Ellis, the fiancé Crest had mentioned. She remarks that Ellis appears very different than she had expected. With a gentle smile, Ellis turns to Crest, expressing her curiosity and asking him to show her how he had been living. Her kind request sends Crest into a state of utter shock. He begins to stammer incomprehensibly, his face pale with panic, while Ellis looks on with concern, asking what is wrong. Overwhelmed, he turns and flees into the forest, shouting Ellis's name. His mind races, questioning what she could possibly be after, completely unable to understand her behavior. The scene shifts to a grand, multi-spired castle, identified as a location within the upper realm. Within a royal court, Minu Mycelian delivers a dire report. She informs the assembly that the number of monsters grows by the day, having already reached the borders of Rand. She warns that if this continues, the entire upper realm could be brought to ruin. Following her report, the Duke of Rifled approaches the throne, offering his apologies to the king. The king, however, is focused on another matter, asking where Ellis is, as he had ordered everyone to be present. Minu Mycelian explain Elise's absence. She reports that Lady Ellis remains within the Rifled family's underground chamber, maintaining her skill, as it was deemed too dangerous for her to leave her post. The king listens, contemplating the gravity of the situation. At this, Duke Bahur speaks up, vouching for Ellis. He asserts to the king that their very survival is thanks to Lady Ellis's strength. The king quietly concedes that this is true. The Duke of Rifled then makes a momentous declaration. Citing the current crisis, he announces that he has authorized the opening of the Forbidden Archives. The group stands before a small, unassuming hut. The king explains to a surprised Minu that this is the Forbidden Archives, rarely open to protect what lies within. As he speaks, a powerful energy emanates from the structure as its door swings open. She and her companions stepped through the doorway, finding themselves not in a small hut, but at the entrance of a vast, cylindrical archive. Duke Rifled explained that this subspace held every forbidden document and secret gathered since the nation's founding. As they proceeded, Minu expressed her awe at the scale of the subspace construction. She noted that according to the records before them, a similar disaster had occurred long ago. The Duke pointed to a passage in the ancient text, elaborating on the past event. He explained that, just as now, a group calling themselves the Heroes of Darkness had appeared, tearing open dimensional rifts that pushed the kingdom to the brink of collapse. Their leader, a man named Lavehart, wielded the forbidden skill known as dark magic. He continued the account, posing the critical question of how they were driven back. The strangest part, he added, was that the dimensional holes simply vanished one day, and the Heroes of Darkness disappeared without a trace. Minu found the story deeply unsettling. The Duke, however, saw a path forward, suggesting that if they could uncover the truth of what happened back then, they might find a way to counter the present threat. As he spoke, a thought struck Minu. She fell silent, her eyes fixed on a diagram on the wall, as a realization began to dawn. Her gaze then swept across the towering shelves of the archive. She wondered aloud if this history was the very reason Ellis was now in the lower realm. At that moment, in the lower realm, Ellis herself let out a small, amused sound, her hand covering her mouth in surprise. Elsewhere, Livia presented Crest with a newly constructed house. She explained that the village was growing quickly and had plenty of homes, telling him he was free to use this one. Crest looked at the building, hesitantly asking if he was truly allowed to live there. He then glanced toward the quivering slime form of his companion. He asked Livia if Sufi could live there as well. Sufi, the slime chieftain, addresses the smaller slime girl, explaining that she must work with the craftsmen to expand the village. She tasks the girl with keeping an eye on Ellis, remarking that she seems to have nothing better to do. The slime girl considers this rude, but agrees to the task, though she expects to be properly compensated. Elsewhere, Ellis approaches Crest with a bright, knowing smile. She observes that he has become quite popular, even down in the lower realm. She leans in close, playfully suggesting that he could always pay her up front for her company. A flustered Crest shouts back that it's not happening, leaving a moment of charged silence between them. Later, Crest turns his attention to a new project. Ro approaches, informing him that the craftsmen have assembled. She asks what they will be building this time, and Crest acknowledges the gathered workers. The result of their combined labor is soon revealed, a magnificent new bathhouse, steaming under the moonlight. It is noted that with woodworkers, stonemasons, and magic tool experts all working together, such an outcome was to be expected. Inside, Ellis luxuriates in the steaming water, sighing that this is the life. The bathhouse was constructed with golem or dwarven pipes and vampire-made magic tools, a testament to Crest's ingenuity. As Minu washes the twin bun girl's hair, another woman reveals a startling truth. Lady Ellis has been using the blessing of the goddess to hold back the disaster in the upper realm. In the newly constructed hot spring, the Dryad spirit explains to Ellis that the blessing of the goddess is more than just a powerful healing spell. She explains this to Ellis, who now sports small, dark horns on her head. The Dryad spirit internally observes that Ellis sounds so natural it doesn't seem like she's lying, concluding that she must possess an incredibly rare skill. A memory surfaces for the Dryad spirit. She recalls that before she descended to the lower realm, she used her own skill to breach the sealed forbidden archive, feeling that a crucial clue tied to the crisis in the upper realm was hidden there. This recollection prompts her to ask Ellis if she came to the lower realm specifically to deliver that clue to Crest. Startled, Ellis denies it, insisting she has no other motive and came for the sole reason of seeing Crest. As the twin bun girl watches with starstruck eyes, the Dryad spirit is left to wonder why she herself even went into the forbidden archive. The contemplative moment is shattered when Livia playfully grabs the Dryad spirit from behind. The startled spirit cries out, flustered, begging Livia to stop. As chaos erupts in the women's bath, the scene shifts to the entrance of the men's section, marked by a curtain bearing the character for man. Beyond the curtain, Crest is also soaking in the hot spring, a thoughtful expression on his face as he washes his arm. He is soon joined by Gorga, the Golem chieftain, who thanks Crest for allowing his people into the village. Gorga states that they owe him and reveals that it was thanks to the golems that the natural hot spring is now in full operation. Crest dismisses the praise, saying it was no big deal. Ro then speaks up, questioning the wisdom of letting his former fiancée, Ellis, into their sanctuary. Crest touches his chin, admitting it's hard to believe she's turned over a new leaf, but also that she doesn't seem to be lying. He concludes that with no evidence, he'll just keep her where he can watch her for now. He was still contemplating his decision when a familiar voice cut through the steam. Recognizing it as Sufi's, he looked up as she playfully asked if she could weigh in on their conversation. Startled and flustered, he instinctively shouted for her to show herself, only to immediately regret the command. A teasing voice called out to him from nearby, telling him she was right there. From the water before him, Sufi's form coalesced out of a shimmering, gelatinous mass, her sudden appearance causing him to cry out in shock. She playfully asked if he was surprised or disappointed, before explaining that slime folk cannot maintain their humanoid shape in hot water and chiding him for coming into the men's bath. The group continued their discussion about Ellis. Ro reminded Crest that she had been instructed to watch him, not lock him up. Sufi, now a small puddle of slime in the water, added that after showing him around the village, she found him to be completely normal and without prejudice against demi-humans. Hearing this, Ro admitted she's grown fond of him. Despite the vote of confidence, Crest remained wary, deciding it was still too soon to deem Ellis harmless and resolving to keep a close watch on her. He sighed, recalling that his former fiancée had never cared for others' opinions. He mulled over the possibility that something grave was occurring in the upper realm, and that Ellis was single-handedly keeping it at bay. If that were true, her wish to live in the lower realm might make sense. Even so, he couldn't reconcile this with her recent behavior toward him and Rifia. Under the pale moonlight, a grim certainty hung over the upper realm. One thing was clear. The loss of Ellis would inevitably push their world further toward total collapse. Meanwhile, in the upper realm, within the House of Bahurst, a fist slammed down in fury. A voice seethed with hatred, damning the monster Crest. The source of this rage was another of Crest's brothers, Albert, who sat grimly at a table. A dark-haired noble delivered the devastating news. Their brother Leon was dead, and their father, the Duke, had passed away from the immense stress. The noble seethed, blaming Crest for ruining everything for their house, even after his exile. In the upper realm, the discussion continues between two more Crest brothers. The third son, Guel, turns to the eldest, Idril, and asks about their next steps, noting that the palace has already sent a notice for Idril to succeed their father. With a look of utter disdain, Idril dismisses the notion, declaring that the country is already finished. Meanwhile, far from the capital's turmoil, Crest and his companions have successfully passed through the checkpoints. He marvels at how his skill could be used for something so mundane yet effective, realizing it has earned them a great deal of money and secured their freedom to travel. Back in the Bahurst estate, a knock sounds at the door. Before anyone can respond, Idril bursts in, his face twisted into a manic, wide-mouthed grin. He bellows that the sole true victor is none other than himself, Idril Harvest, sneering that anyone who can't recognize a hopeless fight is nothing more than a maggot. Following the outburst, a maid enters carrying a tray with a bottle of wine and 2 glasses. She addresses him as Lord Idril, confirming she has brought the wine he requested and asks for permission to pour it. He calmly agrees, telling her to proceed. As she pours the dark liquid, Idril remarks that their father's cheap mindset is precisely why he died before he could enjoy his own private stash. Guel stares, shocked, recognizing the expensive bottle. Ignoring his brother's reaction, Idril raises his glass and calls for a toast to their ultimate victory. At the end of a hidden tunnel, Crest and his companions emerge before a traditional estate, where a voice calls out, welcoming the honored guests. Inside, a maid appears flustered by their sudden arrival. The master of the estate, an older man with a topknot, calmly introduces himself as a friend of Malna's and inquires if their journey was safe. The maid explains that Malna's had instructed them to flee the country immediately. They followed a tunnel behind the mansion and ended up here. The master laughs heartily, forgiving their lack of explanation and handing the maid a small object to give to him. He clarifies that Malna's felt she owed them a debt and arranged their escape. He offers them rest until things settle down, promising to send them home safely. Then, his tone shifts as he gravely states that, to speak plainly, House Harvest is nearing its end. Seeing their confusion, he chuckles, remarking that they've been fooled by a fox, a common saying. He assures them of their safety at his estate, even as the girls struggle to process the news about Malna's. Traditionally, the appearance of fox has long been considered a sign of good fortune. Meanwhile, in another location, Malna stands in her true werewolf form, looking down dispassionately at the collapsed forms of Idril and Guel Harvest, a spilled wine glass and bottle nearby. The news travels quickly. Within the walls of the royal castle, a question hangs in the air, heavy with disbelief. Has House Harvest truly been slaughtered? An official confirms the grim reality to King Rezifal VII. He reports that Lord Begu apparently died several days ago, and the first and third sons were likely poisoned. The culprit is still being tracked. The king, seated on his throne, can only stare in shock, stammering that the news is utterly unthinkable. He sits in stunned silence, the news echoing in the throne room. Since the very founding of the Kingdom of Lakind, the three great houses have been unshakable pillars. Until now, a sudden realization cuts through his despair. An image of Crest and his companions flashes in his mind. Clenching his fist, the king declares that Crest is still alive and must be brought back to the kingdom at once. In response to the king's outburst, a sharp-featured royal advisor steps forward. She reassures Her Majesty, explaining that after speaking with Duke Missicilian, they have arranged for Lady Ellis to descend to the lower realm. In Ellis's absence, she confirms the kingdom's defense will remain under Minu's command, who has the strength for the task. As she speaks, Duke Missicilian leans in to whisper, asking to confirm that the reward they discussed still stands. The advisor quietly assures him that he has nothing to worry about. With their private agreement settled, the advisor dismisses the audience. She then tasks the Duke with gathering the remnants of House Harvest soldiers to reorganize the military presence in the upper realm, stressing that the situation is growing more urgent. As Duke Missicilian and Minu walk away, the advisor watches them, her thoughts turning to the young commander. She questions why Minu performs her duties as she does, sensing a hidden depth, the look of someone holding back. The Duke notices her scrutiny and asks why she keeps such a close eye on Minu. He admits his daughter is fighting alone because Ellis abandoned her post, and concedes that while Minu may be fragile, she must endure as long as she bears the kingdom's mission. The advisor watches their receding figures, soberly stating that Minu is their last shield. If she too steps back, the upper realm will truly fall. Hearing this, the Duke turns back with an earnest plea. He implores the advisor to be the one who lights Minu's path, ensuring she does not become another casualty of their circumstances. The advisor quietly acknowledges her understanding. Far from the capital's intrigue, nestled deep within a forest, stands the solitary stone tower where Lady Ellis has taken refuge. Within a vast, circular library filled with towering shelves, Minu Mycelian stands alone, a heavy book open in her hands. She is in the Forbidden Archive, a place of immense knowledge and solitude. She closes the tome, her thoughts turning inward. She was ordered to stay here to recover her strength as quickly as possible. Inside this archive, time flows faster, a fact she finds tedious as she worries she might end up even older than Crest. The entire situation is simply boring to her. Her mind drifts to the hollow praise she receives. Whether it's from a king who only thinks of himself, or from a father who didn't even see her mother before she died, none of it brings her happiness. She knows that the moment she leaves, she will be thrown back onto the battlefield. A sudden voice startles her, cutting through her thoughts. She had come here to be alone, away from the noisy palace, and is surprised that someone else had the same idea. She turns to identify the speaker. Before her stands a young man with light, messy hair. Recognizing him as Prince Zeno, Minu begins to apologize, explaining that she had the king's permission to be there despite it being a place for royalty. The prince, however, cuts her off with a disarming smile, admitting he was just kidding. He takes a seat, telling her not to be so formal. He refers to himself as the Ghost Prince, Zeno, and expresses that he is honored she would remember someone like him. He then correctly identifies her as Minu from House Mycelian, the wielder of the ultra-rare skill, Hero's Strike. This is Prince Zeno Lakind, 7th in line for the throne. It is rumored he spends all his time locked away researching forbidden arts, his poor health keeping him a legitimate but hidden heir away from the public eye. He leans forward slightly, confessing that he has been curious about her for a while. He wonders aloud what kind of heart a girl born to a concubine must have to rise and become the savior of a nation. Minu's gaze falls. She replies that for someone of her background, she has already received more honor than she deserves. With a hint of sorrow, She admits that she is afraid she doesn't possess the kind of emotions that would meet his expectations. The prince considers her words. He observes that she was given her duty before she ever had a chance to lose herself to status. He then suggests that, in that case, perhaps there is something deeper, something else hidden inside her. He leaned in slightly, a sly, knowing smile playing on his lips. His gaze was sharp, analytical, as he posed a new, more personal question. He wondered aloud what would happen if he were to run away first, questioning if she would pursue him simply as plain old Minu, stripped of her titles and duties. Prince Zeno flashes a wide, carefree smile at Minu Mycelian, dismissing his previous words as just a joke. Minu, however, does not share his lightheartedness, her expression remaining intensely serious. She looks away slightly, conceding that he is right. She affirms his importance, stating that the upper realm would truly fall apart if they were to lose him as well. Her grave words sober him. Prince Zeno raises a hand, his playful demeanor gone, and vows to protect her even at the cost of his own life. He urges her to hold on until two specific individuals return. Within a vast, circular archive, a thought crystallizes. The prince was aware that Ellis was not in the upper realm. Meanwhile, far away in the lower realm, Ellis rifled savors a meal with absolute delight. She hums contentedly, proclaiming the food to be simply divine as she sits before a spread, including a large roasted fish. Crest watches her, pleased, and says the kitchen team will be thrilled to hear her praise. Ellis marvels at being able to enjoy such an elegant meal in a place like the lower realm. He reflects on the villagers' progress, recalling how he observed their routines. He admits his surprise at how smoothly they now work, having overcome their initial struggles after receiving some guidance. As he speaks, Ellis poses a question. She asks why he doesn't simply use his skill to streamline everything and make their work more efficient. Crest acknowledges that it's technically possible, but notes that they still sometimes end up with withered crops or questionable cooking. He explains his philosophy further, stating that while many tools came from humans who fell from the upper realm, the demi-humans have lived primitively for a long time. He believes it is better for them to build their new life with their own hands, so they will not be lost if he is ever gone. He clarifies to Ellis that this approach is only for peaceful times. If danger arises, he assures her he will not hesitate to use his skill to its fullest extent. He then shifts the conversation, speaking of Ellis's own skill. He asks if she could tell him more about the blessing of the goddess, admitting he's always been curious and might need her help with it someday. She agrees with pleasure, offering to explain the 3 modes of the blessing of the goddess. She elaborates on the skill's incredible versatility. The first mode, optimization, allows her to modify the structure and state of anything, from a living body to an entire city, and even construct barriers. The second, analysis, can dissect the structure of any lock, seal, or curse in the world and dispel it flawlessly. The third mode, restoration, enables her to perfectly restore lost body parts or even repair damaged buildings. He listens, internally marveling at the absurd power she describes so casually. He realizes that although the scale and precision of the task would affect the time and effort needed, these 3 abilities make it easy to handle most problems. However, Ellis clarifies that even this skill is not without its limits, revealing it has one weakness. The admission catches Crest by surprise. She explains that while the blessing of the goddess has no spatial limit, she can only activate one of its modes at a time. To illustrate, she notes she couldn't heal someone while simultaneously maintaining a barrier. She would have to cancel one action before starting the other. As she finishes, Ellis leans in close, smiling softly and remarking how long it's been since they've talked like this. Crest is momentarily taken aback, then comes to a realization. Even Ellis's incredible skill has its own flaws, just as his Gacha skill is useless until he first defeats monsters. A small smile forms on his face as he reflects on her. He thinks to himself that she feels completely different now from the person he once feared in the upper realm, pinpointing the change to a specific night. The memory surfaces of that night. A younger Crest reminds an embarrassed Ellis that they stayed up all night talking because she had gotten scared by a fairy tale. He wonders aloud if she is the one who has truly changed, or if perhaps he is. Back in the present, a blushing Ellis laughs it off. She insists it's embarrassing and he should forget it, denying she was scared. She trails off, simply saying either way. She listened as Crest expressed his genuine happiness that they could finally talk like this again, just the 2 of them. Blushing, she stammered that she felt the same. Then, abruptly, she excused herself, claiming she was going to pick flowers for a moment before hurrying away. She hurried not towards flowers, but into a nearby public restroom. Staring at her own reflection in the mirror, she wondered what could possibly be wrong with her. There, she clutched her chest in turmoil. She had wanted to be with Crest, and she knew she should be happy they were reunited. So why did something feel so off? In her mind, she pleaded for an explanation for the strange feeling, a glowing symbol reflecting in her eye. Her internal plea was met with an unexpected, systematic process. A mental notification confirmed the initiation of an emotional memory synchronization, which quickly completed before beginning to execute a response. The response was a flood of information, explaining the dissonance she felt. Her primary goal had shifted to establishing a lasting relationship with Crest, and her persona was being optimized accordingly. The discomfort was merely a side effect of overriding her former upper realm model. The system assured her this was a natural extension of her own will, that this was the most her she had ever been, and that she should proceed. Realizing she had zoned out, she decided she needed to get back to Crest quickly. Snapping back to reality, she emerged from the restroom and called out an apology for the wait. But her words caught in her throat as her eyes widened in shock. Her apology died on her lips as she saw the scene before her. In the spot where they had been sitting, the ground was scorched and blasted. Crest was on his knees, clutching his shoulder in pain. She rushed to his side, frantically asking what had happened. Seeing him hurt, she begged him to let her see his shoulder, pleading for him to stay with her. From the nearby trees, a gasp of surprise could be heard, hinting at an unseen observer. He stared in disbelief at the object materializing where his wound had been. It was a dark sphere, its surface a chaotic mass of shimmering, pixel-like squares. Sweat beaded on his brow as he tried to comprehend the impossible thing before him, his mind racing with a single, frantic question. What is this? As he grappled with the strange sphere, an internal system alert flashed through his consciousness. It issued a stark warning. An anomaly had been detected in his recently restored tissue. Immediately, a rewind protocol was initiated. At the threshold of the lower realm, Crest's companions halt, informing Ellis that this is as far as they can go. They warn her that the realm's miasma is poison, but still offer to accompany her. She hesitates, looking from the ominous gate back to them. Her expression shifts to one of bright determination. She assures them that she will bring Crest back without fail, reminding them that they trusted her to escape, and she will not take their aid lightly. With her promise made, she turns and ventures alone into the dense forest. She acknowledges that this is the lower realm. Although her rare skill nullifies the miasma, she knows she must remain vigilant for whatever dangers lie ahead. She pauses, clasping her hands in prayer to activate a skill, Blessing of the Goddess. She silently pleads for the ability to always remain with Crest in the lower realm. A divine acknowledgement confirms her request, initiating the optimization of her body and mind for this new environment. Now fully adapted, she breaks into a run, her voice echoing through the trees as she calls out for Crest, urging him to wait for her. Elsewhere, a woven basket is filled to the brim with an assortment of fresh, vibrant vegetables, a testament to a successful harvest. In a demi-human village, a man asks his companion if anything about the human girl who visited caught her eye. The vampire leader, Vanya, smiles, remarking that she and her people seem to be settling in nicely. The man agrees, adding that thanks to the new demi-humans, their crops are better than ever. Vanya elaborates, explaining to the others that Ellis had asked many questions about their vegetable varieties and tools, and in the end, even jumped in to help with the harvest. She reflects internally on the encounter. Ellis was surprisingly cheerful, not at all like the rumors had suggested, which caught them off guard. Because of her unexpected help, they were able to finish their work early. Vanya continues her thoughts, observing that Lady Ellis is making an effort to reach out to everyone and fit in. She begins to wonder if they had been overthinking things. As she muses, Ellis is seen in the distance, walking away with her basket. Her thoughts turning to recent events, Vanya muses aloud that Lord Crest has seemed bothered by his shoulder lately. She suggests to her companion that perhaps they should ask Lady Ellis about it. Her quiet contemplation is shattered by a sudden cry of alarm. Startled, Vanya turns, asking what is wrong. The source of the commotion is Crest, who has collapsed to his knees, clutching his left shoulder. A dark, pixelated corruption seethes from the wound. Ellis rushes to his side, pleading for him to stay with her, while Katrina recoils in shock behind them. In the chaos, the basket of freshly picked vegetables Katrina was holding tumbles to the ground, its contents scattering as she cries out Crest's name in alarm. Vanya rushes over, demanding to know what happened. A frantic Ellis explains that she doesn't know. She just returned from the restroom to find him crouched on the ground and clutching his shoulder in agony. Looking at the corrupted wound, Vanya's eyes narrow with a grim realization. There truly was something wrong with his shoulder. As this thought crosses her mind, a large, luminous screen materializes before the group with a sharp hum. The screen displays an important notice from Smart Company regarding an update to the regeneration skill. It states that during recent maintenance, Crest's shoulder was provisionally restored, but monitoring has detected severe instability, corruption, and miasma-related damage. To prevent fatal errors, the system is unilaterally rolling back the affected area to its post-injury state, an action not subject to the skill holder's consent. The implications of the message sink in. Vanya realizes this must be from the battle with his brother that Crest mentioned, horrified that he never revealed how badly he was hurt. Ellis stares in disbelief, repeating the ominous phrase, post-injury state. Seeing Crest fading, Ellis desperately calls out to him, announcing that Rifia is right there. From the ground, Crest weakly murmurs an apology to the name Rifia. As Katrina looks on, her face etched with concern, he struggles to form the name again in his mind. A sense of grim resignation washes over him as he stares at the corruption on his shoulder. He had figured it would end up like this eventually. No matter how many potions he used, the wound would never truly heal. He collapses to the ground, and Rifia cries out his name in distress. Tears stream down her face as she confesses she hadn't wanted to cause him any worry. Her sorrow gives way to resolve. As system notifications flash, referencing the optimization of both Ellis and Rifia herself, she declares her intent to heal Crest. With fierce determination, she invokes her skill, Blessing of the Goddess, commanding it to restore Crest's shoulder to its pre-loss state immediately. But her command fails. Rifia is taken aback as a system message informs her that only one mode of Blessing of the Goddess may be active at once. She realizes with a jolt that she was already using the optimization mode on herself and must first cancel it. The system confirms her realization, displaying a direct instruction. To use the restoration ability, she must first deactivate the currently active Blessing of the Goddess. Ellis stands frozen, her eyes wide and vacant. Her mind is a fractured collage of recent events, the faces of Vanya, Katrina, and Crest swirling around her in a disorienting vortex of shock and confusion. The chaotic memories continue to assault her as she grapples with a horrifying question. She wonders what this feeling is, and if she truly did something terrible to Crest, of all people. As Ellis remains lost in her internal crisis, Katrina rushes to her side, her voice laced with concern. She calls out to Lady Ellis, sensing that something is deeply wrong, but her words fail to penetrate the haze. Observing this from nearby, Vanya's expression hardens. Her profile is sharp and cold, her gaze fixed with grim determination. With sudden violence, Vanya strikes out. Katrina cries out in pain as she is forcefully thrown aside by an unseen impact. Vanya now looms over the fallen Ellis, turning her attention to Katrina. "You," she begins, her tone sharp. "You do want me to save Crest, don't you?" She holds up a single, sharp fawn. "Very well," she concedes. In exchange, in another place entirely, Crest's eyes snap open, wide with shock as if jolted awake from a terrible nightmare. He finds himself lying in a simple bed, the surroundings unfamiliar. Disoriented, his mind races to understand where he is and what has happened. As he sits up, he instinctively touches his shoulder, the site of his previous fatal-seeming wound. He finds the skin perfectly smooth and murmurs in disbelief, realizing it's completely healed. His thoughts are interrupted by a gentle voice. He looks up to see Ellis, who asks him, "How are you feeling?" He looks up to see Ellis, standing in the doorway of the sunlit room, her expression unreadable. He asks if she was the one who healed him. She simply responds with his name. A memory of his initial, overwhelming gratitude surfaces. Shirtless and overcome with relief, he had grabbed her hands, thanking her again and again for his miraculous recovery. Back in the present, now fully dressed, his thoughts turn to someone else. He asks Ellis about the other girl, Rifia, remarking that she must have been terribly worried. In fact, he had already tried to reach her. He'd thrown open a window, calling out Rifia's name, shouting his apologies for worrying her and the good news of his recovery into the open air. But there was no response. Back inside, Ellis notices his distress and asks what's wrong. Crest stands frozen, a look of dawning horror on his face as he pants for breath. He whirls around and grabs her by the shoulders, his voice filled with urgency. He demands to know where Rifia went, explaining that he tried to call for her with his summoner skill, but nothing happened. The implication of the failed summoning hangs heavy in the air, his eyes wide with terror. In response, Ellis's expression transforms. A slow, wide, and deeply unsettling smile spreads across her face, her eyes gleaming with a chilling light. Seeing her disturbing expression, Crest recoils in horror. He demands to know what she did with Rifia, pleading that she hasn't returned to her old, malevolent self. Ellis calmly informs him that while he was asleep, the girl had already packed her belongings. She continues, her chilling smile never wavering, and reveals the price. In exchange for healing your shoulder, her sinister smile shatters into a full-throated, triumphant laugh as she finishes her chilling explanation, bellowing that she forced Rifia out of the village. Her laughter rings out, a cruel counterpoint to Crest's horrified scream. The realization crushes him, and he collapses in utter despair. As he reels, the consequence of the bargain plays out elsewhere. A small, cloaked figure walks away from the village, her solitary footsteps leading her into the encroaching darkness of the forest. She pauses, turning for a final, sorrowful glance. With leaves falling around her like tears, she offers a silent thought, a heart-wrenching farewell to Lord Crest. In a dark clearing, Rifia stands before a group of small, sorrowful elf children. One of them looks up, their voice trembling, and asks if she is truly leaving them. The children are overcome with emotion at her departure. One wails that this can't be happening, while another tearfully offers to go with her. Rifia looks at them, her own expression filled with sadness. As she stands near a wooden fence, two of the children murmur amongst themselves. One comments that Ellis certainly fooled them, having acted so earnestly while helping in the fields. The other disagrees, insisting that Ellis still belongs at Crest's side, especially after healing his terrible wound. A third child overhears and pleads with Rifia not to entertain such thoughts. Stepping forward, one of the elf children presents Rifia with a leather pouch, its flap adorned with an intricate ancestral crest. The child explains that it contains magical tools passed down through generations and hopes they will prove useful on her journey. Rifia's thoughts drift to something she once heard, that her forebears undertook an important mission far from this place. Gazing at the image of a distant, ancient stone archway, she wonders if fate itself is guiding her toward that same destiny. She turns away from the children, who wave their goodbyes and tells them to take care. They call back, assuring her this is not a final farewell. A gentle smile touches Rifia's lips as she thanks them and sets off. Meanwhile, in a lavishly furnished room, Ellis has repurposed Crest as a human footstool. With her feet propped on his back, she muses aloud that since coming to the lower realm, she never expected to be surrounded by such fine things again. She laughs, remarking on how surprisingly comfortable her new stool is. Her moment of comfort is broken by what she claims is a weird creak coming from a face-shaped ornament on Crest's head. Calling it a bother, she suggests the fit must be loose and grabs his head, declaring she'll fix it right away. Crest cries out in pained protest. Suddenly, their tense interaction is shattered. A female werewolf with long, dark hair and a fierce expression bursts in, interrupting them. She glares at Ellis and declares that from now on, it will be just her and Crest, with no more interruptions. The room descends into chaos. The dark-haired werewolf, the warrior with twin buns, and Livia have all arrived to report to Crest. The warrior pins the young noble to the floor as the werewolf begins to explain that monsters have stopped spawning near the village, forcing them to hunt farther out. Standing nearby, Vanya angrily demands to know who these intruders think they are to be so rude. He is still pinned to the floor when Vanya's voice cuts through the tension. She addresses him directly, announcing that it is Gacha time. In response to her declaration, dozens of shimmering, translucent bubbles begin to materialize in the air around them. Watching the spectacle unfold, Ellis looks on with a bead of sweat on her brow. She realizes with a start that this must be a gacha, a phenomenon she has never witnessed before, as the bubbles fill with strange symbols. As the magical effect subsides, Vanya leans down towards the still-prone Crest, a predatory grin on her face. She eagerly asks him what he received. Her question is met with a flustered, blushing reaction from Ellis, who averts her gaze. Seeing this, Vanya erupts in triumphant laughter, mocking Ellis's underwhelming response to what she calls a secret prize. She gloats internally, confident in her scheme. She believes that with this, Crest will finally lose interest in everyone else and focus solely on her. Far away from the chaotic scene at the estate, deep within a dense forest, tall trees stand silent under the sky. In a small clearing, a campfire crackles brightly, its flames dancing against the encroaching darkness. Beside the fire sits Rifia, wrapped in her cloak. She watches the smoke rise in a straight, unwavering column, taking it as a sign that the weather will be fair on the morrow. She looks up, her thoughts drifting. 10 days have passed since she left her village, and she reflects that it is the wisdom and lessons from Crest that have sustained her on her journey. She recalls a memory, a moment suspended in time. It is Crest's voice she hears, his hand pointing toward the glittering night sky as he calls her name. The memory sharpens, showing her standing beside a cheerful Crest. Rifia remembers her admiration, thinking how knowledgeable he was. She reflects that back home, her studies were strictly limited to what she was forced to learn, unlike his broad understanding of the world. He points out 3 bright stars in a row, explaining that following them leads north, a fact she admits she never knew. A gentle smile crosses Crest's face as he thinks to himself that none of his knowledge was wasted if it meant he could sit and talk with Rifia while they looked at the stars together. The warmth of his sentiment brings a deep blush to her cheeks. With tears welling in her eyes, she gazes at him, her expression a mixture of joy and affection. But the memory fades, returning her to the cold present. Alone in the woods, Rifia covers her face as tears fall. She apologizes to Crest in her thoughts, lamenting that she lacks the skill to heal his shoulder and cannot bear the desire to stay by his side. To escape the torment of her feelings, she resolves to keep moving. While running through a clearing, Livia abruptly halts. A sudden, powerful presence makes her blood run cold as she realizes something is rapidly approaching. Her eyes widen in terror. The source is an enormous, ominous aura radiating from a nearby structure, a pressure unlike anything she has ever felt before. From the direction of the overwhelming presence, a cheerful voice calls out, playfully announcing, "Found you." In the next instant, a woman with fox ears and a tail appears, wrapping a stunned Livia in a joyful embrace. "I finally found you, Crest-sama," she exclaims, mistaking her for someone else. Nearby, Rifia watches the scene unfold, blinking in confusion. The sudden appearance leaves Livia completely bewildered. Livia realizes with a start that the immense aura she felt was coming from this person. The newcomer, however, ignores her and points angrily at Rifia. "Who the heck are you?" she demands, accusing her of waving Crest's scent around and threatening to kill her for impersonation. Rifia, attempting to de-escalate, calmly introduces herself. She asks if the woman is an acquaintance of Crest-sama, but the stranger scoffs, declaring she is not a mere acquaintance at all. The fox-eared woman introduces herself as a Yuko, known in the Far East as the Crimson of the Third Moon. She explains that in Lakind, she hid her identity to serve in the harvest household as a maid, primarily to tend a crest. Rifia realizes that a Yuko must have been the one who created the powerful magic stone. Having finished her introduction, the woman impatiently urges them to hurry up. Rifia asks why she can't return to her village anymore. The Yuko looks at her with fierce determination. Isn't it obvious? She declares. Take me to Crest, Sama. Livia, having listened to the exchange, looks at the Yuko with sudden understanding. Ah, she says, a look of sympathy on her face. Don't tell me. Were you exiled? She stood silently, tears welling in her eyes. The Yuko, Marnas, observed her with a neutral expression, remarking to herself that Livia was now crying. Her quiet sorrow seemed to irritate Marnas, who questioned if those tears were truly for Crest. She pointedly asked if Livia was sure she should stay there forever, then dismissively told her to stay and cry until she shriveled up. With a final, curt "fine then," Marnas turned away as Ellis watched the tense exchange. As she began to walk away, a sudden shift in the wind brought Crest's scent to her. Her ears twitched, her attention instantly captured by the familiar trace. Her departure left Livia, standing alone amidst the falling leaves of the forest, looking up into the canopy with a forlorn expression. Elsewhere, Crest was in a far worse state. On his hands and knees and wearing a slave collar, he could only growl in humiliation as Katrina stood over him. She taunted him, telling him to look at his pathetic self and noting that the villagers couldn't hide their confusion at his state. Just then, Orphe approached the despairing young man, announcing that he had brought the points they had earned. He knelt, presenting a Gacha card to Crest. Katrina immediately tried to intervene, demanding they stop the pointless struggle and declaring that Crest would never find joy in his Gacha again. Orphe, however, remained confident, telling her not to underestimate him. His faith was rewarded. A triumphant voice declared that Crest had done it. With this single Gacha pull, all of his rainbow skills were now at their maximum level. Transform reached level 3, and Weak Point Reveal hit level 30. The confirmation of his success washed over Crest, transforming his despair into fierce determination. He slowly rose to his feet, clenching his fists as he let out a triumphant roar of hell yeah. He threw his head back, his body surging with a brilliant aura as he bellowed, "Why yes, SSS. Max level." Katrina could only stare, her mouth agape in utter shock as she stammered, "WN?" He stands over the stunned Katrina, his formal jacket now gone, revealing a lean torso. From the floor, she accuses him of being a fiend, claiming his despair was an act designed to mock her. He calmly refutes her accusation, insisting he was not deceiving her and had been truly depressed. With a steady gaze, he then declares his intention to teach her something.